throughout the day. Thank you. If you have any questions throughout the day associated with the meeting or associated with just being in DC, my alternate designated federal officer, Chief Zito, is here, and please feel free to come up to me. At this point in time, I'll turn it back over to the chair. General Hopper.
Thank you very much, Eugene, and welcome to everybody to the National Capital Region. There's no smirk on the faces of those of us that live here. If you're suffering, if you came from the West Coast and you're suffering, now you know what it feels like. I think I say this every time that we have a jam-packed meeting for you today, never more so than this one. We have about 5 recommendations that we'll consider in the process. So time will be of the essence. I would just ask our presenters, our briefers, to be concise and to the point. And then from our perspective, your questions, please keep them on target and concise as well. And we'll get through this. Getting started this morning, we'll look forward to seeing some of the VA leadership who will come visit and have a chance to brief us. We wondered aloud how we should address Deputy Undersecretary Bratcher, and so she is Madam Deputy Undersecretary Bratcher. Deputies, see, that was hard. Okay. No under, Madam Deputy Secretary Bratcher. Did I get it right? Okay, very good. I won't remember that. Frankly, we're very pleased that her confirmation is complete and to have her as the Deputy Secretary of the Veterans Administration. So we'll shuffle around a little bit in order to take a picture when that occurs, when the leadership is here. So we'll take a short break at the appropriate time and do that. That's about all I have at this particular point in time. I will ask Mr. Mangano for his comments.
Thanks so much, General Hopper. Appreciate it. And Philip Mangano again. And I just wanted to express my appreciation to everyone on the VCOEB board. There are veterans on that board and there are citizens on that board who, while not having served in the military, are in fact serving their country. And we're familiar, of course, with the Lincoln quote that's emblazoned on this building, but Lincoln went on to say that honor is also to the citizen who cares for his brother or sister in the field and serves as best he can the same causes. So I do, and I have felt that commonality among us on this VCOEB board, both in terms of its members and in terms of the folk that we've worked with at the VA. And whether it's John Bursler here with the incredible help that he's given us in having run interference, and we're very happy about Mr. Merchant, of course, also joining us in the commitment that he has to veterans and the commitment around this table that is both actually increasingly expands to an intellectual concern about the issues that we talk about, but there's a lot of experiential intentionality that comes from the people who serve on this board, and we're certainly appreciative of that. And we're all committed to a single thing, and that is advancing the promise of housing on the campus to veterans. And in the service that we've rendered, that is our intent and continues to be our intent, to remove the misery, the long misery of homelessness from the lives of people who have served their country. So I think we're proud to serve on this board, and certainly have appreciated the work that Madam Deputy Secretary Bratcher has done in her role previously as the Chief of Staff, her coming to our meetings, and certainly Dr. Harris, in terms of his having run interference and done an enormous amount of research for us. And of course, the presence of John Kuhn, which has been a real blessing, I think, in terms of the agenda set by this board, the recommendations that we've made, the insights that he's had. So again, proud to have served all these years on the board and proud of everyone's commitment here. So with that, General, back to you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mangano. We will, we're waiting for Secretary Bratcher. Madam Deputy Secretary, okay, yeah. Madam Deputy Secretary Bratcher, let's go ahead and get some comments from Dr. Harris, Keith Harris.
Make sure the mic's on, sir.
Oh, that's good. There we go. Good morning, everybody. Bright and early for all of us. Came in from the West Coast, I know. I want to speak to just a couple of quick things. It's good to meet here. It feels different from being at GLA. Kind of, to me, elevates some of the topics we're talking about today into more of that national sphere than some of the really hyper-local work we focus on in Los Angeles. Just a couple of content updates from me because they may come up in other presentations today. So as everybody knows from last meeting, I've been focused a lot on the topic of VA disability benefits and the role they play in eligibility for low-income housing, especially in project-based housing. I just wanted to say a couple things related to that. One, I'm very excited that HUD will be here, senior leads from HUD will be here to speak about this issue and a few others later this morning. Excited to see that dialogue and see what kind of conversation comes out of that. For anybody who doesn't know, I wanted to give a quick update about what I know related to the State Bill 8B, AB 1386. This is the bill in California that will allow for some flexibility in where the area median income thresholds are set, and that thresholds set initially at 30% can go up to 50 and even up to 60 if the developer, if the housing provider is having trouble filling that. That bill passed the state Senate, I think a week or more ago. It looks like it's on its way to the governor's desk if it hasn't been there already. If and when it's signed, it will take effect next year. It would not take immediate effect. And part of the reason I'm speaking to this is there was some misinformation in LA that went out last week related to this, where as soon as people started hearing about it, they thought it had already taken effect. They actually put out notice to hundreds of housing providers that their apartment units had gone from 30 to 50% as a result of this bill. So I jumped in to correct some of that, but things like that have their way of spreading, so I just wanted to let people know about that. Even if and when the bill is passed, there's a process that housing providers have to follow before they can petition the state to raise their income limit. So I just wanted people aware of that. But it is moving in the right direction. It provides some really important and good flexibility. In terms of the issue we've focused on quite a bit here, the role of VA disability benefits in income, the possibility of excluding those from calculations of income. We continue to be part of discussions at the federal level. I'm sure that will come up in the discussions with HUD later today. One of the places I'm interested to see where this could develop is the White House and the USICH All Inside initiative has a team both in the state of California and in the Los Angeles area. And the federal government, one of the big areas of focus in that initiative is finding areas where communities need flexibility from regulatory constraints or policy constraints. I've talked to the statewide team about this issue. They're interested in raising it with HUD. It could be a useful vehicle for this, especially if we're looking for more targeted solutions than national ones. So excited to see where that could go as well. We also continue to do more data analysis on this issue. We collected data from medical centers all around the country on their project-based vouchers and the AMI settings. We want to address this question of how much is this a Los Angeles problem, how much of it's a California problem. We believe it's a national one. I think the data is going to show that. The only other thing I'm closely involved with right now is a data reconciliation between the Los Angeles veterans by name list and VA data. That's a piece that hasn't been fully developed yet in the by name list maintenance and reconciliation. So actually got that data back this morning. Haven't even had a chance to look at it yet, but may have more to say about that over the next couple of days. But it's a really important piece of this whole picture, is having a solid handle of even how many homeless veterans we have at any given time. I'm excited for the meeting and glad to be here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Harris. Next, we have Mr. Rob Merchant from GLA. Okay. Yeah. Josh, maybe let us do these opening remarks and then we can circle back. Thank you. Rob Merchant.
All right, thanks. Good morning, sir. All right, there we go. Good morning, everybody. It is very good to be back in 810 Vermont. This is where I built my VA career starting about 20 years ago. First on the 5th floor in Congressional Affairs and then up in the Secretary's office for a very long time, where Keith and I used to conspire in our offices about strategies and things that we were doing. As I came in, one of the folks said, when they looked at the chair, they said, they must have remembered you being quite a bit smaller. And I said, I remember myself being quite a bit smaller when I lived here, but it is good to be back, and thank you all for hosting us today. It's been a very busy summer at VA Greater Los Angeles. We have been working very hard on continuing implementation of the PACT Act. We have been doing outreach events all summer long, all across our catchment area, from parts of remote Kern County and San Luis Obispo County and across Los Angeles to church parking lots in South Los Angeles and our clinic in East Los Angeles, making sure that we are reaching communities that have been underserved or where we know there are significant pockets of veterans that we believe we are not reaching in the numbers that we should, including places like the Student Veterans Center at University of California, Santa Barbara. We are on track to meet our screening targets for toxic environmental screenings, and we have done in excess of 42% of all eligible enrolled veterans, and we should meet that 47% target by November. We've also had some big announcements this summer that I think have really boosted the morale and sense of pride in our workforce.
Excuse me, Rob.
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, Madam Deputy Secretary Bratcher.
Oh, sure. Thank you. Good morning, ma'am. And two of those announcements are our CMS ratings. I think some of you heard on our information exchange a few weeks ago, the Center for Medicaid and Medicare Services is now including VA facilities in its ranking of healthcare systems across the country. Overall, VA hospitals do very, very well in comparison to the healthcare community at large, and VA Greater Los Angeles is a 5-star healthcare system, and we were very proud of that. So that's. And every year we do something in VA called the All-Employee Survey. It's a big deal. This is how we measure the organizational health of the entire department, from the department level down to the individual work unit level, groups as small as 10 people. At GLA, results in past years have been challenging, to be honest, but we have been on a track of improvement over the last several years. We continue to see remarkable improvement in our organizational health index at GLA across 59 domains of employee engagement. What we saw this year was that we ranked 72 in terms of best places to work. That is an 8-point improvement over the previous year, and that when measured against all VA healthcare systems, 150 plus, GLA was the 8th most improved healthcare system as measured by our own employees. And that is really important. And the next part of that is making sure that we tell employees about that and help instill that pride in the work that they're doing in the place where they do it. And that's not the result of any particular leader who sits in a chair. That is really the work of supervisors, managers, and the whole workforce. Over the summer, we've also continued to monitor progress on the lease up of buildings 205 and 208. It has not gone as quickly as we would have liked, and we still have some significant work to do there, and you'll hear more about that over the next couple of days. And we will also be talking about some really innovative programs our homeless programs has been implementing under John and Sally's leadership in partnership with Jim, concepts like One Team and One Stop, as we try to make integrated services available faster and more efficiently across the healthcare system. So thank you all for being here. It's good to be back.
Thank you very much, Rob. Thank you very much, Rob. We appreciate those comments. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure now to introduce for comments Madam Deputy Secretary Bratcher. You don't know how much trouble I've had getting that out already this morning. I apologize for that. But I will just say before she steps to the mic that she has been a fierce champion for our veterans. We very much appreciate the support that she's given to this VCOEB. And we're so pleased that she's now the Deputy Secretary of the VA. Madam Deputy Secretary Bratcher.
Thank you. You know, I started this journey 2 years, 9 months ago with you guys, and it has been one of the most challenging and rewarding programs that I've had the pleasure of working on. You know, to see what we've been able collectively to achieve with GLA's leadership has been phenomenal. We have so much to be proud of. You know, we started off, we had the tents out, we established CTRS, we got 3 buildings open, and we have veterans in permanent housing. We have quadrupled where we were when we started this journey. And the members of the board who are rolling off have dedicated so much time and energy and sweat into this program. It is just amazing. We now have a master plan signed, ready to go. The future is bright, and it's emotional because, you know, we have helped homeless veterans in a way, you know, that we dreamed we could, and we are. Now we have a heck of a lot more to do, and we are not in the position to spike the ball, but we are in the position to look back and to look at those 3 beautiful buildings and know that our veterans are permanently housed in a location that is safe, that is near the medical center where they need their care, that we're still fighting hard on AMI and trying to figure out ways to work through so even more veterans have access, and especially in GLA. But, you know, when I look at the accomplishments that have happened under your leadership, General Hopper, and the team, I just can't help but to be proud. And it has just been an honor and a privilege to be with each and every one of you, to listen to your passion, to your dedication, and even the fire and the feistiness was totally worth it because it's moving, and it's moving in the right direction. And so, you know, I'm also, this is bittersweet for me. You know, I'm very excited to start this new role, but I will need to step back because this job comes with big rocks, other additional big rocks. So I'm really proud. I want to take a minute to introduce Meg Cabot. Meg Cabot is it says senior advisor, and that's not right. She's the principal senior advisor to the secretary. She reports directly to Secretary McDonough. He is not relinquishing control at all when it comes to GLA and the master plan and all the work that we have done. So she will now lead. She is a fierce advocate. She has been with us from the start. and has worked at VA previously and knows how to work the machine. She'll actually be a lot quicker to the drive than I was because I had to learn and then go get it. So I am really excited that Meg will now be our senior responsible for this program and moving the master plan. John Bursler will stick around. We still have Keith, so you still have an all-star team. I'm very excited. And our HPO office, Anthony Love, Monica, and Jill have just been really instrumental along with the leadership of GLA. So I'm excited on the team that we have and, just really looking forward to the future. It doesn't mean that I won't pop in every now and then and just check up on you guys because, it's a thing. So I think we have some awards to present. Yep.
Madam Good Secretary. Yes, ma'am. That's perfect. Thank you. We'll stand.
We're getting an award.
What is us to do? Just shake and salute.
We clap, Eugene.
Right.
A wonderful smile. And a wonderful smile. Thank you, everyone. Congratulations.
Yeah. Well done.
And you're not a lot of these yet, because I'm only on day 6. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna do this. So we'll do this. Thank you.
Right. Pretty cool.
It's hers.
And a wonderful smile. Ma'am. Congratulations.
It's a cool Anthony Hall.
Anthony has been at this for 6 years. He's alive. Wow.
Anthony.
So,
Anthony.
Our champion.
Wow.
Thank you.
Very nice.
Oh,
This weekend.
I'm sure he's never heard that.
I was really worried when we did these that they were the cheapest staff coins, but we actually got the death set coins in. And got the right one.
Yeah.
Yay.
Philip?
It's gonna be-
That's pretty cool.
Wow.
Point it down towards, yes, thank you so much. Congratulations, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah. We're gonna help you with that, right? 'Cause these are-
He said still.
We're gonna help them get these back.
Yes, ma'am. I'm wondering how he's gonna get this on the metro.
And a little bit more to the floor, General, and lower it down just a tiny bit. Good. Congratulations.
Has your successor been named
For
in
chief
your
of staff.
previous position?
So the chief of staff is coming from another organization, and we are working very hard to have them show up next week. We have a little carryover funds, and so we're hoping to be able to have her in process, and so we should have an announcement next week.
Great.
Yeah.
Happy to hear it.
Yeah.
Happy for you in this new freshly minted position.
Thank you.
Wonderful.
Thank you. It's-
Second to none.
Absolutely. Well, thank you, guys. I just wanted to say thank you. So, thank you so much for everything.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you.
Warren,
Really
congratulations.
appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you. Thanks for everything. Thank you. So good to see you. Take care. Thank you.
Best of luck.
Thank you so much. Thank you. See you later.
It's been time.
See you later. Yeah, you too. Thanks for everything. Thank you so much.
Oh, thank you very much.
This will be the ride of a lifetime.
I have very big shoes on.
Thank you so much for everything. Thank you. Take care.
Yeah, why don't we go and take a break?
We're gonna.
Actually,
We can do one of those. Okay. Okay.
So we started last round.
teed up and show them what we can do.
What are we gonna do with that?
Yeah.
Let me double check. Just gonna stand fast real quick.
Don't worry.
He's had some resting and
Okay, if we'll just hold position for a few minutes, we'll check with protocol here. Hello. I know, we're gonna get him after we do the dancing.
We entertain Josh's question.
Forget about it. The moment left. I'll get it later.
Oh, your question?
It was just a very wonky, silly clarification.
you like alliteration, apparently.
Well, do you want to, maybe we get just one?
Are we
waiting?
Yes, of course.
Okay. Happy to do that.
Okay, we're very lucky. This is not a time filler, but we do have time now for Ms. Cabot to make some comments.
It's 100% a time filler, I think, but that's okay. Okay. So as our Deputy Secretary said, I'm thrilled to be joining you all and be really getting to take a more significant role in this great work. I've been able to follow along a little bit. In fact, back in the beginning of our time here during this administration, I actually got to accompany our Deputy Secretary out to LA and took a tour and met some of the folks around the table. So really excited to jump back in with both feet. I am a social worker by training and lifestyle, as I tell people. So certainly this work is something that is near and dear to my heart, and certainly as a social worker who's worked in VA for a long time, I have had various levels of experience in working with the homeless teams across various medical centers. So looking forward to that. I have been working with this team since we started back in January of 21 and came on as a senior advisor for families, caregivers, and survivors, and have since become the principal senior advisor. And in that role, I do a lot of work with our interagency partners. So we do a lot of working across different agencies around all kinds of different topics, and I coordinate a lot of that and make sure that VA has a seat at the table as we're talking about important different policies across all of the federal government. So have certainly been involved in the work that we've done in homelessness around with USICH and that very important interagency work. So I think with that, I'll just add one other piece. Prior to prior to this role, I had done some consulting, and then prior to that, I ran VA's caregiver support program for about 10 years here at VA Central Office. So as our Deputy Secretary said, I am very familiar with how the building works and how to get things done, especially on the healthcare side, and have come to learn a great deal on the benefits side in this new role. But am well versed on the healthcare side and really look forward to continuing the incredibly important and vital relationship that our Deputy Secretary and Mr. Bursler here have really developed with all of you to continue this work so that we just can hit the ground running and keep going with all the great things that we're doing. So thank you to all of you, and I look forward to getting to know you all and working closely with you. Happy to answer any other questions or fill any other time.
Question for Dr. Harris in the event we have a few minutes.
All right, I'll ask it, fine.
But don't put your name tag up. And Josh, go ahead with your question, please.
All right, this one. So today we're going to spend a lot of time with the representatives from HUD, and Keith has just done an extraordinary amount of work to help educate the board, me in particular. And he just mentioned AB 1386. On the HMI issue. Right, on the AMI issue and so forth. AB 1386 is a great opportunity to deal with one of the big challenges with this AMI issue, which is around the cap of income that allows people to access publicly funded housing. But the question I had for you is that there's also other funding sources that go into every housing development, and 1386 will solve the problem of the state funding. But I wanted you just to explain to the board how that doesn't, even if that passes, even if the governor signs it, how the funding coming from HHH and other local funding causes a restriction in the opportunity to raise the ceiling for the AMI. And I'm having real trouble concentrating because of the echo, but I don't know if other people are having trouble with that too, but it's tough. So you got the question.
I got the question. I'm being told to hold on the answer.
Ladies and gentlemen, Secretary of Veteran Affairs.
You guys don't have to stand up for me, my goodness. I'm not the president, that's for darn sure.
So we're
I'm
gonna
going to go around that side, yeah.
For Johnny.
All right. Do I have to speak into the mic because we have people online? So I can't just walk around? Okay.
I'm going to take the mic.
Okay, well, maybe I'll do that. General, thank you so much. It's good to see you. And I really appreciate all of you for the work that you've done, the work you're continuing to do. I know we're about to lose about half of you. So let me just thank you for the remarkable work that you've done to date. And, I just want to give you, a sense of why I think you've been so effective. One is you've kept kind of big strategic pressure on us, that appeals to you Air Force guys, to see the big movements here and to get the big movements done. And so you've kept pressure on the master plan, you've kept pressure on us to fulfill that. And I think that's made a big difference. But you've also given us very good tactical advice. And so I just signed the letter to the chair of the LA Transportation Authority earlier this week to say that, hey, we think naming the Metro stop Westwood does not do justice to what that Metro stop will mean to veterans. And by the way, we need more veteran input on what's going to happen there. And so that's, straight from you all. very sound, very precise, highly tactical advice that buttresses the strategic advice. And as General Hopper will tell you, I didn't always think the strategic advice was that great. Meaning, not that it wasn't accurate or helpful, but I sometimes took some umbrage. But you know what? That's the sign of a good, well-functioning team where you guys are pushing and fulfilling a really important role. And so I feel pretty good about where we are, especially relative to where we were when I started here. That has a lot to do with Rob and Keith and our team, but it also has a lot to do with all of you because of the way you handled, as I say, both those strategic questions and the tactical questions. And so we're very much in debt to you for what you've done, and we're very grateful for it. So now, as good as I feel about where we are, we're not done, right? And so we really need the board to continue to play this pivotal leadership role that you've played going forward. So those who are not spinning off, you know, I get that it might sometimes get scratchy between us, and that's okay. I think you would expect that from me too, Mr. Chairman. So I'm not worried about that. I hope you'll continue to give it to us straight, unvarnished, you know, and coming fundamentally from the perspective that we all share, which is how is what we're doing fundamentally advancing the veterans' interest? That's the only question that we have before us. And so as long as we keep doing that, we should have all the scratchiness that we need. But at the end of the day, we're going to make sure those vets are in those buildings, getting the care that they so need and so richly deserve and have so profoundly earned. And so it's in that spirit that I wanted to come down and say, welcome to Washington. Thank you for everything that you've done heretofore. Thank you for everything that you will continue to do. Those who are staying, and as I said, I don't see the scratchiness between us as bug. I see that as design, right? And so, which is further to say, I really respect you, and I respect the mission that you're carrying out. I respect the way you're carrying it out, and that together we're going to get this thing right. So thank you all very much for allowing me the chance to just drop in on you. I know we're supposed to take a picture, but we should, you know, I'm not the guy who kind of blows in and then blows out. So query whether there's something on your mind that you want to make sure I hear. I'll be talking with Meg and John and the team, and I know our DepSec was just down here. And obviously we're in constant communication with Rob and with Steve. You know, poor Steve's got an even bigger job now, but we make him keep working with Rob on this job too. And we stay in touch, obviously, with Keith and the team as well. So, but I don't often get, except for in our writing exchange, direct interaction with you guys. So if there's something on your mind, definitely want to hear it. So let me give this back. And then if there, you also have real work to do, so I can also just get out of your picture.
So if you join for.
Yeah, I'll definitely join for a picture, but let's just see if there's anything before we do that. I don't want you to think like I came down here, had something to say.
Mr. Secretary, before I pass the mic to Mr. Allman, I will just say thank you very much for your leadership. We've really been able to move the ball, you and your team, and that team has just been outstanding. We salute them. They have worked with us on some of these very, very tough issues, and We're making some progress on those, although there is still more work to be done, particularly on the AMI. But this team that you've put together is really moving the ball forward. So thank you very much for that.
Yeah. I'm really proud of that team. I'm really proud of the team. You say, that I basically have had no role here. All the good stuff that happens because of them. The stuff that gets gummed up is when I get in the middle of it. I will say on AMI, we're trying every trick we got here. This is like a classic interagency problem. You all know that from your history in service too, that those are sometimes the hardest ones, because it ends up being that you spend a lot of time on the shape of the table and the makeup of the table before you actually get to the bottom line. We're getting closer to the bottom line. We're not there yet, but we're, as I said, trying everything we can. In the meantime, you all working with the city council and the county council have done some really important stuff and fixed some of the things that we just can't get out of our own way on. So I appreciate the way you've done that too. And that puts added pressure on us. So you're going to go somewhere else
Yes,
here.
Mr. Ullman.
Mr. Secretary, I just wanted to thank you for putting this project back into the spotlight. I've been working on this project for a long time, and until you came around in June in 2021 and said I want a master plan on my desk by the end of the year, that really kickstarted things in a new way.
Yeah.
And then when we reached the additional challenge of how do we finance the infrastructure, otherwise we were going to be, again, stuck in the mud at 233 units, you delivered. Congress obviously appropriated the money, but in terms of getting the money on station, I think you deserve a lot of credit for that. So I wanted to thank you for that.
Well, the people who deserve the credit are the people sitting at the table with you and the people at GLA who have been just every day working it. And the other person is Bob McDonald. Right? Yeah. I love Bob. He helped me out when we were in a jam a long time ago, and he put a lot into this too. And so I promised him I'd do everything we can. And then, obviously, people like Mike Mullen have continued to press this issue too. All of them coming from exactly the right place, which is, are we doing everything we can for the veteran here? And that's how Rob demands that we run this. That's how we'll continue to run it.
Dr. Bamberger.
Mr. Secretary, I can't thank you enough for your leadership and your attention. For those of us who have been trying to find a home for every person who's experiencing homelessness, particularly veterans, it's just been wonderful to be on this board and to be able to serve. And you've appointed really the A team across the country, John Kuhn from New Jersey, Sally from Ohio, Keith from Oregon, and brought them all to attend to this issue in Los Angeles, and it's just amazing. Going forward, for this next 2 year of the board, can you suggest any one or two specific issues that you personally think the board should attend to in Los Angeles? Any particular areas that you really want this group to dig into so that we can improve the lives of veterans?
Yeah. I think the way, Doc, that I'd answer that is I would say that we have to maintain affinity to the master plan. So local execution of the master plan is, I think, the thing that you can help us do best. And the reason that as you said, these all-stars from across the system, across the enterprise have wanted to work on GLA is because when we show that it can work there, we will show the country that it can work everywhere. And so I want to make sure that we are head down on execution, because I think execution on this project, on this master plan, with the veteran at the center of that execution will show on a very difficult issue nationally, where I think a lot of people are looking at it and saying, this is evidence that, you know, the American system can confront a difficult issue. When we show that we can, and we can get it from soup to nuts, I think that will have really important resounding long-term impact. But you only get to that long-term impact through the execution of the very tactical pieces of the plan. And so that's what I'd ask you guys to do.
Last comment question, Mr. Lungano.
I just want to add my voice to the other voices you've heard, especially with regard to the team that you assembled. When we asked for a point person, you sent us Chief of Staff Bradsher. Then we had Keith, and of course, John Bursler's been with us. So very appreciative, and John Kuhn, of course, as well. So the team that you assembled for us has been outstanding, and we're very much in gratitude to you in that regard. The question I wanted to ask you specifically, though, does relate to the AMI issue. And you mentioned that we have done some work locally to further it, and I think there's some state items that are coming up that will also help. So I'm wondering, in terms of the conversations we've been having, we're about to have one with HUD. We had one last week with the Deputy Secretary at HUD. If you could identify, if you would, what the greatest impediment is as you understand it, and how we could be helpful in overcoming that impediment. It seems, in terms of our conversation even last week with the Deputy Secretary at HUD, there didn't seem to be a path forward, didn't seem to be the capacity to identify the removal of impediments that will allow this to happen. I wonder if you have some insight for us in terms of how we could best utilize our advocacy voice in that regard.
Yeah, well, you know, I think sometimes what happens in the federal government is we overemphasize the difference between statutory limitation and regulatory limitation. And we think that when an agency is expressing affinity to its regulatory interpretation or its regulatory requirements, we think that that's a movable target. That's where I've been, right? And I just wanted to get everybody in the room and say, you know, and I've got some history on doing this, right? That you get everybody in the room and you say, okay, well, you can change it, then change it, right? What I've come to understand from, you know, our teammates at HUD and at Treasury is that these are not kind of spurious interpretations that they've come to on their regs, and that the follow-on impacts of reinterpretation of those are quite profound. I mean, we had like the single most effective, I think, tax expert. Her name is Lily Batchelder from Department of Treasury, come in and explain to us why Treasury is so firm on its interpretation. Now, like, Keith doesn't buy it, and Keith pushes back. But I got to tell you, like, Lily Batchelder's no slouch. You know what I mean? So I think like the just we're going to ram it through strategy doesn't work, because we've been trying that for 2 years. And so we got to now figure out, and your question, Phil, gets to the right to the issue, which is what is the barrier behind the regs? And we don't yet have that, right? And that's what we're trying to get. And maybe you guys, during the course of your conversations today, we'll get there. I do think we've spent, just institutionally, and I include you guys in this, I think we've probably overinvested in the HUD side of the equation. I think we need to spend more time with Treasury on this. And then I think we also have to think about statute change.
Sure.
But then all of a sudden, that's going to get very, very complicated, especially in this environment. So that might sound like the most weaselly answer you've ever heard, but that, I'm just telling you, that's what, in the course of the last 2 years, as we've really dug into this, and more profoundly in the last 8 months, that's where I've come. These are not spurious positions. These are profound and I think well-supported positions with broad implications. And so the more we, working with our state and local partners, innovate on it, the more that increases pressure, because we're not just saying, hey, solve our problem for us. We're saying, hey, we're doing everything we can. Can you help us get the next 10% on this? Okay. All right.
Mr. Secretary, thank you very much for taking this time to spend with us. We really appreciate your efforts. I think the true test is to go around the room and say who would like to trade places with Secretary McDonough. And
I'm trading.
I suspect we wouldn't get any takers. So all that being said, I think we've earned a picture.
Yeah, you have. Come on up. Let's do it. Let's do it. I don't know why you'd want it, but if you want
Ask everyone to make your way to the front, and we'll configure up here and take a picture with Secretary McDonough.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. I'll get it. We got it. We got it, sir. Go. We need you. Okay. Okay. Mr. Secretary.
Yeah, it was.
Just bring it back this way.
I didn't hear him. No. But he said it too quick to have heard him.
Is this the middle, Gene?
That is the middle. So you're gonna sit.
He said he wants to see.
Can I have Ian sitting in the front? Of course. General, can I have you in the back row? Yes, sir.
Let's go. See if we bring that up like this.
Just have all the women. We'll sit where all the work gets done. That's usually what happens.
Please just fill the front row for me, and then I'll fill the back. Please have a seat for me. I need all 8 chairs filled. Thank you. Vice Chair, can I have you all the way on this side next to me? I'll have all your lanyards for just a second. You don't want it? So have a seat, have a seat. Fill those 2 chairs for me right now. I need 1 more chair filled, please. Jim. This is Kevin. Come on, Jim, we know your staff. So do me a large favor, General, turn that way a quarter turn and step closer to my secretary. Can we all step in just a little bit? John, thank you. Very, I appreciate you. Come in, sir, come right in front of his shoulder, right towards me. Look at me, come towards me. And this way, just a tiny bit. You're marvelous, never change. Marvelous. Sir, come right this way. So Gene, step in just a hair more, that's fine. So front row, do me a favor. Don't lean back in that chair. Sit up nice and straight and lean forward. Gentlemen, if you'll put your feet flat on the floor. Ladies, you can cross your legs or your ankles if you'd like. Eyes right here at me for just a second. Great smiles. Very nice and tall.
Chin up or chin down?
I'm going to tell you all that.
We only want one now.
All right. Eyes right here, very tall, great smiles. Ready, 1. Your chin was marvelous, ma'am. Ready, 1. Eyes right here, ready, 1. Hold still for just a minute.
Is it up or down to the double chin?
You were doing perfect.
It's up, right?
The way you were was perfect. I couldn't dress. Everybody else will go. Wonderful again. Wonderful. Ready, 1. Thank you. I appreciate you all. Thank you, sir.
Oh, that's it?
That is it.
All right, thank you, Jim. Should we get rid of those chairs too? Yeah.
No, that was Christine Berry. No?
Justine, did you say restroom? How are you?
Can I borrow one? My mom. How's it going? Right?
No.
But because I ran into him at the grocery store not long ago, yeah. Back.
There you go. Yeah.
And we really, it was one of those things that was really hard for us to deliberate.
Wow. That was walking through Ralph's in like sweatpants and Crocs. And I run into, he was. I need to move.
We stay in our own little place.
Everywhere I go.
You know what I mean? So, but the point is, so there is nothing. That's why.
And like on our board, yeah, sure. Yeah, that's fine. We need. Whether it's specific.
Sir.
Thanks, man. That was terrible.
I know. Nice to meet you. My favorite answer.
You can draw pretty pictures.
Really is.
Okay, now,
Yeah. Just gonna take a picture. All right, ready? 1, 2, 3.
thank you.
One more, Anthony.
Okay.
I want my.
Okay, all right.
Anthony, do you have your phone?
Yeah. 1, 2, 3.
I'm gonna turn you.
Okay, I'll do it.
What do you know
1, 2, 3.
It was kind of frightening. When are they going to do any supposed pass? With the, no, they are managing not only that program, yeah. So, that is going to tinkering with that bridge. I'm going to sit down and say, yeah, that's all right. That's all right. I'd rather see so that is something that is in deep discussion. Honestly, the supervisor. Yeah.
I'm a board member.
We don't know. And then the other thing is to connect to the airport. I know that will it happen in your lifetime? Absolutely. Yeah, exactly. Well, but that's connected from Yellow Line. Yeah, so what happened is talks now. So what happened is, let's say the train will go all the way to the street. So it'll be kind of like a connection. Is the airport, is it going to connect to the middle of the airport? Yeah, like, you know how, of course it's fluent out. So it'll be just like that. When you get off the plane, boom, you hop on the train and you can go straight downtown. Okay. So we're finalizing that. That's going to be done before 2020. Yeah. But they're also talking about running something from Purple down to the airport too. Is that going to? But that's not on. Yeah, that's not going to happen in 2050. Right. I'm going to say that's not going to happen. Finishing the Purple line extension and taking to the VA. Yeah, that deal is definitely.
Can everyone take their seats, please? We're going to try to get started again. Thank you.
That's a connection.
If you're through hobnobbing with the secretary, please take your seats.
From Valley, through the pass and to some station. As a sheriff.
Okay. Can you hold those?
To some station in it crosses like what's the line, the Purple line. It'll cross like maybe in Westwood or somewhere in Sepulveda. But
Okay, please take your seats. Dr. Bamberger. Okay.
It's still the same. It's the same calendar that I saw a couple of years ago. Yes.
Things are so much better. Things are so much better 2 years ago.
Yeah.
The way you talk about it is like.
Are you admitting they're bad? Is that why?
You're
sending them away?
I can get away with saying it, Christine.
I don't know, I might complain about the phone. Look at this phone.
Okay, let's press ahead and let Dr. Harris. Okay, so did anybody else get the impression that when the secretary said, well, Keith still doesn't buy that, he's pushing back, that he was going to follow that up with, I thank him for his service and wish him the best in his next employment? We'll let Dr. Harris finish with his answer, and then we'll get Mr. John Bursler.
Thank you for your concern. Hope it's unwarranted. So for everybody, Josh's question is about the limits of AB 1386, and essentially that it addresses state funding. And so we wanted to say two things about that. One is, that's right, it is focused on state funding. It's specifically though both the tax credits that the state administers, but also VHHP. And that piece is important. There's a lot of veteran units funded by VHHP. As far as I know, the overwhelming majority, and possibly all, are 30%. They're set at that low cap. You're right that it doesn't address more local funding that we saw in the buildings opened this year on campus, like HHH, like No Place Like Home funding from the county. So that's simply, you're right. There still would need to be some work locally. The piece that I don't fully understand yet, but have data coming in now on, is how funding determines how much the income cap is tied directly to a unit. And that part appears confusing to me. Sometimes it sort of spreads across an entire development. Other times it's tied to very specific units. Stephanie, I'll look forward to whatever you have to say about that issue. So as we get data, we ask the entire country that very question. Tell us all your funders, tell us the units that it's that it imposes a funding cap on or an income cap on. So we'll know more about that. But you're right, it will not supersede local funding in some cases, local funding caps in some cases.
Well, we're so happy today to have with us John Bursler, yet again, of course. You never know what transition might happen when the person leaves and another person comes in. And John came in, we weren't quite sure, but what we've discovered is a real partner in the efforts that we're making, someone who really has an intentionality that is grounded literally on the ground for the well-being of veterans. And so we're just so fortunate. And we've never really heard directly from John in terms of his, what he calls his day job. And I think it's so important what he does on a daily basis to advance the lives of veterans, the very veterans that we are attempting to serve. So we're so happy to have him here today to talk a bit about that. Thanks so much, John, for being with us.
Thank you very much, Phil and Mr. Vice Chairman, and thank you all, Mr. Chairman, for having me and to talk a little bit about what VEO does, in addition to steward as the executive sponsor of this fantastic committee. So just on that first, and this is what I'll say when we have our new members join us at the next meeting, is that my role and our role at VEO is one of support. It's one of administration. It's one of getting correspondence up and down to the Secretary's office and helping steward that relationship between the committee and his team. We're not technical experts like Dr. Harris is or any of you are on, homeless issues or housing issues or GLA or acquisition issues, asset management issues. But we are experts on the veteran experience and the family experience. So that's that is my day job. So let's, I think I have some slides and let's get into those. I'm going to go quickly because I know that we need to have a break before our HUD meeting. So next slide, please. So we measure trust in in a few easy ways. So trust, ease, effectiveness, and emotion, or measure customer experience rather. We borrowed this model from Forrester, which is is a leading customer experience think tank in the private sector, but also extends into the public sector now. And we modified their measurement tools to specifically look at the veteran and family journey. So when I think about ease, was it easy for me to park at the facility? Was it easy for me to navigate to the clinic or to the benefits office that I was seeking care of benefits from? When I think about effectiveness, do I understand what my provider is telling me about my care or my veteran service representative is telling me about my benefits that I've earned? And when I think about emotion, do I feel respected in that encounter? And do I trust VA to continue to deliver the benefits and care that I have earned? So all of these scores we use in a fairly simple measurement tool called V-Signals, Veteran Signals, which is our quarterly net promoter score, essentially, that we send to about 40,000 veterans who have interacted with VA in the last 90 days. Above them, and that goes into the va.gov/trust at the bottom of the screen. That's our quarterly reporting net promoter score, where it breaks these scores down by age, by gender, by race and ethnicity, by sexual orientation. It's a really fantastic download and read if you're interested in what veterans think about VA. I'm happy to say veterans love VA in most cases, which is fantastic. But then above and beyond and kind of separate from that quarterly net promoter score that trust score that we track, we also have about 175 other V-Signal surveys that measure the specific experience with each business line. So like VHA outpatient services, for example, is our largest and most taken V-Signals trust survey. And it asks specific questions about your recent encounter at VHA in the outpatient setting. And that's why we continue, and that we use that for internal process improvement. So Rob and his team are looking at it on a daily, weekly, monthly basis, and then making adjustments based on veteran feedback, of which if they receive a qualitative comment, they follow up on every one and conduct service recovery on every one. So that's why trust has increased 24 points in the last 8 years at VA. And we think about VHA outpatient services as our largest survey, that's at 91% trust. So that's pretty incredible. And a testament, as Rob mentioned earlier, while I'm talking about measurement, the CMS ratings are a separate lagging indicator. So V signals is more real time, so he can actually get this information and judge what he needs to do in the medical center on a daily, weekly, monthly basis. But on a quarterly basis, we also get those scores from CMS, and they help benchmark us against the private sector and other VA hospitals. And as you mentioned earlier, 71% of VA hospitals now have a 5-star rating compared to 42% of private sector hospitals, which is incredible. So anyway, help us spread the word on that, because there's still a narrative around VA care and VA benefits that we're always combating. And I think it's always helpful to have ambassadors, and of which y'all are great ambassadors. Next slide, please. Mission vision, nothing special here, except one thing I'll point out is 90%. So right now, if you think of our enterprise quarterly trust score, we're at 79%, and that's our net promoter trust score. We want to get to 90% for the overall enterprise, because veterans deserve nothing less than an A, of course, but it's our aspirational goal. And we started measuring it in 2016. It was 55%, which is a D minus, which is like my grades in college. And now it's at 79%. If you think about USAA, who's a USAA customer, like myself included, they're the best in banking, insurance, finance. They have a 78 net promoter score. Now, we don't measure it exactly the same, but I think VA's trending very positively. We've come a long way. We've got a long way to go. Next slide, please. So this slide is a bit complex, but the only things I'll mention here are, as I mean, the blue circle in the beginning, 2016 is when we started measuring trust at the enterprise level, that 40,000 veterans every quarter. Now we're at 79% trust. Everyone remembers the journey map. So Secretary McDonough mentioned Secretary McDonald when he came on after the Phoenix Access crisis in 2014. He established the Veterans Experience Office. Rob, you were here during all of that and can probably add a lot of flavor to what happened. But when we published the first journey map, myself, I finally felt like the government understood my journey, and I could see myself in the pain points, the bright spots, the moments that matter along that journey, and how we at VA, I wasn't at VA at the time, but how VA has approached taking a very much an organization-centered design, like, oh, we're VA, we know what's best for veterans. Instead of using that, we're now using human-centered or veteran-centered design, actually using the voice of the customer to make strategic, operational, and tactical decisions, which is a huge shift. Okay, let's keep going, because I don't want to belabor this slide, but this is a graphical representation of what I just said. Switching from what's on the top, that very hierarchical organization-centered design, to thinking about how to design and improve programs and deploy programs from the veteran and family perspective. Next slide, please. This is the design process. I don't want to get too much into the weeds, but essentially, we interview veterans, we talk to their spouses, we talk to their caregivers, survivors, and we understand those pain points, bright spots, moments that matter, and then we design and test and prototype the solutions around that, and then measure the progress that we're making. So one of the examples that was in the timeline slide is the patient experience journey map. When we really delved into VHA outpatient services and the patient experience, none of some of the major pain points that customers had, that patients had, would have never shown up in one of Rob or any medical center director's dashboard, operational dashboard. And it revealed to us that veterans had such difficulty finding their way around some of these buildings and getting to the appointments and parking, and they were so frustrated by the time they got to the point of care that it eroded their trust in VA in the way that we deployed that care. Now, we solved that problem by creating the Red Coat Ambassador program. And so now we have greeters at most facilities that are able to help you navigate that facility because of the complexities of government buildings being built on top of each other for so many decades. And that's just one lo-fi example. We have a ton of different hi-fi examples that I'll get into here in a second. Next slide, please. Here are some of the hi-fi examples. So va.gov, our single digital front door, basically we took a very form function, or I'm sorry, a form website and turned it into function. So essentially what the old va.gov looked like had a picture of the White House and then had a big box that said, click here to view the VA's 2016 budget. I'm like, do veterans care about the budget? I mean, maybe some do, but yeah. All right. Okay, from us policy nerds aside, but like veterans, customers don't care. We then did a design sprint and understood what veterans wanted most out of their digital front door. And we came up with the top 20 most clicked on transactions from va.gov, whether that's scheduling appointment, refilling your prescription, messaging your provider, filing a claim, checking on the status of a claim, filling out a pre-need application for memorial services. All of those are now represented. And even this is a bit outdated because we just relaunched va.gov using more human-centered design this summer. And it's now got a mixture of good form and function, but keeping those top 20 transactions front of mind. The VA Health and Benefits mobile app, that's now our mobile front door. So va.gov is our digital front door that we've reformed using the voice of the customer. We've now created a mobile front door, and that app experience, if you access VA, if you have a login, check it out and help us break it, help us improve it. I think as a customer, I love it because I'm able to message my provider without having to log in. I can use biometrics, whether my face or my fingerprint, and I'm able to message them, I'm able to connect, I'm able to pull up letters, I'm able to check the status of my claim, all in the palm of my hand, which is great for our millennial and Gen Z future customers who make up the bulk of the military right now. We have to start designing for them and their families. And then finally, the telephonic front door. So 1-800-MY-VA-411, if y'all have heard about that, that is the single kind of telephonic front door to VA and how you can access care and benefits from one place. And we at VEO get the opportunity to steward and manage this, so keeping customer experience at the front, at the top of mind. And yes, you can connect directly with your VHA clinical contact centers or the National Contact Center at VBA or the NCA contact center, but you can also talk to someone and sort out your concerns or give your recommendations or give a compliment and talk to one of our agents. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. We'll just keep going. I know we're probably getting close on time, and please give me the hook when we need a 5-minute. Oh, we're getting close to it. So PACT Act, we've talked about this ad nauseum in previous meetings. We've had a year plus of PACT Act implementation. VEO has helped kind of author all the customer-facing communications to ensure that veterans and their families have better access to the benefits and care that have been given to us by the PACT Act. Next slide, please. We changed the mission statement. So I think Phil, you mentioned the mission statement in Lincoln's words earlier. So we took, the spirit of Lincoln's original words and modernized it using the voice of the customer, using the voice of the employee, VSOs, family members, members of Congress even got involved in this, did a mass survey. So it was a mixture of quantitative and qualitative feedback, and then came up with this new mission statement, which I think more accurately reflects the customers and the families that we serve today. Next slide, please. We've done a ton of VACs in the GLA area, so Jim Zinner and his team have been excellent partners, and if Keith Boylan was here, I would call out Keith and Calvet because they have been excellent partners in partnership with, of course, GLA and the team on the ground. These are essentially just 3-day enrollment sprints that help veterans get better access to care and benefits, and LA is one of our best examples in the country. Next slide, please. Almost done. Okay, this is the data. So if you see trust, ease, effectiveness, and emotion, over time, starting in 2016 to now, you've seen the progress we've made. Noting the aspirational line at the top, the dotted line at the top that's in green at 90%. We've come a long way. We still have a long way to go, and we need your help in getting there. So that's a little bit about what we do at the Veterans Experience Office. There's actually a whole lot more, but I just wanted to give a brief overview, and thank you for the invitation for that piece. Love to answer any questions now or during breaks or anything to that effect, because I know we'd like to take a break before our HUD meetings. Any questions right now? Yep.
So
Yes, sir.
just in all this work that you've done and everything, which it's very impressive, and we're so grateful to you and your team for these kinds of results that you're getting, where veterans are far more trusting, and appreciate Rob's work in that regard too. I'm wondering if there are, in the years that you've been doing it, if there are some significant trends that you've seen that would be particularly applicable to some of the work that we're trying to do to house veterans on the campus and to provide the appropriate services for the veterans. So I'm just wondering what the trends are that you're seeing that would be helpful to us as we work.
No, that's a great question, and thanks so much for that. So when a veteran answers a V-Signal survey, which they do if they're in a normal routine of care or benefits, not so much memorial services, and when they leave that qualitative feedback and they have any particular words or topics that show up in that feedback that may lean into housing crisis or being at risk for housing or being at risk for mental health crisis, that we use artificial intelligence to automatically mine that data and then send it to the HPO 24/7 hotline, and then they reach out proactively and wrap their arms around that individual and trying to get them connected into care immediately, connect them into housing programs immediately, which I think has been an amazing use case of using technology and a human touch to make sure that no veterans fall through the cracks if they're reporting that in a survey. Similarly, on the mental health crisis side, the Veteran Crisis Line will proactively reach out when they get that alert. And we serve approximately 3,500 veterans each year in each of those categories. So 3,500 at-risk homeless, potentially homeless veterans or at-risk homeless veterans are being triaged out of that process, and the same on the crisis side.
So are some things popping up more in these last couple of years than they did previously? What is it that veterans want and need from the assessments that you're doing?
So
what are they identifying?
If you look longitudinally across age, veterans over 50, 60, and especially 70 love VA. In the 85th and 90th percentile, they love VA. If you look at veterans under 40 and especially veterans under 30, they trust VA 15 or 20 points less than their older age counterparts. There's something there that we need to do in terms of an agency and designing for those younger veterans and those that will be using our system for the rest of their time and their journey, and more importantly for the Los Angeles community. If we think about customer acquisition and veterans returning home or relocating because of work, or if they relocate because they know that there are a phenomenal amount of homeless services for them, we need to ensure that we're designing for those types of customers, because those are our biggest risk areas if we're looking at age. There are other race and ethnicity breakdowns that also put us at risk, but not as much as age. And Jim, go ahead. I know we got only a couple minutes here.
Yeah, I just want to thank you for the partnership, John. It's been great in LA, and we want to do a lot more VX. For anybody that is kept up at night around underutilization and getting out to veterans about PACT Act, which I know Rob and the GLA team are, this is a foundation. I see this work as a foundation and really appreciate it, and I wish we had something like this for our Veteran Career Access Network team out there. Yeah, just wanted to thank you and let you know we want to do a lot more work with your office.
We can't do it without partners, local and state partners in particular. But this, VEO, as where we sit in the organization, we're an assistant secretary staff office. So we have about 500 people at headquarters, and then there's about 3,700 people every day in the facilities that wake up and think about delivering a world-class customer and patient experience. And those are the VEOs and the patient advocates teams and the folks that work hand in hand with local partners like yourself, Jim.
Okay, thank you very much.
One more quick question.
Yes, sir.
Philip Mangano, one of the things that we've attempted to do, and this doesn't relate so much to this great work that you've been doing, it relates more to your work at VCOEB in terms of our entity. One of the things we've tried to do is communicate further with a standing VCOEB, which is the homelessness one, specific on homelessness. I'm wondering if you could give us some advice, this group advice, in terms of getting a better working relationship with that group. I think it would be invaluable, and it would also create recommendations that had national and as well as local implications. As you know, we tried to get them today here so that we could talk to them about doing joint recommendations. So any advice that you would have in that capacity would be very helpful.
Well, absolutely. And if I was aware that y'all invited in them, well, maybe they're not available, but I would love to help steward a more proactive relationship with that committee. I would imagine that their executive sponsor is Monica and her team, but I'll check on that. I'll ask Dr. Harris specifically, and we'll make sure that we bring those maybe perhaps to a joint excuse me, meeting in Los Angeles. Keith and I both know the chair of that committee as well. So would love to connect with the executive sponsor, administration level and make that happen. So thank you for that
We
recommendation.
greatly appreciate that.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Bushler, thanks very much. Yes, please, applause is warranted. Okay, let's go ahead and take a 5-minute break. Mr. Cho should be here. Okay, he is downstairs. The DFO is going to go get him. We'll take a 5-minute break, restroom break. Please stay close.
I think we should try to figure out a way to put you on that homelessness board. There's no precluding, there's not like a general, you can only serve 3 terms on all the VCOEBs. So you'd be primed. I mean, you should be on that board. No. I think it makes sense. You live in Washington, they're in Washington.
But
Yeah.
don't the buildings have?
I wonder if John has an insight on that.
HHH, maybe not nursing home.
But what he was saying, I don't think each unit can be designated a specific
Yeah,
so you can't tease those things out.
Right.
I did speak to developers. And
Who is the executive person for the other group? Is it Anthony?
No, Anthony is Disney. He's my.
He's, right.
And there's whoever you were talking to. She Monica?
The woman? She's the vice chair. Yeah. She's the vice chair. So it's the chair of theirs, who was very thumbs up on doing it. And the vice chair was very
But
thumbs
how
up.
many of those people are
But
actually
Anthony,
asking to it? So that was a question I just.
so that's why I think seeding you on that group with all the knowledge that you've gained here would be really valuable. Why lose, not lose, but put it into storage, so to speak. Let's see if John has an insight on that. Well, it's just a uncomfortable room. It's a bizarre.
Oh my gosh. Yeah. I've seen presidents in here just standing there looking around.
What is this place?
You know, if you open these curtains and let the light in, it helps.
Oh, there are windows, eh?
There are behind.
Oh, my goodness, that would help.
But because you've got this balcony.
Yeah, give it a certain 3-dimensionality and natural light and spaciousness to it. Really?
It doesn't.
I didn't know that.
It was originally built as a hotel.
I didn't know that either. But I've been up in the secretary's office a few times, and they're always proud of the view that they have.
Oh, yeah. Quite a view.
Yeah.
The best view.
Yeah. Secretary Principi always used to say, come and look at this view. It's hilarious.
Okay, so check your text messages. Oh, there it is. No, nothing's just intimidating, that's the whole point, but the issues are. The question can't be answered except.
I have a video of this
Have their
that was turned down.
units, we've been excluding and what she was saying is, you know, so this is a non-issue. Just know that the rest is obviously.
Yes.
Yeah, we're not wrong.
Hey, Rich, so great to see you. So good to see you. Yes, glad to see you again. You look no different. Certainly appreciate you coming. We're just on a break right now. So I think there's a little bit of food and drink down this way. If you're interested, then grab a seat.
Like, government free of this.
Nice, sir. It's been a long time.
Oh, God, it's good.
And that the pressure here.
Oh, that's fine.
I mean, it's quite a conundrum. You know, we had to, as you know, we had deputy secretary, your deputy. And it's just a conundrum, you know, you were gonna
No, I'm like.
That would be a big deal.
And I don't know about
So he's got this. See, that's like the good.
So you're gonna talk
I'm
about.
on board. VA is on board. Treasurer is on board. Why did it completely die?
I'm sure they're doing something.
Yeah, yeah.
I haven't read the report.
Sure, I just want to. One of the issues. I got a deal idea.
Okay. I'm like,
But right now, you can order with very stale pastry. Thanks so much.
Good.
well, I'm out of town. I'm also
Next, I'm gonna play Jennifer out in Texas.
I
I do want to go.
you want to get a text.
Oh, yeah, she did. Yeah, she did. And then we informed you. You have to deliver.
Texas? I love Texas. I don't know. It's only 6 years, I think.
I don't know. The weather's bad.
Oh, no, I've been in Dallas a lot, like, it's been one of.
Are you in Dallas?
Well, I've been there. What does 109 mean?
Summer's bad.
Yeah, but I was literally like 109, and it was 109, like it was like.
But I'm just checking my
Now I'm just helping them get it.
No, I'm just trying to see when he said work.
Next break also.
I need. So, it was in
I really
Maggie?
You guys. So we'll give me a thumbs up, we're ready to go. All right. For the show. HUD is up.
Can I get everyone to take your seats, please? We're going to go ahead and get started again. Thank you.
You want to introduce him, Phil? Okay.
No.
You know him.
I'm happy to do it. Okay. Well, we're very fortunate today to have with us two folk from HUD. And we know that we have some issues that overlap between the work that we do with veterans and the great work that HUD does. Richard Cho has been with HUD for
2.5 years.
2.5 years, and before that had lots of real-world experience working for the Corporation for Supported Housing and other homelessness-related organizations. And Doug Rice has been with HUD for quite a few years, as I recall.
No, just 2.5, but yeah.
What were you doing before that, Richard?
I was at the Center on Budget and Policy Priorities doing federal housing policy. Yeah.
Well, he brings a great background. These two are exceptional, and I think they're prepared to talk to some of the issues that we're concerned about, both the AMI issue and the utilization of HUD VASH and other issues that may come up. So, Richard, do you want to make some opening remarks, and then we can open it up to questions? Oh, briefing, great.
Excellent. Well, thank you so much for that. And Philip, I've known you probably since 1998 from your days in Massachusetts, so we go back a long way, but I just thank you for your leadership on addressing homelessness for the decades that you've been working on this issue. As Philip mentioned, I'm Richard Cho. I have the honor of serving as Senior Advisor to Secretary Marcia Fudge at the Department of Housing and Urban Development. Actually, we can go to the next slide. We can keep going. I want to just reiterate our commitment to the work of ending homelessness among veterans, which we've been committed to formally since 2010 when the federal government first adopted its first ever strategic plan to prevent and end homelessness, and where there was first set a goal to end veteran homelessness back then. But we've been at it since that time. And our commitment to this is reflected not only in words, but also in the resources that we've deployed. Since 2008, we've awarded over 110,000 HUD VA supportive housing, otherwise known as HUD-VASH vouchers. We've continued to work closely with VA on efforts to address homelessness among veterans, including effective implementation and utilization of HUD-VASH vouchers and working with communities. We've also encouraged homelessness continuums of care to use other homelessness resources to serve veterans who are not eligible for HUD-VASH or other VA homeless programs. And we continue to support communities to really use a variety of other HUD resources beyond our targeted homeless programs, whether that's regular housing choice vouchers or affordable housing programs to serve veterans who are experiencing or at risk of homelessness. We once again reaffirmed our commitment to addressing veteran homelessness as a secretarial priority in 2021, the first year that the Biden administration took office, where Secretary Fudge and Secretary McDonough issued a joint statement reestablishing the work of ending veteran homelessness as a top priority, and also issued joint strategies. And one of those strategies has been how we're going to improve utilization of the HUD-VASH voucher program to be able to serve veterans. We now have, as I mentioned, over 110,000 HUD-VASH vouchers. Just in the last 2.5 years, I believe we awarded an additional over 6,000 HUD-VASH vouchers nationally. We're continuing to work closely with VA to ensure that communities are utilizing every single voucher. And I know that's one of the issues that this board would like us to talk about. One of the specific barriers that has come up, and I think that's relevant to all of you, is the issue about income eligibility for the HUD-VASH program, in particular where veterans have disability benefits that pushes them above the 50% of area median income threshold that is typically the income eligibility for HUD-VASH vouchers. I'm going to turn to Doug Rice, who is our real subject matter expert on the HUD-VASH program and the voucher program, to speak about the issue as well as what actions HUD is taking in partnership with Treasury and other agencies to address that barrier. So turn it over to Doug.
Well, good morning, everyone. So I'm going to talk for just about 10 minutes, and apologies in advance. Some of the things I'm going to mention here, I think you all are already familiar with. In fact, I know Keith Harris was here back in June to give a presentation, and we're covering some of the same ground here today myself. And I should say also, we are relying heavily on some of the data that Keith and his colleagues have provided, and very generously, and that's been very helpful. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, so first, just a little bit of background on income eligibility and how it works in HUD programs. So, as you all know, the housing developments in the West LA campus are financed using a variety of subsidy sources, low-income housing tax credits, project-based vouchers. There may be some local funding sources mixed in there. And each of these, as you know, has different income eligibility requirements. Both HUD-VASH and LIHTC use HUD income limits for determining eligibility. And so HUD calculates these income limits annually, setting limits at 30%, 50%, 80% of area median income in every community around the country. And that's what LIHTC uses, as well as HUD programs. Key point for HUD programs, for including VASH and regular housing vouchers, basically the rules are such that it's
both of these programs are able to assist households with incomes up to 80% of area median income. This is very easy to do in the VASH program. Even for regular vouchers, housing authorities may admit households with incomes up to 80% of AMI for specific populations, so long as they have the policy spelled out in their administrative plan, and the policy is consistent with local priorities as evidenced by the local consolidated plan and so on. So that's the case on the HUD side. On the LIHTC side, as you know, it's rather different. Typically, units that are subsidized by low-income housing tax credits have eligibility set at 50 or 60% of area median income. Now, not too long ago, Treasury issued a new rule that flowed from legislative changes that allows developments to use what they call income averaging. So they can admit households up to 80% of AMI so long as the average income of the LIHTC subsidized units in the development averages out to 50 or 60%. And so the idea there is to allow developers to place some lower income households, 30% of AMI or so, and some higher income households at 80%, so long as the average comes out to 50 or 60%. But that's not something that Treasury has made available to existing developments. It's only something available subsequent to the publication of the rule implementing that change. So, but it's an important change, I think, especially in this context too, and something to keep in mind. I mean, the other thing worth mentioning, and I know you're well aware of this, is that in West LA and in other areas too, there are often local programs, local requirements that are put into place that can also restrict income eligibility. And some of these are local subsidy sources, foundation grants, counties, cities have their own funding sources in some cases. And in many of these really target these scarce resources to developments where eligibility is set at lower levels, say at 30% of area median income. In addition, while I've explained the basics of the low-income housing tax credit eligibility as it exists in federal regulations, it's up to states to allocate low-income housing tax credits to developments. And many states, when these credits are allocated via competitions, in many states, the competitions they set up prioritize developments that are targeted to lower income households for credits. And so this can affect eligibility in developments as well. Next slide, please. Okay, this is just a table that basically puts the same information into tabular form with one addition. I'll just mention it because I know this has come up in conversations we've had with people in the field. The voucher program generally does have a requirement that 3/4 of the annual new admissions to a housing authority's voucher program have to have extremely low income, so 30% of area median or below. I will add that for VASH, this requirement doesn't apply at all. So for the program that's targeted to homeless veterans, this targeting requirement is not in place. Even for regular vouchers, PHAs may request an exception under special circumstances. Okay, next slide, please. And this table just shows the HUD income limits for the greater Los Angeles metro area in 2023. Just to give you a sense of what we're talking about when we're talking about 30%, 50%, 80% of area median income. And I highlighted the values in the first column there. Single person in HUD income limits are set for each household size, so 1, 2, 3, 4 person households. And I highlighted the one person since I would assume that most of the veterans experiencing homelessness are single person households, though not all of them, obviously. And so you can see at the 50% threshold, the income limit is about $44,000. At the 80% threshold, it's a bit over $70,000. Next slide, please. And here, these are data that Keith and his team generously shared with us that I thought it'd be useful to add. As you can see, this shows breakdowns for a sample of veterans in Los Angeles that were on the by name list. So a little more than 1,700 of these homeless veterans and where they fall on the income scale according to the assessments that VA did. As you can see, about 3/4 of them have incomes no greater than 30% of area median income. And about 87% are no greater than 50% of area median income. But there is a modest share that is above 50%. I will note, though, that just 9 out of the 1,700 were found to have incomes higher than 80% of area median for Los Angeles. So that's about a 0.5 percentage point within the sample here. Okay. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, so that's kind of the basics of the eligibility thresholds. I wanted to talk just a minute about, how incomes are actually determined under HUD rules too. So in general, for HUD programs, household income is gross annual income, but excluding specific sources of income that are specified in the statute, the authorizing statute. And you all may be aware of this, the authorizing statute for the voucher program, let's say, includes 2 specific exclusions of benefits for veterans. There's the deferred VA disability benefits that are received in lump sum or in prospective monthly payments. There are also benefits related to providing aid in attendance under Section 1521 of Title 38. So these are the 2 exclusions that are explicitly mentioned in the statute. And on the view of HUD's Office of General Counsel is that when Congress mentions 2 explicit exceptions, but no others, then Congress is expressing a particular intent here. And it's our view that HUD does not have legal authority to exclude any other sources of disability benefits for veterans. And then the final point is that, as you know, the statute governing the low-income housing tax credit explicitly refers to HUD income determinations for its rules too. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, let's talk a little bit about, HUD, we should say here, we're keenly aware of the issue that there's some number of veterans experiencing homelessness in LA and probably elsewhere who have incomes certainly that are higher than 50% of AMI, and there's, as the data I just showed indicates, there's some number that with incomes above 80% of AMI as well. And we recognize that this is a problem that needs to be addressed, and HUD is certainly committed to working with its partners at Treasury and VA to to ensure that every homeless veteran has access to the supportive housing or other services and assistance that they need to exit homelessness. We're fully committed to that. The question is just what is the right way to get to that end? And so recently, HUD has taken some steps to address this. I mean, first of all, while even for the VASH program, okay, housing authorities have authority to admit homeless veterans with incomes up to 80% of AMI. They also have discretion not to. Okay, the current regulations allow housing authorities to set lower income limits if they wish. Now, based on our conversations with the two big housing authorities in Los Angeles, it's our understanding that neither of them does this. But it is a possibility. And so one thing we're doing is making an effort to strongly encourage housing authorities that administer VASH vouchers to admit households with incomes up to 80% of AMI, especially if they've identified veterans in their communities who fall above that level. We've done this in a variety of ways, direct conversations with housing authorities. HUD has initiated, again, brought back a series of what we call HUD VASH boot camps, which bring together VA partners in local communities, housing authorities, other service providers, HUD, to talk through a variety of issues related to the administration of the VASH program. And in those boot camps, we are strongly encouraging housing authorities to admit households up to 80% of AMI. And I'll also mention that HUD has currently in the pipeline some updated VASH operating requirements for the program. So this is a notice that the timing's a little uncertain for reasons I can explain. But we intend in that notice to actually make it mandatory for housing authorities. So when that notice comes out, we anticipate that every housing authority that administers a VASH program will be required to accept veterans with incomes up to 80% of AMI. And then recognizing that this issue, because it's multifaceted, because these developments rely on a variety of funding sources, each with their own requirements, we have been working closely with Treasury and VA to address the issue more broadly and if necessary, to develop a legislative proposal to fix any identified problems. Next slide, please. To that end, we've had conversations with Treasury. Treasury is, and I should just say, full disclosure, we are not official spokespeople for the Department of Treasury in any ways. Yeah. So just to keep that in mind, keep that in mind. Anything I say is certainly based and confirmed by our conversations with them, but I would encourage you to verify with Treasury directly before you go with it. It's become clear in these conversations that Treasury is supportive of excluding all veterans' disability benefits from income for the purpose of determining eligibility for the low-income housing tax credit program, which would be a huge step forward, right? All these developments that currently have income limits at 50 or 60% of AMI, it would largely address that issue in those developments. And they are exploring various avenues for obtaining legislative changes to basically make this change. Federal government, you guys are all well aware of how the federal government works. It takes time to develop proposals like this, work them up the chain, actually get them introduced in a budget proposal or some other avenue, and then there's a whole congressional process. So it is going to take some time, but we are working with them to move that forward. I will mention that in the meantime, I think there are a number of interim steps that are useful to keep in mind. One, as I mentioned earlier, for any future developments that have low-income housing tax credits, and I gather, I mean, I'm not completely up to speed on this, I admit, but I gather that there are forthcoming developments in the West LA campus that are still just kind of in their nascent stages, right? Some are already well underway. But for future LIHTC developments, it's important to encourage, if those developments are intended to assist homeless veterans, it will be important in some communities, in the meantime, to encourage them to use the income averaging model for those developments rather than set a hard income eligibility at 50 or 60% of AMI, because that will allow those developments to admit veterans with incomes up to 80% of AMI. So that's one thing. I mean, the other thing is that, you know, working in local communities where, again, where, you know, it's been determined that these income limits are an issue, you know, it's important to, you know, to the extent that they make use of other funding sources, it's important to work with those funding sources to ensure that their requirements are not inadvertently excluding some vulnerable veterans. You know, again, these things are not easy, right? These rules are in there for a place, for a reason. Typically, those income targeting rules are in there because there's a strong interest in serving people who are seen to be the most vulnerable and at risk. Now, in this case, for complicated reasons, we've got important exceptions to that rule if you just look at the income, right? And my guess is that a lot of these partners who are interested in supporting permanent supportive housing for homeless veterans, they're going to be sympathetic to that argument and might be willing to modify their rules for these developments. And that goes for the state agencies that allocate low-income housing tax credits as well. For these states that are interested in prioritizing a certain share of their tax credits to supportive housing developments that will be assisting veterans with substantial disability benefits, then it would make sense for them to modify their prioritization criteria somewhat to accommodate those. But that's going to take working with the state agencies that set those competitive criteria. And then, of course, as I've already mentioned, encouraging PHAs to make use of their discretion to admit households up to 80% of AMI, which HUD is already doing, but local partners who are aware of that flexibility can help in encouraging them as well. So those are some things that we think are worth pushing in the meantime while we kind of work on a legislative strategy with our partners over at Treasury to move forward more broadly. And that's all I have planned. We'd be happy to answer any questions. I know Eugene sent us a bunch of other questions. We didn't work all of them into the slides here, but we'd be happy to answer other questions that you have, unless Richard wants to step in and add something.
Well, General, happy to take a question if you want to do so.
Sure, Richard.
Okay, thank you very much, Richard and Doug, for your presentation. I think the first flag I saw go up was Jim Zinner, and then Anthony Allman, Keith Harris, and then Dr. Bamberger.
Thank you very much for the presentation, and thanks for the recent flexibility as far as self-certification as well as extending the length from 60 to 120 days. We were having a real hard time with building 205 and 208, leasing up and getting people in, so that type of flexibility helps not only get veterans into housing, but lessens the burden on our outreach team, so thank you. And just want to point out that our housing authorities in LA County, our housing authority in LA County, within a week of that issuance, put together a policy countywide. So we've been using that. I am not the housing authority for LA County, just to be clear. One thing that came up as FMR isn't really relevant, it wasn't part of this conversation, but some of the stuff that we've heard from the VA is that we need to increase FMR. What we see is that there's not a lot of folks that are even coming close to 120% FMR, so that's why we're not planning to raise that to 160, if you haven't heard that piece. The piece about the flexibility, though, is I wanted to raise, do developers have their own process for lease up? Or developers do have their own process for lease up. Are they being encouraged, or can they be mandated to create similar policies as we have at the county level as far as taking advantage of these self-certification? Because what we've seen in 205 and 208 is the VA has a process, the housing authority has a process, and then the developer has a process. And so we were juggling a lot of things, and with that 60-day mandate, it was killing us. We had to keep going back and getting a new letter of income and stuff like that. And so that would be really helpful if that hasn't been addressed, to address that. And that's it. I'd love to hear an answer on the last question.
Yeah, let me, just on the FMR question, we recently just put out updated FMRs. I believe they reflect a 12% increase across the board, higher in some communities. For the second time, we actually incorporated some private sources of rental income data. We know that some of the federal sources of data on rental costs maybe aren't reflecting some of what we're seeing as the sort of real-time changes in the rental market. So we're starting to use some sources of private data also to inform FMRs, which is why last year's FMR increases saw a significant jump, and also the one that are out right now, I believe still for comment, are also reflecting a significant increase. So that's already out there in terms of new FMRs. With regard to the, you were referring to the recent waivers that we approved for HACLA and LACTA to allow them to issue vouchers to veterans while having additional time to obtain verification of Social Security number, date of birth, disability status, and income sources. I think, so glad to hear that that's already operational. We're eager to see how that actually helps to unstuck some of the housing placement challenges. If there's other programs within those developments that are also not allowing that same flexibility, I think we certainly would be happy to work with LA partners and just providing some technical assistance. It's hard to know what some of the other programs are and what their requirements are for verification before admission, but we'd certainly be happy to provide some technical assistance to help sort that out and see if there's ability to extend those flexibilities for other programs that HUD doesn't administer. So, Doug, you can add.
Yeah, I'll just add that, just to mention, so we did provide these waivers to the two housing authorities in Los Angeles that we hope will significantly streamline the whole process of admitting households and documenting their income and so on. We are exploring, as Richard said, we're really interested to learn more about the experience there as a result of this, but we are exploring ways to the extent that we can within the confines of the statute to extend flexibilities as much as we can to other communities too, though we do believe that some of the more significant changes that will be required would require some statutory change too. On your question about, this is an issue we hear a lot about, where a development has tax credits, let's say, and there's a separate income verification process for the tax credits as well as for the project-based voucher. And why can't we just do one income verification process? And that's another thing that requires statutory change, right? So, there was a recent change, 2016, in the statute governing the housing voucher program and HUD programs that allows agencies to accept, income verifications from other sources within a certain period of time, just to get them in the unit. But the housing authority still has to do its own determination. So we hear more about the flip side, where a household is given a housing voucher, so the housing authority has already determined that they're eligible for the voucher. They find a unit in a tax credit property, and then they have to go through the whole income verification process again. Documents get lost. It extends the time, and that's a thornier issue. That is something that, and we've had numerous conversations with housing authorities in New York about this. I mean, there's privacy issues involved, so we've discussed, couldn't the housing authority just like share the information, the income information with the other provider? Well, we think a housing authority can do that, but only with tenants' consent, and that's something, there are no HUD rules governing that, but a housing authority could set up, could request consent from a tenant to share documentation with a developer in that case, to at least streamline the process. But that's something that all has to be done on the local level.
Are you aware of Assembly Bill 210 in the state of California where it allows data sharing?
I'm not sure. Yeah.
Yeah, so there's a state level authority to share homeless data. So that might be something that we could look into. And I would love to connect you with a group of veterans who are actively working to get veterans and their families housed to get more information about some of the pain points that we're continuing to see in LA County. Okay. And I'll take I'm sorry, real quick. I will take the 80% AMI back to our local housing authority. Sounds like a great solution.
Okay, Mr. Allman, next question, and don't forget to identify yourself, questioners.
Thanks, Anthony Allman for the record. I'm not as steeped and educated as some of my colleagues are on the AMI issue. If we can go back to the eligibility slide, this might be a wordsmithing issue, but one of the, the law specifies that two types of veteran benefits are excluded from income. Deferred disability benefits from the VA that are received in a lump sum amount or in prospective monthly amounts. What does that mean? Because when I read that, VA disability compensation is paid in prospective monthly amounts. So to me, that's a little confusing. Can you clarify that?
Yeah, well, that's a good question. And I'm not sure I can provide a satisfactory answer.
My understanding is that in some cases, particularly with veterans who are experiencing homelessness, they may not have been connected and determined whether they're eligible for disability benefits. So they end up having back owed benefits. And so those might be provided in a lump sum payment. That lump sum payment would be excluded. I believe, generally speaking, and Doug, you could speak to the precision, the way that income is defined for the voucher program is income that is expected to be continuous and provided on a regular basis. So any kind of lump sum payment or a one-time payment is generally excluded from income.
So I just thought of this scenario, so I don't expect you to have an answer. But if there is a homeless veteran that gets put into housing, and let's say the County of Los Angeles helps them file a disability claim, and they get a lump sum payment, that will not be counted as income. But the next year when they go to income verify, they are now receiving a VA disability compensation that's going to make them ineligible for housing?
Yeah, the amount that they're expected to receive on a regular basis, that annual amount would then would be considered as part of their income.
Right, but so then what happens? The veteran is housed and then they are now disqualified and then have to find.
I can tell you. So, I mean, just the general issue is, right, so suppose you have a veteran who is admitted to the program, right, because their income is below the threshold, but at some point in the future, for whatever reason, their income increases. Does that make them ineligible? And the way it works in the voucher program is that, so people's incomes are re-verified every year, right? That re-verification is not really an eligibility determination per se. It's for the purposes of determining what rent they pay in the assisted unit.
Oh, okay.
However, if it's determined that the income is high enough that they would receive zero subsidy from the voucher program, then that's an issue. And the way it works, like for project-based vouchers and a project-based voucher development, and this can include supportive housing, the way it should work is if a veteran's income is increased above so they have received no subsidy under the voucher, because the voucher subsidy is based on their income and the rent, right? It fills the gap between their income and the rent. But if the subsidy is shrunk to zero because their incomes have gone up, then there's basically a 6-month grace period. And then they have options. You know, the household and the owner operator of the development has options. And I want to mention this and I should have mentioned this earlier, apologies for that. Another important strategy here is in doing supportive housing development, doing mixed income developments, right? Where so some units are subsidized with tax credits, project-based vouchers, but some units are not. And there's sophisticated ways of doing this, you know, so in some places where they know, and I think this would be a great application of this, a developer can make an arrangement with the housing authority to add or remove project-based vouchers from units if they want to put an over-income household in there. So there's nothing to prevent a developer of supportive housing from putting project-based vouchers in, say, 90% of the units under some circumstances. You can't do that generally, but under some circumstances. And then, or 100%, they could start with 100%. And so long as they get nothing but households who are, below 80% of AMI, they're fine. But if they get some who are above, they can remove a project-based voucher from their contract and put somebody into that unit. Now, if the person is already there, what they can do is they can offer them another unit in the development that's not subsidized. They can remove the project-based voucher from the contract for that unit. Or the other option, of course, is the person can move to another development.
Well, this is actually rolling into what I wanted to ask, the big question. I'll make it brief. What I'm concerned about is that we will be so successful in terms of building these units and addressing this AMI issue and getting homeless veterans into these units, and they will be stabilized and they will recover, and some of them will be wanting to perhaps go back to work and integrate into the broader community. And what I'm afraid of, and this is sort of a cautionary tale because I'm rolling off this federal advisory committee, is I think that is not something that we are thinking about. And I think it's something that is absolutely, we need to take that into consideration, because all of us here go to work. It's a part of our daily life. It's not saying that they have to, it's not a requirement, but if you are capable of, and you want to, the system right now to me doesn't account for that. And so, we've looked at other situations. Dr. Bamberger has brought up, for example, the Social Security Administration PASS program, where a recipient of SSDI can work without losing their disability payment. Now, it's sort of like a trust account. It goes into some account. It can only be drawn down for certain funds like education or anything like that. So just broadly speaking, does HUD have a vision for that? I mean, we have to imagine that people will recover and are fully able. And then what?
Yeah, so I think as Doug mentioned, the voucher program, including HUD-VASH, is already designed to allow for that economic mobility. We do want people to work and actually increase their incomes. The income that you have to become initially eligible for a voucher is not the income that you have to stay at for the life of your obtaining that rental assistance. And so there's already built-in flexibility that your incomes can increase, your subsidy level will decrease, not exactly proportionally, but to some degree, up until the point where you become no longer, like as Doug mentioned, your subsidy level becomes zero, in which case you're paying 30% of your income towards rent, and you can afford to do that at the rent level. And that is how the voucher program is already intended to be. Now, yes, there is an issue where if people reach that point where their incomes have increased so much that their subsidy level reaches zero, and then they may feel like they're taking a bigger hit in terms of spending more of their income towards rent. But that is sort of the nature of the program. But I want to just sort of dispel any sort of views that somehow like you have to stay at a certain income level for the voucher program. That's not how it's intended to work.
I think that's helpful clarification. I guess the one thing we need to figure out is, well, what this campus is essentially between Brentwood and Westwood. It's a high rent area. So let's say a veteran does get a job and makes enough to get to the point at which they are now paying zero subsidy. Well, if you're telling a developer that goes to potentially market rent, I mean, that's very high rent in Los Angeles. So I just want to offer that as something to think about, because I do foresee us being successful. And I think that is the next challenge beyond the AMI.
Yeah. That obviously is a bigger challenge in general, which is just that market rate housing is just really expensive and unaffordable in Los Angeles, but frankly all over the country. And I think that's a bigger challenge that HUD is working to solve through other means, which is just to increase the supply of rental housing in general, affordable housing that includes people who aren't necessarily needing a voucher. The other thing I'll say is we also have other programs within the voucher program that housing authorities can use, including things like the Family Self-Sufficiency Program, which I'm not sure how many this has been applied to HUD VASH recipients, but where people can actually be set up with a savings account, and the amount that they pay towards the housing authority can be put into an account that becomes a savings. Some housing authorities even are able to match that, and that actually ends up helping veterans to gain assets and actually build wealth. There's also
that's super interesting. But I'm sorry, just to clarify, you said that has not been applied to.
No, I just don't know to what extent it has, but okay. I imagine it probably has been applied. But we'll do a little bit of research on whether FSS has been applied to HUD VASH.
Thanks.
We've also been piloting with VA some instances where HUD VASH can be used to support home ownership, and so there is some flexibility to use HUD VASH to actually help veterans pay for a mortgage rather than a rental assistance. It's a small scale pilot, but again, there are some tools out there, albeit not at scale, but to be able to help veterans to build wealth. Because we agree with you, we don't necessarily believe that for all homeless veterans that their life must be that they have to live in the HUD VASH unit. And we've seen many people turn back their HUD VASH vouchers after increasing their incomes, which is part of success.
Can I just add one thing?
Okay, let's get Dr. Harris in here.
Thank you, General. Appreciate the presentation and info. And my plan generally is to sort of stay in the background of this dialogue, but I had two quick things about income averaging. Because one of them was something I didn't understand until just last Friday, which is that the average is calculated on the unit income limits and not on the tenant's income. And that surprised me a lot, because we have a very large number of zero income, very, very, very low income veterans. And I figured as soon as you incorporate income averaging, fill a bunch of units with zero income, and then you can go up to 80 on the rest. It does not work that way. So I'm just sort of sharing that for everybody. It's the limits themselves on the units that the average is based on. And the other thing, and Doug, I think you noted this, which is it still only fixes the tax credit piece of this. And so the other sources of financing, the things like VHHP in California or county or city funding, we're still stuck and can't really get around that with income averaging. I love it in concept. It's a little more limited than it initially sounds like it would be, and just wanted to make sure that was clear.
Okay, Dr. Bamberger.
Thanks. You guys are great, and we're getting close, which is so wonderful. Our goal here as the advisory board is to find housing for every veteran experiencing homelessness, and particularly the people who are the most disabled as identified by the VA as having 100% disability. And those are the ones we're really concerned about. And you've addressed most of the challenges thus far. We're getting close, but we're not getting all the way. So the first question I have for you, Richard, in particular, is how do you see things that are different about project-based units on campus versus tenant-based units in the hinterlands of Los Angeles? How do you see the services serving people who are 100% disabled as perhaps better or different than might be served outside of the campus?
So, Josh, is your question about what we see as the benefits for project-based units, HUD VASH, as opposed to tenant-based?
And specifically in the LA situation where, Sally and her team are talking about, have a mobile unit that's parked in front of the buildings, have some nurses that are there. I mean, for the people who are really ill, like when we were at USICH, we talked about the right treatment for the condition, and wondering how you think about project-based units as being the right treatment for some veterans, particularly 100% disabled, versus being out in tenant-based vouchers.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to make a generalization here, but I do know, I think there's benefits obviously to project-based vouchers in particular, but also just project-based, purpose-built, permanent supportive housing in general. I think there's tremendous value in that. As you know, it's very difficult to utilize vouchers in this current rental market where rental costs are very high, and private landlords often can find private renters who are not subsidized to be able to pay rents well above market rate levels. So we know housing authorities are struggling with finding available units in the private market. So there's a cost efficiency to having units that are subsidized at the project level and on the capital side, such as through low-income housing tax credits, to use vouchers. You get more bang for your buck in a project-based setting. But in terms of the benefits to veterans or people who are experiencing homelessness who have greater challenges, there's obviously benefits of having on-site supportive services and wraparound case management that's available on-site. Now, not everybody needs that. I want to be really clear. Not every person experiencing homelessness needs somebody who's on-site. And certainly, we generally promote the idea of integration, that people should live in the community like anybody else. But I know I've personally seen lots of benefits where you have the availability of on-site supportive services, particularly for people who have greater health challenges. There's also the value of community, that being in a tenant-based setting can be isolating if you're not around other people. And particularly for veterans who have experienced homelessness with other veterans, veterans who've been in unsheltered settings where they've ended up living in an encampment and built social bonds. Often it's much easier for them to want to live in a setting where they're able to live with other peers who have similar experiences. So there's lots of benefits to this. But I think we need it all. I think we need both scattered site or tenant-based as well as project-based units. And I'm really glad that there's work happening in Los Angeles to develop purpose-built and project-based permanent supportive housing for veterans. And so that is why we are spending so much of our time on trying to find the solution to ensure that our programs don't become a barrier to access for veterans into those developments.
That's great, thank you. So just setting the table that, we all recognize there are some veterans who really would be better served on site at the West LA campus. And then, so you talked about some opportunities for blending, funding, and so forth to overcome this AMI challenge. But since many or maybe even all of the proposed buildings on site also have local funding, some of which are voter approved through HHH, there's no way to raise the AMI cap. So most of the units are 30% AMI, some are 50, and a few are 60% AMI. And that still leaves, maybe 100 veterans who just can't qualify for the units that are on site because of the funding that is built in from jump for these units. So that's why we're getting to this issue of, can veteran disability payments be excluded from income calculations?
Well, let me just quickly say, we're happy to sit down and speak with the funders who provide some of the other state and local resources to see what flexibilities they have on their end to address their income eligibility and how they calculate income. On the issue of why can't, and I think this is probably an elephant in the room question, is why can't HUD just simply exclude VA disability benefits from our income calculations? That is, again, what we believe our Treasury colleagues are contemplating for the LIHTC. Why we can't do that for the HUD voucher program is simple. It's because the way vouchers work is it subsidizes the difference between a person's income and 30% of their income and the rent that's charged. So there's a inverse relationship between how much income a person, recipients of the vouchers have, and how many vouchers we have available. In other words, if you start to exclude various sources of income from calculations for the voucher program, all of a sudden housing authorities have to use a lot more of their HUD voucher resources to pay the same amount for fewer number of vouchers. We did some back of the envelope calculations, and we think at a minimum, something like if we just excluded VA disability benefits from income calculations, something like 19,000 to 20,000 HUD vouchers would just be wiped out, right? That could just happen, and that's probably a minimum estimate. And so that I don't think anybody here would want to support us actually reducing the number of HUD-VASH vouchers that we have nationally. And in some cases with housing authorities, they might be over budget where they actually don't have enough income, enough HUD-VASH resources to be able to subsidize HUD-VASH recipients currently. So that actually would harm the HUD-VASH program by excluding VA disability benefits. We think the 80%, increasing income eligibility 80%, both initially by encouraging and then ultimately by requiring that, actually will solve it for, again, 99.5% of cases that we've seen so far. Happy to look at more data nationally to see to what extent that 80% AMI income limit will actually include the vast majority of HUD-VASH recipients. And then I also want to say, if there are a handful of veterans whose VA disability benefits puts them above 80% AMI, I definitely think we need to sit down with VA to look at how can SSVF and other programs fill the gap. Because if their incomes are so high, then perhaps there's other rental assistance sources that don't have those same eligibility thresholds that can also address their needs.
That's great. So just to reiterate, there are two challenges that we're talking about in excluding veteran disability income in the qualification for housing. There's one, the budgetary impact it would have on the local housing authorities. And I think this group would really love to hear a more thorough analysis. Dr. Harris has done a simple analysis on this issue, and the budgetary impact from his numbers isn't particularly great. And in addition, we have 2,700 tenant-based vouchers that, as Philip has said, are sitting in a drawer. They're not being used. So Congress has already allocated funding for those 2,700 units, 2,700 vouchers that the VA has not been able to access that well. So there is some significant, I don't want to use the word surplus, but perhaps unspent funds that could potentially fill the gap in the budgetary hurt that could come if the veteran's disability was excluded. So love to hear comments on that. And then the other thing that we'll get to in a second is the statutory versus regulatory decisions as to what, does this actually have to go to Congress? But why don't we, answer something about the budget.
I see kind of three categories. So there's three categories of issues from our perspective here, right? One is the legal issue, right? Just that HUD does not have authority to do that right now. Two, I mean, it's a budgetary issue. So as Richard has indicated, in this so far, I mean, these are just preliminary estimates, back of the envelope kind of stuff, but it's based on the data that Keith and his colleagues provided about the distribution of veterans' disability benefits among homeless veterans in Los Angeles, because there are thousands of those veterans in LA who receive these disability benefits, right? So if you exclude all that from income, then, a share of that, roughly 30% of the income excluded, is basically funnels into increased voucher subsidy costs. When you do the math, it amounts to about a 20% increase in subsidy costs for the voucher program for, say, VASH in LA. It's a substantial amount of money, and on the order of millions of dollars. And then think about what you're doing here, right? So you're excluding income and increasing subsidy costs for hundreds of thousands of veterans in order to open the door to a very small number, ranging in the dozens, right? And so we're talking about increased subsidy costs and millions of dollars to assist a couple dozen veterans who are not eligible. The per additional cost of assisting those households is really big, okay? Plus, as Richard says, so there's these, couple thousand, I don't have the number here, of unused VASH vouchers, as you mentioned, the agencies have the budget authority for those. But if you exclude disability benefits from income, that budget authority goes to cover that increased subsidy cost. They no longer have budget authority to issue and lease the remaining vouchers they have, or at least for a share of them, not all of them, but like some share, like a third of them or something. So that's that trade-off. I mean, the other issue that honestly we worry about at HUD has to do with fair housing and discrimination. We worry at HUD that it puts us in the position of treating different categories of people with disabilities differently, just based on the source of their disability benefits. And so you could even imagine, if this were done, right, you've got two veterans in a supportive housing development, equally disabled, but because one of them receives benefits from VA and the other just relies on SSI, the one that relies on SSI is paying rent, right? And the one that receives disability benefits, because those are excluded from VA, they're paying no rent at all. And I mean, that creates substantial questions of equity in our view. I mean, I'll add too that, honestly, I don't think anyone disputes that, given the level of benefits that we're talking about here, these households can afford to contribute some money to rent, right? I mean, that's not really the issue here, right? The issue is they need access to the supportive services that come with supportive housing, right? That's what they need from these developments. And so, excluding the benefits, dropping the rent to zero in order to ensure that they have access to the supportive services in the housing that they need to move off the street, it's a suboptimal solution by a long stretch.
Yeah, so we're getting there, and I really appreciate it, and it really feels like you guys are digging into this in the way that we had hoped. And we're running out of time, and I know that there are a couple more questions that want to come, but the issue of statutory versus regulatory decisions, I just want to highlight, the recent HOTMA changes created some greater control over deciding income for veterans, and these regulations are going to go in effect on January 1st of 2024. And these specifically give the HUD secretary the opportunity by notice, not even by regulation, but by fiat, to change the definition of income for veterans. So wondering if this new change, which is taking place just in a couple months, could perhaps give HUD the opportunity to make these income changes without having to go to Congress for regulatory statutory changes.
Thank you, Josh. I want to just point out, yes, HOTMA gives flexibilities, but within the bounds of the law. And as many HUD attorneys and lawyers across our program offices, as well as at our Office of General Counsel, have looked at this issue and understand that what the law dictates for HUD VASH and vouchers is that you cannot exclude VA disability benefits, notwithstanding the flexibilities we have under HOTMA to look at this differently. So we still have to abide by the law, and the law is pretty clear that there are not statutory ability to exclude VA disability benefits. Not to mention what I think Doug and I mentioned, that this would actually harm the HUD VASH program by just reducing the number of vouchers. Let me also just say this. Our voucher program is on the discretionary side of the budget, all right? If more people qualify, it's not that the HUD's budget goes up for tenant-based rental assistance. We deal with annual appropriations. And that is why actually in the President's FY24 budget, we requested Congress to create a new mandatory voucher program for all extremely low-income veterans. That would be universal on the mandatory side of the budget. Now, we all understand the realities here in Washington, and that's probably not something that is being contemplated. But again, that is our statement as an administration, that we believe that all extremely low-income veterans should have the ability to have a voucher which would actually prevent and potentially eradicate homelessness among veterans. But again, under a program that is on the discretionary side, that's subject to annual appropriations, where clearly the number of vouchers in general that are available do not meet the need of the number of people who qualify. We are dealing with a fixed budget, and therefore excluding income actually ends up just shrinking the number of vouchers. It actually would, I think it would harm our efforts to end veteran homelessness.
Right, and that's great. Now I'm going to stop. This is my last one. Why can't you, again, either through statutory or perhaps regulatory changes, state that the total income that someone makes, including disability payments, is used for rent calculations, and excluding disability income for the purpose of qualifying for housing? So change the story so that you won't have the budgetary hurt because you use a different number for rental calculations versus calculations that are necessary to qualify for the units that are restricted by the LIHTC.
So that's not something we can do under current law, right? It would require a statutory change. However, I mean, I'll point out that what you're talking about is so basically allowing excluding income to be able to say, well, these guys are eligible for vouchers. But then when it comes to calculating the rent, you take the benefits into account. And so then what happens, of course, in most of these cases where we're talking about people with incomes above 80% of AMI, the subsidy shrinks to zero, right? And so, or very close to zero. I mean, that's the way it works in most communities around the country. As you approach 80% of area median income, the amount of subsidy in the voucher program, because of the way it's calculated, is going to shrink to zero. And so I think that sort of raises the question, why are we giving this person a voucher if they don't need a voucher subsidy to pay the rent, right? And I think the answer is the one I gave before, because what they really need is the supportive services that go with the housing. And so we ought to be looking at ways to ensure that people like this can access the supportive services in housing, but without taking up a voucher that they don't really need to cover the rent. You know, that's the way I think about it. Yeah.
Yeah, let me get Rob Beglin here before we run out of time.
Creating a different line of business, so you can support services outside the voucher.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you, General, and thank you, gentlemen. Good presentation this morning for a layperson like me who struggled to read both the statute and the regs around income.
We all do.
It was great. You laid it out, I think, very clearly. But I've got a bunch of tough questions for you, and I'm going to preface them by telling you that the explanations we've heard this morning are very much national explanations, but California, when it comes to homelessness, is a stubborn outlier in the nation, and Los Angeles, when it comes to veteran homelessness, is a stubborn outlier in the nation. The existing policy solutions are not working in Los Angeles, and they're not working generally in California. So as an advisory committee, we're left with trying to make recommendations to the secretary. And so we've been watching at a distance kind of this interagency debate between HUD, Treasury, and VA on what's the right way to go about this. So I guess the first question I have for you is on the legal, to kind of take your framework, Richard, legal, budgetary, and equitable. I think that's a good framework. We read the statute that takes effect as January 2024 as plainly conferring on the Secretary of HUD congressional authority to proceed by means of either rulemaking or notice to change the definition of income. I mean, I trust your lawyers have basically told you that when Congress says you can proceed by virtue of notice, that's even greater flexibility than proceeding by notions of rulemaking, right?
You're referring to HOTMA then?
Correct.
I will say that our legal understanding, and I'm not a HUD Office of General Counsel staff member, but what I would say is one of the kind of foundational aspects of the voucher program is income eligibility. It is sort of like what the voucher program is all about is ensuring that it's about income eligibility. And so within the bounds of what we have authority to change, one of the things we cannot change is just how income is actually defined, and you cannot have one definition of income for purpose of eligibility versus how much subsidy. That's sort of like built into the nature of our program. We've had many conversations with our Office of General Counsel, and believe me, as much as we are searching for a solution to this issue, we've continually pushed to ask if there is legal authority, and our understanding is that there is not legal authority.
So I totally get the premise that if you make a definitional change to income, it flows through to adjusted income. Totally get that premise. But I want to emphasize, I'll just read it to you. And I'm a lawyer, so I want you to go back and challenge your lawyers. But I think Congress spoke very clearly when they said excluded amounts, such term does not include exclusions from income as established by the Secretary by regulation or notice. So
I think it's clear, and I would really encourage you to challenge your lawyers on their analysis, that the secretary can proceed by means of notice after January 1st, 2024, to change the definition of income. I get that it flows through to adjusted income and the rental subsidy, but that now becomes a budgetary discussion, not a legal discussion. And so, I think one of the things we're going to struggle with as a committee is, if there's a congressional solution, is it a congressional solution around definitions, or is it a congressional solution around budget? Let me shift to the budgetary question. Doug, you said that you guys, or maybe it was you, Richard, you guys have done a back of the envelope calculation and seen what would happen if HUD excluded disability benefits from Los Angeles. And I think you said several $1 million. That number does not knock me out of the back of my chair, because I don't look at this as a problem of potentially dozens of people. I instead look at it as, we've got something like 500 veterans in the LA catchment who are at 70% disability or greater. So I look at that population as the population that's at risk of being ineligible when we want them to be eligible. So when I hear a number of several $1 million, I'm like, I've heard of the federal government spending that much money to solve problems like this. It doesn't cause me to kind of recoil. But let me ask you some practical questions. When you look at the two LA housing authorities, is there a separate HUD-VASH budget that's a separate from Housing Choice? In other words, are those separate allotments annually?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And could you give us a sense as to what the exact impact was? I know it's a back of the envelope calculation.
Just to clarify that. So the initial budget authority for new VASH vouchers is allocated separately to housing authorities, and they keep that money separate. Now, when it comes to renewing VASH vouchers, though, they go into the regular renewal formula that all the vouchers, get renewed through. But housing authorities typically ensure that they have enough money on hand to cover their VASH vouchers. So it is handled separately to some extent.
Okay.
It basically is one account, but they have to track the HUD-VASH budget authority separately. And we have to also report on HUD-VASH budget authority separately in terms of how many people are in HUD-VASH. And anyway. So.
Okay, and then the final point, and I thought it was a great one for you to raise, Doug, is this equitable one. And you're going to hear this from us in a way that you won't from any other group. I think there is a principled reason for treating veterans' disability benefits different than other disability pay. You've got to remember the definition of VA disability is a mental or physical illness incurred or aggravated during military service. I think there are equitable grounds for treating that population differently than others. You're going to hear it's an advocacy question, but I think reasonable minds could differ and say, yeah, that's a reasonable basis for treating these things differently.
We're happy to further look at this, and certainly we'll bring back to our who will be very unhappy lawyers about looking at this issue yet again with us. But just to come back to the budgetary impacts here, Doug mentioned it's maybe millions of dollars just for Los Angeles, but we have to, I think, keep in mind, if you exclude VA disability benefits from income calculations, that includes all the veterans who are currently in HUD-VASH currently. And we can't do that separately for Los Angeles than we can for the rest of the country. And so the national impact of this could be fairly significant, where all of a sudden we don't have the full data on how much income we're talking about for HUD-VASH recipients currently and then future projected HUD-VASH. But we could be in a situation where the net number of HUD-VASH vouchers actually decreases below what it is today by potentially 20% or more, right? And so 110,000 HUD-VASH vouchers right now, we could be down to 80,000 HUD-VASH vouchers. I don't know how that would help us set back. That's a much bigger gap in terms of what I believe there's appetite in Congress to fill. And again, that would only make the program whole, not actually add more to HUD-VASH.
Yeah, I mean, I think I really appreciate this. Is very informative. Ask the lawyers if you could proceed by means of notice to have the secretary treat LA differently or treat California differently. I think that's a classic example of if the White House is pushing for the state of California and Los Angeles to be the subject of homelessness initiatives. The type of thing that if you do it by notice and you limit it to those markets, it's a good example of proceeding by notice and not a reg of general applicability. Thank you.
Mr. Mangano.
Just to support Rob's point about the extraordinary nature of the disability that veterans have. In our conversation with Deputy Secretary Todman last week, that was exactly what she asked us to do, was to define the acuteness of that disability and distinguish it from other disabilities so that in fact there would be a clear case for HUD to take action for those 70 to 100%. Obviously, we understand the difficulties. OMB would push back where you'd have to do it for everybody, therefore we can't do it for anybody. It was similar to what happened with the chronic homelessness initiative. We had to define very specifically what chronic homelessness was. Well, we knew that OMB would never go for it. So we are going to work on that paper that Deputy Secretary Todman asked for, to provide HUD with a document or a thinking paper about what holds those folk in a place where they should actually receive this benefit in terms of disincluding their disability benefits. But I actually wanted to ask about this. So HUD is supporting this, right? The Treasury is going to exclude the possibility that Treasury will exclude VA disability benefits. So wouldn't that be, Doug, the very issue that you're talking about, in that that would exclude those benefits, therefore there would be less income to HUD, therefore there would be potentially fewer subsidies. So can you help me with that and distinguish why that isn't the case?
I mean, Doug, I'll let you elaborate if this, but Philip, so the tax credit program is different in that the amount of subsidy is not relative to people's income, right? They have an income eligibility definition for people who can get in, but the amount of the tax credit doesn't go up or down based on the income level of the veteran. So excluding VA disability benefits for LIHTC purposes doesn't have any budgetary impact on the tax credit program because the subsidy is built into the units and that tax credit is there regardless of whether they're at 50% of AMI or 80%, and if disability benefits go up or down, if that answers.
So there would be no impact?
There would not be a budgetary impact by excluding VA disability benefits for purposes of LIHTC.
In a LIHTC?
Correct.
What about in other forms where, for example, in some of the home key efforts, it's state money being utilized to expedite matters so that LIHTC doesn't require a couple more years to get something done, that the dentists don't have to worry about that, the dentists who invest in that.
I mean, I think this is a unique, the exclusion of disability benefits has a unique impact on the voucher program because of the way vouchers, the amount of the subsidy goes up or down based on whether people's income goes up or down. LIHTC, other capital sources such as our home investment partnerships program or anything else that brings the sort of this kind of rent schedule down for those units, that doesn't change based on what's included or not for income. So it is a different calculus. I think we should have probably pointed that out proactively. But
so in some cases, the exclusion of that resource would have an impact on the number of vouchers, and in other cases, it would not.
It would not on the LIHTC program.
Yeah. Not in the LIHTC. And the presumption is that most all of these are LIHTC, is that right?
I mean, LIHTC is probably the largest engine of affordable development. So we're assuming that most of these developments have.
But not exclusively. I mean, there are efforts going on where LIHTC is not being utilized. It's the state money that's being utilized as a capital investment up top.
Right, and then it's just a question of what is calculated for purposes of income eligibility for any of those state or other capital sources. But again, those capital sources the subsidy level of those capital sources doesn't change based on what's calculated as income. So again, this is unique to vouchers where you're paying a gap between income and rent levels. Okay. The other thing I'll just say is, if for those 0.5% of estimated homeless veterans whose VA disability benefits pushes them above 80% in AMI. If they're in a tax credit development, the base rents are already below market, right? And so there may be ability for them to afford that unit with their VA disability benefits in a tax credit property and potentially still avail themselves of the supportive services that are available on site. And that's something we can certainly discuss further with VA as to how HUD-VASH case management can work in a site-based, project-based environment.
So 2 more quick questions, if I might, General. What do you think is the most significant impediment to getting the AMI issue resolved and getting those veterans into housing? Because what we hear is a bit of a conundrum. We talked to your deputy secretary, and she feels that is a bit of a conundrum. She can't quite figure out why it's not done. We talked to the VA, there's movement, but it's not getting done. We haven't talked to Treasury, frankly, but I presume they're thinking that there's some conundrum aspect of this, or it would have been done a long time ago if it was a simple, rational matter. So I know you've been involved in this, Richard and Doug, what's your sense of what the major impediment is in getting this done?
I think it's conundrum because of the many layers of funding that all have different income eligibility calculations and definitions. For the HUD side, it's not a conundrum. I think we have already issued communications from our principal deputy assistant secretary to housing authorities nationally that they should use the flexibility right now to increase HUD-VASH eligibility to 80% AMI. As Doug noted, we very much intend to actually make that a requirement at the point at which we can actually issue that revised notice. So we're already taking those steps. That's moving forward. To address the LIHTC barrier, that's something that Treasury would need to take legislative action on. Our understanding is that they are working to do so. But again, that will require Congress to make what I believe is a very small statutory tweak to LIHTC statutes.
So is the primary impediment now, from your perspective, since we had the VA secretary here earlier, eager to resolve this, you're saying that from your perspective, eager to resolve it. So is the major impediment Treasury making this decision? Is that the impediment that we need to target our advocacy to?
It is one of the impediments. And again, I encourage you to talk to Treasury. I don't want to speak, or Doug and I cannot speak for Treasury. But our understanding is they are supported as an agency and in their leadership level of pursuing the legislative tweak that would exclude VA disability benefits for LIHTC across the board. And that would be something that, again, Congress would need to act on. And so I encourage you to talk to Treasury about what legislative change they're seeking, and then determine whether there's support in Congress for that.
So if this would occur, your bullet point 1, that would pretty much resolve, that would get the 3 major agencies involved and get this resolved, and this would no longer be a significant issue.
I think, right? Well, to the extent that there's other state and local sources that also have different income eligibility rules, that is the next step for us to speak with partners in.
But most all of them base what their eligibility rules are on HUD definitions. I mean, isn't that right? They do 30, 60, 80, up to 120. I mean, all of those determinations, mostly from foundations, from LIHTC, they're using HUD's percentages, HUD's income eligibilities.
Yeah, I mean, we probably need to look at what those sources are, what their rules are. And there could be any number of changes that could be made at the state and local level, either on whether they exclude disability benefits for purposes of income calculations for their programs, or whether they can actually say if a veteran has already been qualified for HUD-VASH or other vouchers, they are considered automatically income eligible for their project. There's a couple different pathways. We just need to have the conversations with state and local agencies to see what they can do.
Well, we're certainly hoping that this gets resolved. It seems to be taking a lot of the air in the room of other larger issues. Finally, we would be remiss not to ask about HUD utilization, HUD-VASH utilization. You know, one of the things that we've noted is there are 25 unutilized underutilized or unutilized, like 2,500 unutilized, about 5,500 in our state, here in California, about 22,000 across the nation. So just wondering what further actions you've been taking on that front, because I know we brought that issue to HUD several years ago.
Yeah, so this is a top agency priority, is increasing voucher utilization, particularly for the HUD VASH program. It is something our deputy secretary has charged and is closely monitoring. We're taking a number of steps to do so. Doug mentioned the HUD VASH boot camps that we've reinvigorated. That was something we did in a prior administration. We've revived that. We've held a few already. We have one in the Los Angeles region scheduled for, I believe, in December, if not November. And that is where we bring together housing authorities and their VA partners. One thing we learned through our initial sets of these boot camps that we've held in the Midwest and in the Mid-Atlantic area so far is that has been a lot of staff turnover, both at VA medical centers and at public housing agencies. And the level of collaboration and understanding about the flexibilities they have for HUD VASH, a lot of that memory has been lost, and so that institutional memory. So we found these boot camps to be incredibly helpful in just unsticking a lot of these bottlenecks and challenges to increasing HUD VASH utilization. But Philip, I'll assure you, it is a top priority that we're working on. We also know VA is working very hard to fill staff vacancies, which is also challenging. We know, and that's true for all human services sectors. It's just really difficult to fill staff vacancies. But that is another aspect of this work as well, is to ensure that homeless program staff at the local level are being hired and retained. VA is also working on, and I'm sure VA can speak to this, collaborative case management, so that the intake for HUD VASH isn't tied to the number of HUD VASH case managers in a direct way, but where a team-based approach to case management would enable some more flexibility so you can intake more veterans even as you're trying to fill staff vacancies.
So has there been some impact on those numbers of the unutilized, the 2,500 in Los Angeles, the 5,500 in California, 22,000 across the nation? Are there tangible results to everything that you just mentioned?
Not yet. We're hoping that these boot camps and some of the other work we're doing is going to increasing FMR. So the sort of like multi-pronged approach we're taking to increasing HUD VASH utilization is going to start seeing results in the coming months. But we've seen the utilization rate stubbornly stick to about 75% of HUD VASH according to HUD's calculation. So it's something we're concerned about. Working on ensuring that there's sort of two aspects of this. We need more veterans to be referred to the HUD VASH vouchers and vouchers to be issued. Secondly, we need to help veterans to lease, use those vouchers to lease in the private market. And we know the rental market is pretty brutal right now. It's very competitive, and rental costs are still remaining high. A lot of competition for those units. So I think HUD, I speak for VA and HUD to say, we're doing all we can to ensure that we're improving the issuance side of this, the sort of front end of referrals and issuances. With lease-ups, we could use a lot of help from community partners to engage landlords, make sure that we're marketing the HUD VASH program for the excellent program that it is, and ensuring that landlords are being brought into the program, because we could use a lot more help in finding vacant units and landlords.
Is part of your quote-unquote boot camp back several administrations ago, we call them policy academies, and that seemed to have a higher level of commitment of state officials and local officials, calling policy academy as opposed to a boot camp. But I'm wondering, is part of that being more sophisticated with regard to housing search? So for example, one of the things we've done here in Los Angeles is bring to the table people who know how to do housing search in a very professional manner, essentially creating real estate agents for homeless people. So is that part of what you're doing in your quote-unquote boot camp?
It is, and what we go through in the boot camp is a review of all the operating requirements and all the existing flexibilities. And I tell you, I actually participated in the Chicago HUD VASH boot camp we held in Region 5, and I could tell you how many light bulbs went off in the room when we talked about the flexibilities that exist in the HUD VASH program. Staff just didn't know about these flexibilities, so we're encouraging that. But every team of VA medical center staff and public housing agency staff that participate in this must come up with an action plan that they have to implement within the first 6 months. And that action plan can include things like, we're going to increase our income limits to 80%. We're going to actually take advantage of the flexibility to go to 120% of FMR. It could be that VA is going to make process improvements so that they can actually refer more veterans to PHAs, even though, even if their staffing is low. There have been a number of things that have surfaced through those boot camps that are coming in these action plans.
So just to be clear, in the boot camps, beyond having VA staff and HUD staff and the local entities, there is technical assistance expertise on how to do a better job creating landlord-targeted engagement.
Absolutely. We reinforce, and we've done a lot at HUD over the last several months in terms of providing more flexibilities around the voucher program. For example, actually, and Doug can speak to this, but we issued a notice clarifying the broad uses of administrative fees that we provide to public housing agencies.
Mm-hmm.
We clarified that you can use those fees for housing navigation, landlord search, paying security deposits, some move-in expenses, including landlord incentive fees that we're actually allowing housing authorities to use those admin fees to pay signing bonuses and things for landlords or risk mitigation funds. So we're putting out all stops in terms of just what flexibilities they have. And now it's about getting the word out. I mean, I understand not everybody reads HUD notices as closely as I do. And so I think that a lot of this is just getting that word out to the people on the front lines who actually administer and operate the HUD VASH program, both on the PHA and the VA Medical Center side.
Yeah, and I would just say finally, so what we're looking for are results. And so far, there aren't any, according to you. And this is an issue that we've raised, I think, for most of the 6 years that we've been together. So we're very eager to hear that the numbers of utilized HUD VASH are up. The utilization rate is up.
Yeah, I mean, I'll say we've seen more leasing of HUD VASH. We've seen more issuance of HUD VASH. We're also seeing some challenges of retention as well. And so the net number of vouchers under utilization has remained stable even though and again, the other thing about this is we're adding more vouchers even so the denominator is increasing. So, it's not that we're not seeing progress, but again, I think some of the work we just started beginning at the end of August and that we'll be continuing over the next several months with these boot camps, with some of the flexibilities that we are continuing to message out to PHAs. We hope to see those results actually translate into outcomes in the next few months, and happy to report back on what we're seeing with that, and also to receive other suggestions and ideas from this committee.
Thanks very much. We're out of time. We appreciate your time and the briefings. 30 seconds for Dr. Harris. You're well into your margin here.
Okay. Richard, I know you talked about going back to the OGC attorneys yet again on something, and I've actually had some of my own conversations with your attorneys about this issue. I just want to make sure it's really clear what Rob and Josh were saying, which is that as far as I know, all of their analysis to date has been based on the existing definition of income, statutory definition of income. There is a new definition taking effect January 1st that provides that clause about other exclusions by the Secretary by either regulation or notice. So I think what you're doing is going back and asking for a new analysis. You're not asking them to retread any ground. This is completely different in the sense that they have relied up till now on the fact that the current statutory definition only referenced deferred VA disability payments. Now there is an additional clause saying, or others as Secretary determines.
Yeah, so what's going into effect in January are the provisions of a new regulation that HUD released earlier this year. And there were extensive discussions about that HOTMA authority in the development of that regulation. And so that's been hashed through very thoroughly by HUD.
So now there's a new statutory definition that has been in existence for a long time that has not taken effect. I can send it to you. It's not just the regs.
That's what we're talking about is this is the implementation of the HOTMA change, right? Which is.
Oh, I understand that. And I'm happy to, I know we're out of time. I'm happy to pick it up with you outside, but there is both the regs taking effect, but there is a new statutory definition that has added
the new reg is implementing the new statutory changes is what it's doing. So there's a very close connection between those.
Understood.
Just really quick. I'm sorry. Just thanks for it doesn't require a response.
Who's that? I'm sorry.
Jim Zenner for the record. Can I have just quick 30 seconds?
30 seconds.
I want to illustrate why this is so important. So
we understand it's important, Jim. So go ahead.
The Peer Access Network in LA County is working with veterans to get them off the streets. what I'm hearing from them as they're getting their brothers and sisters off the street is they're hesitant to bring them to the county veteran service office to get benefits because they don't want them to be homeless. And I just wanted to ground us in the importance of this conversation today. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to have another discussion on this as we look at our recommendation. So points like that are re-emphasize that when we get to that. Okay, we're well into our lunch hour, and as a reminder, you've got to be back at 12:45. Our next 4 presentations are virtual, and so we need to be in place.
Again, you have the veteran canteen service on level C1, and you also have the cafeteria on level C1.
C1 is where? Elevator, C1.
Very good, sir. Stand by.
They're all yours. Okay. We don't have everybody. We have a quorum, so to speak.
Of course they did.
We're all eating downstairs.
Where's Mark Wellish? Didn't make it back.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. I hope you had a chance to get a bite to eat and a beverage of some sort. We'll start with the afternoon portion of our agenda now. First up, we have Mr. Dronke. I probably didn't say that correctly, sir. You can correct me. An update on the hiring process, specific focus on average time to hire, updates on GLO's hiring fairs. Mr. Dronke, it's all yours.
So good afternoon, everybody. My name is Mr. Joseph Dronke. On the line with me today, I have Mr. Grant Sloan, who's the Vision 22 Chief Human Resources Officer, Ms. Susan Goulet, who's the Deputy Chief Human Resources Officer, Ms. Latoya Daldelberger, who is our resident expert at marketing. She's our supervisor over the hiring fair strategies. And then we have Ms. Chelsea Childress, who's the Associate Director for Resources for GLA. Before we start, Mr. Skinner, I did have a question. Are these the updated slides from last night? If not, I would like to present because we had some changes.
Say again? Yes, they are the updated slides.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you. So, okay. Well, Mr. Sloan, do you want to go ahead and kick it off?
Absolutely. I think good afternoon, everybody. Still morning here on the West Coast. I'm Grant Sloan. I'm the Chief Human Resources Officer for Vision 22. I'm excited to talk to you a little bit today about hiring at GLA and hiring just generally speaking at Vision 22. So I think we're going to have Mr. Dronke go ahead and start, and I'll jump in about halfway through.
Okay, next slide, please. So our agenda that we have today, I know that as we're going through this, there's questions if we can pause until the end, and we can ask questions accordingly. So you'll see kind of our agenda of what we have and what we want to talk about the hiring process. Next slide, please. So for recruitment and retention, we wanted to give you an understanding of the Greater Los Angeles healthcare system with our growth and retention and some of the things that we've done here specifically. What I did want to point out is that the total vacancy rate that you see at the bottom, we're at 23% this year. That is considerable in the positive difference. For year over year, for fiscal year 22, we were actually at 25%. So that's been a 2% decrease. And when you have a facility of this size, there's something to be said about leadership and some of the things that we're doing to maintain those employees and to get that true top talent. So for us to understand where we are, we're sitting at about 6,845 vacancies. We have about 1,526 vacancies at any given time that we're working through. That does equal our vacancy rate for 23%. Next slide. Wow. So some of the hiring and things that we've done for this fiscal year. So as you can see, the numbers, they're pretty considerable for one of our facilities for Vision 22. We have 1,759 total gains that we did this year. That does not include any of the internal movement. So if there's somebody going from one service to the other within, that number is truly not counted. That's just additional work that we will keep in human resources. That's still an action that is there, but these are truly the external and interagency gains. So at 1,759, we have 1,250 of losses that we've had. So that is our net for 509. that we've been able to bring on board for positive effects. So with that net that we have, we're achieving about a 28% gain from claims in our losses. Pretty considerable. Next things that we have here is the occupations. So what you're listing in front of you is we take a snapshot of what we do on a daily basis, and there's a report that we run every week. And how every week what is considerable for us is that these 5 occupations listed below, these are the ones that are continually on our hard to recruit, retain. These are challenges that we have within the facilities, and these are just those with the highest turnover or the highest amount of recruitment workload. So starting with MSAs, our RNs, our social workers, our psychologists, and our LVNs. Those traditionally make up those that we're looking for HUD-VASH, peer support, things of that nature where they're going to be all-inclusive for the types of programs that we have to include services. Next slide. Okay, so when we talk about some of the things, we wanted to really focus on the last piece that we had where we talked about that 2% decline in our total vacancy rates as to what it was. So how are we trending in the right direction? So there's just a number of things that have been done in regards to being able to support and do some of the things that we need to do. So within that, there's the RMC committee that we work through, the Resources Management Committee. With all of the tools that we've had some positive trends. We've utilized 3Rs appropriately, and we've done a number of things to ensure that we have the top talent that once they're on board here, they continue to stay here. So within those, there's a number of incentives that we've done, both for recruitment and retention. And then we also have some SSRs that just put into place for social workers and the psychologists. Next slide, please. Okay, so what you're going to see here is a mental health provider recruitment snapshot. So there is a lot of data that you want to work that you're looking at. And what I want to be able to explain is that when we talk about our mental health providers, that's our social workers, our psychologists, our psychiatrists, and our psychiatric nurses. So this gives us a quick snapshot of where we are in the healthcare system. And what we did was a year over year from October of 22 to present for September of 2023. And what you can see is that these numbers are telling you that we are 80% staffed. So we've been able to reduce our vacancy rate by 5%, which is considerable. So as you see, we want to pay attention to the green, but we really want to focus in on some of the things that we have within all of these combined occupations. So with 848 active positions, we're leading into about 173 current vacancies as we're working through this process. Next slide, please. What's going to happen here is when we talk about the overall for the mental health, what we did is we also broke it down for those each individual occupational series. So for the psychologists, as you can see, this is significant for us. So the psychologist is sitting about an 84% staffing rate, which is great. That means that we've been able to reduce 6% from our vacancy rate over 22. Where we're at 22%, and we're now sitting at 16%. So that can be attributed to a number of things, but what we did want to focus on is that you'll start to see that trend between October and November of 2022, where you're going to see we're going from the yellow to the green. And what that indicates is that we had a special salary rate that was put into place around this time. So we've been able to grab most of those psychologists and be able to work through that. And this is also the time when we had EDRC that was approved at a national level. Where it was part of the Super 9. So that means that EDRP would be nationally funded for those psychologists. So for us, that was interesting to see. And for our social workers, it's something similar where you're going to see October, November of 22, where we were traditionally running at 29%. We've been able to reduce to 5% to 24% for our total vacancies. So it is significant. And the reason that you're not going to see as much numbers for the social workers, 5% might in and out seem like a lot when you're moving in a positive direction. However, the amount of social workers that we have, that is significant. So we did want to point that out that we've been able to reduce that accordingly. Okay. Next slide. So as we're continuing to talk through this, you're going to see the same thing for the psychiatrists and the nurses. So the psychiatrists, we were at 17%, and now we're sitting at 14% for this year. So it's significant, and you can see that we've been attained to be in the green. The national standard for us for current vacancies is usually around 15%. So for us, we are actually under the mark, which is great for our psychiatrists. The psychiatric nurses, which is those 6, 10, and 4s, we have had no turnover. So we're going to do some deep diving, and we want to pay closer attention to that. I believe that there might be some challenges with the nurse coding, if you will. So with the 5 active positions that we currently have on board, we've had no turnover. There's been no current openings. So we're just continuing to work through that and work with to monitor. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, so in regards to the hiring fair and some of the things that we've done, I just wanted to share a little bit of things with you. These are some of the pictures that we from our specific hiring fair that was held here in June of 2023 at the Sepulveda Ambulatory Care Center. Mr. Floyd, do you want to take it away?
Yeah, thank you, Joe. So as Joe said, we held a hiring fair at the Sepulveda Ambulatory Care Center on June 10th. You see some photos here of applicants and different HR professionals helping folks. It was a very successful event. Next slide, please. So one of the things I want to highlight about our hiring fairs are that they are extremely large events. They take a great deal of planning and care to set up, a tremendous amount of marketing. And GLA's was, I think, our most ambitious, where we had 55 separate occupations participating. So we were recruiting for those 55 occupations. That meant we had to have hiring managers available and on site to do interviews and make selections. And I will say that at the end what the actual results were. Next slide, please. So this is our roadmap for setting up a hiring fair. As I said, it's a partnership between the Business and Human Resources Office and the facility. As you can see, what we do is we form key stakeholders, or we get the key stakeholders together. So that would include leadership at the facility, as well as those folks who help us process employees on boards, such as occupational health, the lab, credentialing and privileging. But it's inclusive of a lot of other people too, as well as the VA police for safety and security, and EMS, so our environmental service technicians that help keep the place clean. So a lot of this, you can tell there's a lot of logistics that go into this. One of the things I want to highlight on the roadmap is identifying the space. Not all VA medical centers are built and conducive to having hiring fairs, which is one of the reasons we did choose to use the Sepulveda clinic rather than the main facility. Is there's a lot of construction and things at the main facility right now. We have found that using the incident command structure to carry out these fairs has been successful. Again, that's part of the partnership between Human Resources and the facility. We do a lot of rehearsals, a lot of walkthroughs to ensure that we have safe movement, good wayfinding, good signage, and that our process is going to actually work. And ultimately, about 8 weeks or so of prep, and then we can actually execute the fair. Next slide, please. One of the major differences, and I think difference makers in how we conduct a hiring fair, is our marketing. And Ms. Latoya is there on camera there, so it's nice to see you. We use a lot of different types of online marketing, print marketing, and even bus bench marketing to try to draw in folks into the federal government. One of the known issues with VA recruiting is that we use a lot of USA Jobs, which is just folks don't like it. They don't like using it. So getting out to platforms that people use more regularly, such as Indeed and Facebook, Instagram, and LinkedIn, has really helped us cast a wider net and bring in a lot of applicants that way. Next slide, please. One of the major focuses at the hiring fair is actually the candidate's experience. We all know that federal hiring can be an onerous process. And so, as I said, at these fairs, we actually have all of the pre-employment activities on site and ready to go. So as these hiring managers are making their selections, we're bringing people in and performing pre-employment physicals, background investigations, fingerprints, drug testing, labs, and really starting the entire process that day. We do have we do have to clear the folks, so there is some background work after the fair, but it is, I think, a novel approach to trying to do the recruitment there. But we also include, having refreshments available. We cater to walk-ins, so we do have a large contingent of human resources staff that attend these fairs. And if applicants do walk in and want to be considered, we will figure out what they are qualified for and move them over for an interview right then. It is a longer process throughout the day, so you can see some of the signage there. If you've been waiting longer than 30 minutes, please text this phone number. And that actually goes to human resources staff that will come out and locate the person and see if if they've somehow been missed or what the status is in order to get them through the process, right? Because we want to make as many selections as possible and move as many people through pre-employment as possible that day. Next slide, please. This is, again, part of the candidate experience. This is something we would hand them, and it really just highlights for them what their day is going to look like. If they're selected, they receive that tentative offer right then, they're going to move into the pre-employment activities. We actually do have a home-built system that tracks where our applicants are and allows us to know that they've completed all their pre-employment activities. We call it Oasis Express. It is it's an app that we've built, again, just helps with tracking. So when people go to checkout, we can ensure that we know that they have completed all their pre-employment processes for the day.
I think what's significant about this too, Grant, is that the hiring fair flow maps. What you're looking at on the left-hand side, this is a clinical flow map, and then on the right-hand side, it's a non-clinical flow map. So although the layout and the format is the same, what you're going to see is some of those requirements. So as Grant said, is that transparency to the person that is applying for that job on all the things that they're going to be able to accomplish. So the difference being the pre-employment activities, where we would include occupational health, lab, and credentialing. That would be the significant difference for us as far as the flow goes. So that way, that applicant can understand, what they're going to do with the hiring process on the day of.
Yeah, well said, Joe. Next slide, please. Future state of the hiring fairs, we are working with VHA to incorporate what our strategies are for hiring fairs into their Hire Right, Hire Fast playbook. This will be something that's given out to all the different human resources and medical centers for their consideration if they'd like to try and do an event similar to what we do. We are looking to schedule additional hiring fairs as necessary. We are going to plan some, I think, miniature, more sprint type activities where we're going to be focusing in on some of those hard to fill jobs and some of those really necessary jobs. So I think we'll probably be seeing something specific to mental health coming up here in 2024. Next slide, please. These are the results, from the hiring fairs. It's the number of selections. So we had 776 applicants come to the Tacoma VA clinic. We made 274 selections, and we had 148 what we call future hires. Those are applicants that should a new vacancy occur or someone drop out of the hiring process, we can immediately move them into recruitment and not have to go back out and advertise. So well-attended event, and I think we would agree that it was a successful event as well. We did get some social workers and some senior social workers, which is great. Those are hard to find. We did get a psychologist, which I wish we had more, but I'll take what we can get.
What is nice about this as well is that, as you can see, although we recruited for multiple occupations, what you see is a mix of our Title V, our Title 38, and our 38 hybrid. So there were some significant things that we had to do behind the scenes in order to make this happen. So I can't say enough about the hiring fair team that coordinated this effort with staffing. But we did want to show you the numbers up front to kind of understand, what our draw was for the greater Los Angeles area, and then what we're able to pull from. So it's exciting to see that everything from a housekeeping aide to those that, on the clinical side, that we're able to pull from there. So it is significant within those numbers.
Yeah, and I'd like to highlight just some of the success stories we've had, not at this hiring fair, but at a separate hiring fair. We did have a homeless veteran walk in looking for work, and we were able to hire that veteran that day, put them through the pre-employment process, and they are on board now at the Phoenix VA Medical Center. So those are the kinds of things that I think really help highlight just how awesome these things can be, but also help reconnect to the mission here about getting folks, the veterans, I should say, the help they need and continuing to support them. And I will also highlight that Mr. Dranchi here did make sure that that veteran was able to get back into his housing by providing him a letter saying that he was with the VA that day and was not out past curfew without reason. So it was really a great story there. Next slide. So in Vision 22 HR Leadership, we do serve on the National HRIS Standardization Group, which is great. It gives us some input into how our HR information systems are moving forward. And we are also members of the Hire Right, Hire Fast 2.0 launch, which is hiring fairs, onboarding surge events, and a focus on improvement to time to hire and time to fill are all part of this. And this is something that VA is going to be launching out there to, again, just continue to focus on hiring faster and more competitively.
On that one, Grant, I wanted to know, Ms. Latoya, would you be able to add a little bit in regards to part of the marketing process? I do know that there's some amazing things you're doing with that. So I wanted to talk or explain how we've been able to reach some of these candidates.
Yes, so part of the launch, they're actually also asking for a separate playbook specifically to marketing with some of the strategies that Mr. Sloan shared to include how to get paid marketing and developing a full comprehensive strategy. So you have your grassroots approach where you're actually out there in the various groups and then working with paid advertising in addition to our internal work with the Public Affairs Office and even the National Recruitment Office, which then helps in return get the turnout that we need and qualified applicants. So that's some of the additional work that we're doing alongside that will be shared across the entire health administration. Thank you.
Next slide, please. So I think we may have gone a little quick as far as the time block, but we're happy to take any questions you may have.
So can we go back to the previous slide? I believe it's slide number, if we can go to slide number 3, please. Okay, so between, yes, one more. Perfect. Okay. So within this, there's just a couple of things that we wanted to talk about. So when we have a vacancy rate of 23%, what I wanted to focus in on is just the explanation of what that 23% looks like. For us to have 1,500 current vacancies that we have within the healthcare system, it may sound significant. However, we have 6,845 FTE that we're currently working with. So our goal and what we'd like to see is that recruitment ratio to vacancy rate. So whenever there is a vacancy, there's something that is considerable for us. There's two measures that we have. We have the time to hire, and then we have the time to fill. So working with some of the stakeholders, some of the service chiefs, we really want to focus in on that vacancy rate. The goal, ideally, is to be under 20% for a facility our size, but we are definitely moving the stake, if you will. And for us to be sitting at 25% for FY22, going down 2% is significant. So we're talking anywhere between 100 to 200 vacancies that no longer exist for the facility, which is great, because that means that we're going to care to our patients that need it through those hires. Okay, and if you want to go to the next slide, please. Okay, so we had talked about this, historically, when I talked about the 80% for staffing, as to where we are with a 20% vacancy rate. What we look at is the numbers overall. So the total vacancies that we have within the mental health provider, we're sitting at 173 vacancies. So each one of those is considerable in that we're recruiting, we're doing all the things that we need to do. So the question tends to be, what can we do to continue to minimize this current vacancy rate? So I can say that leadership is engaged at all levels. We're utilizing our 3R process, as I mentioned before, the recruitment, retention, and relocation incentives. We're also utilizing our EDRP, the Education Debt Reduction Program. So as we're waiting for allocations for this new fiscal year, well, we'll be looking forward to that. But where we're having challenges in some of these areas, some of leadership can speak to, but we've really been focused on ensuring that this is on our critical occupations shortage list that we have that we're submitting to OIG, and we're just paying close attention to this. So as we're pulling reports, we're ensuring that we have compliance and that we're meeting that time to fill and that time to hire model to bring these applicants on board as soon as. So I did want to highlight that very quickly again. And then what I did want to focus in on is that the 5 occupations that I showed you previously, where it had high turnover, high vacancy, high recruitment efforts, each one of those current occupations has a current SSR, or it has a current incentive, or it has a current retention that we have in place to ensure that we're keeping that top talent and then we're working on the vacancies accordingly as they come open. But that has made a considerable impact to the facility. So we've seen some great changes. I've been here for going on 3 years now. And so we've continued to trend downward. So it's just great, and it's accolades to the leadership for the success that we've been able to realize thus far. The last thing that I wanted to focus in on is when we talk about this is the focus on the mini hiring fairs. So there was a slide that we had discussed, how are we going to reach some of these applicants? How are we going to bring them on quicker? Grant, I think you can speak to the size of the hiring fairs and how complicated it can be. So what we are doing is we're looking at doing a mini hiring fair, and GLA is going to be the first pilot to do so. So our main focus is going to be the health providers, homeless, and then those for peer support. So some interesting things and different ways to think with Mr. Sloan at the helm to help us continue to be the employer of choice here for the LA based and LA area. With that, I did want to highlight.
Let me interrupt you for just a second. We're getting a little bit close on time, and we have a couple of questions. Mr. Zinner.
Jim Zenner for the record. On the slide where you had the psychiatrist and then nursing below that, was that nursing practitioners that, or was it registered nurse with the 0 turnover?
The nurse practitioners that had the psychiatric code to it, sir.
Okay, great. Is there any thought, it looked like there was double-digit vacancy on the psychiatrist end, and this might be a question for Rob, but is there any thought into maybe converting some of those psychiatrist FTE to nurse practitioner, given that having a good rate of retention with the nurse practitioners?
Mr. Bertrand?
Hi, Joe. It's Rob Merchant for the record. Joe, thanks for the presentation today. Yeah, Jim, we're looking at all these flexibilities because in mental health, whether it's psychiatrists, psychologists, social workers, we have to be incredibly flexible and look where we can maximize. One of the frank challenges we're having, particularly with psychologists, is getting people to come work in facilities in person. The vast majority of our mental health encounters now, 70%, are done virtually. That works for a lot of people. It doesn't work for others. The challenge we have is a lot of those providers, if we don't offer that opportunity, will take their talents elsewhere. So that is something we are trying to work through in places like San Luis Obispo County, where we have an enormous difficulty recruiting. The ability to do that and leverage those personnel who are in Los Angeles is a plus. So there's a balance there. Joe, thank you for answering that question about context around the vacancy rate figure. I sent Chelsea a text message and said, please have Joe explain that and put that in context, because I do think that's important. When you hear that number sitting by itself, it does seem high. The other thing that I do want to mention is that a lot of these authorities, these pay authorities, things we call special salary rates, incentives, are authorities given to VA under the PACT Act. And we have been working very hard over the last year to implement those. We now have the critical skills incentives, which are rolling down, which address specific occupations to include things like housekeeping aides, nutrition and food service workers, those lower graded positions. And the other thing that we have been doing is all summer long, I was meeting weekly, and we've now gone to monthly with the 3 other medical center directors in Southern California, in Loma Linda, Long Beach, and San Diego, to level set our pay for important career fields across the board so that we are not competing among each other for the same people and creating this churn of people moving around the healthcare system for better salaries.
That's great. And just a follow up. Yeah, thank you, General Hopper. Jim Zenner for the record. So I had a conversation with a friend of mine who's a retired VA police chief, and he was explaining the lengthy process on onboarding VA police officers, and just wondering, how that's being considered and how we're planning ahead for all these units coming online.
So I can address a little bit of the hiring process for VA police. It is a lengthy hiring process. It does involve several exams, 2 of which have to happen sequentially. So it is just a tough thing to get through. There has been some improvement in our ability to send folks to the Law Enforcement Training Center. So I know that they've, at more of a national level, have focused on making sure that the training center is available. During the COVID pandemic, it did become a bit difficult to get folks through the Law Enforcement Training Center. But I've seen improvement in that, just generally speaking. As far as other units coming online, I'm not, maybe you could clarify that question for me.
Other positions?
As far as housing units, Jim Zenner for the record, as far as more additional housing units coming online on the campus, just the public safety plan and our ability to hire and time the recruitment of VAPD to make sure that we're keeping the campus safe.
Hey, Grant, this is Rob. Go ahead. All right, I'll go. Rob Merchant for the record. So, Jim, we are studying that and trying to come to a determination of what that number is. Right now, we have about 100 FTE in our police force for GLA, and that's a big number. But we are at a very, very high vacancy rate. And one of the challenges has been, for example, those who were selected at the hiring fair, looking at a 6-month gap between when we're able to bring those folks on board and when they can go to VA's Law Enforcement Training Center, which is one facility for the entire country located in Little Rock, Arkansas. There's a lot of throughput of people coming through there, particularly delays associated with reduced capacity during COVID as they've ramped back up. Now, there is a lot more pressure on that system. So I really think what we need to do is have a very good plan, and I'll be honest, I don't think we have it, on what the impact is in terms of the number of officers that are going to be required, the resource tail that goes along with that, and who is responsible for providing what portion of that security and where on the campus. For example, the public streets, vice, inside the actual buildings themselves and those units, and what's the line between VA police, private contracted security, and how all that comes together. One of the big limiting factors that we have had is salary, general depression in the number of people applying for law enforcement jobs across the community writ large, and then that throughput to the Law Enforcement Training Center. So looking at, are there options where we could use other law enforcement training centers, including the federal law enforcement training center as opposed to VA, and augment with the VA training that's required in order to build those special skills that are required for VA police that are different from law enforcement together are all things we need to be having a more serious look at.
Great. Thanks, Rob. Jim, for the record. Yeah, I mean, I think that's something that I'm committed to as long as I'm on the VCOEB, passing up any kind of recommendation through this board to the secretary to make sure that we have what we need to keep that campus safe. Thank you.
Dr. Bender.
Sally, are there any particular types of employment, classifications of employment that you would want to focus on to be able to reduce the number of unused vouchers and get more people housed, that you could bring to the HR department to perhaps increase salary or incentives, anything specific that would get some of these 2,700 vouchers used more?
Sally Hammett for the record. Our staffing we've been doing well using non-competitive hiring authorities. I would say, given our push to contract more, what I would like to see is modifications in current positions to nursing. I think that will help us a lot to beef up our nursing positions. We've been doing well with hiring social workers and peers. Our administrative staff is staffing up, but certainly we want to continue leaning into those authorities for social workers and increase our nursing staffing. I think there's something to be said about exploring occupational therapists and potentially some of those positions, recreational therapists, occupational therapists. I think we may need to see some more of those positions and perhaps some modifications there.
Mr. Tucker, Dennis Tucker for the record. Is 6 months the baseline for filling opening positions?
So to answer that question, there's a couple of factors that we look at. We have the time to fill. So what we like to see when a current position becomes vacant, there is a 6-month marker that we like to see some type of action where that is actively being recruited within that 6-month period. For our time to hire, we have an 80 and 100-day model for both of our occupations accordingly. So depending on the type of occupation that you do have, you would fall under the time to hire model. Currently, as it stands, we're working through a number of backlogs within HR to just continue to efficiently get everybody on board accordingly. So we are seeing that some of our uptrends on that time to hire, it has come down considerably. Grant, I don't know if you wanted to add anything with our current time to hire that we do have now.
I think the question might have been about the baseline for police officers. I think it was a little muffled. I'm sorry, the mic there, couldn't really hear it, but that is the baseline for hiring police officers. Other occupations go much faster. You know, as I mentioned, there's a few things that contribute to it. I think Mr. Merchant also mentioned that the law enforcement training center is one of the bottlenecks, but another one is being able to, we have to do a physical examination of the police officer before we can do a psychological examination of the police officer. And those psych exams are sometimes difficult to schedule. We do our best to get them done as quickly as possible, but there's just kind of structural issues with the hiring of VHA police officers that kind of lend to a longer timeline, unfortunately.
Thanks. Mr. Mangano.
Philip Mangano. I'm wondering what your research, or if you don't have research, what your intuition tells you about the losses. Why is it there's such a high level of loss? Why are people leaving? You have a very good recruitment program in terms of your recruitment, your retention, your special salary rates. So I'm wondering, what is it in terms of the attrition that you're seeing that's causing so many people to lose and to leave? And I have one other question.
Yeah, I can speak a little bit to that. So the last time I reviewed the exit survey data, one of our highest trending reasons for folks leaving Greater Los Angeles VA was to relocate. My intuition tells me that that's due to issues like cost of living in the Greater Los Angeles area. But those are the kind of losses that unfortunately we don't have necessarily have a great way of impacting. We do offer a great deal of virtual positions. However, we can't replace in-person care, obviously.
So I'm not quite clear. They're leaving because of one major reason or multiple reasons? Are they going for higher paying jobs? Is it they moved? When you say relocation, do you mean relocation to other jobs or relocation to other geographies?
Yes, sir. To other geographical areas, away from the Greater Los Angeles VA. There are some evidence of quits for pay in some of our occupations. Many people have to relocate as they are military spouses and have to. There's other drivers that have them relocate, not just cost of living and things like that. I think that we do have some occupations that we've identified are underpaid, and I know I'll highlight that VHA is doing a lot with critical skills incentives for those positions. So those would be like our housekeeping aides, food service workers, things like that.
Do you find that works the other way, that a lot of the people you're able to hire, that you're finding to hire, are relocating from other areas and coming to Los Angeles? Does it work both ways?
I don't have a good answer for you there. We don't necessarily collect data on people who relocate to accept the jobs.
I can speak a little bit to that. We have seen that go both ways, sir. With those that are relocating, we do see those that are the interagency moves that I had mentioned about, where they're coming from one VA to another. Sometimes it's the higher rate of pay. It could be a promotion, or it could be the mission. The mission that we serve here at GLA is very unique in comparison to where they might be moving from. But we do see that we have a lot of incoming employees from the upper California area. So San Francisco, Vision 21, Vision 22, where they're relocating to Los Angeles. So it's just an easier fit for them and their families that they're trying to do. So we do see some of that, sir.
Yeah, it just sounds like you're doing a really great job on the recruitment side in terms of the fare and the inducements to hire. And it's just on the prevention of attrition side that maybe some additional work needs to be done. A second question is, what's the average length of stay of your social workers?
I don't think we have that data available in front of us right now, but I think we could get that for you.
Is that a high turnover position?
I think it has relatively high turnover, which is one of the drivers of using the special salary rates to try to stem that.
And these, would these also be called case managers?
I might have to defer to the GLA leadership. Maybe Sally could answer that question.
So social workers, are they also called case managers?
Sally Hammett for the record, yes. Usually our VASH, if you're referring specifically to HUD VASH, those case managers are typically social workers.
So if that is a high turnover position, and these are used as case managers in VASH programs, that would provide some of the reason for the inconsistency, shall we say, of the support services that are offered to people in HUD VASH, and also correlate, I would think, with the attrition in HUD VASH. Would that be fair? If there's a high turnover rate, you have inexperienced people in HUD VASH.
Sally Hammett for the record. I wouldn't say we have inexperienced people for HUD VASH. I would say we have We certainly have some vacancy rates. We higher vacancy rates. We've been doing better at filling those positions, but we use a combination of nurses, peers, social workers in that area. So certainly, when we do experience high vacancy, that makes it a little bit difficult to provide the full complement of services. However, I wouldn't say there's lack of experience.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the data of HUD-VASH, the newest round of HUD-VASH. Los Angeles County got 0 new HUD-VASH vouchers. I believe the reason for that is the utilization rates are low in Los Angeles County. I think one of the housing authorities couldn't even apply, as I recall. So that's usually related to not preparing people to go into housing, the work that social workers and case managers do. So that is a concern, that in a city where there are, I think some people estimate 3,000, 3,500 homeless veterans on the streets and in shelters, we got 0 new HUD-VASH vouchers.
You can jump in.
Hey, thank you. Thanks very much, Mr. Dronke. We really appreciate your time and the information.
General Hopper, can I jump in for a moment?
Who is that? I'm sorry. John Kuhn? Yep. Go ahead, John.
So Phil, your concerns are certainly well-founded. We've over the past year been working to build on our contracting to bring in more staff. We certainly want to make sure that there's sufficient staffing, and we know our community providers are a place where we can look to draw in more support. So our contracting has gone from $16 million last year to now almost $36 million. Something like half of our PVVs are going to be contract staff. So we are looking to address some of these shortfalls in staffing, in addition to a number of things the medical center has done, which you heard Mr. Dronke talk about, special salary rates, incentives, and so forth. So we do have a strategy. We're starting to see the fruits of those strategies with the recently announced awards we've made with contracts.
Great, I appreciate hearing that. And again, I think, with the low utilization rate, with 2,500 vouchers sitting unutilized, the fact that we don't get any new vouchers, all of that adds up to a rather desultory picture of probably the most important resource the federal government has for homeless people, namely the HUD-VASH voucher. So I understand how difficult it is, and of course I'm glad that Sally is on board and Robert is taking all of this very seriously, but there's just nothing's adding up here to get the kind of results that we're looking for. We asked HUD about, if there's, after 6 years, is there any advancement in utilization rates in Los Angeles? And they say no. So it's very frustrating, but we certainly appreciate your work. And if there's anything we can do, again, I think some of it has to be thought of, some outsourcing needs to be thought about in this regard. Outsourcing this to community groups who might be able to respond with the personnel necessary to help the utilization rate of HUD-VASH vouchers. Thank you.
Thank you, John. And we'll move on now to our next briefing from the Urban Land Institute, Mr. Marty Borko.
Great. Thank you all, and thank you for having us here today to share with you the recommendations that were the culmination of our 2.5-day technical assistance panel workshop that we held back in June. I think I had the chance to present to many of you kind of the process, and now we've completed the work, and what we're here today to share with you is our preliminary recommendations And there is a more detailed report that will be the outcome to follow. Here with me today are three of the members of the TAP panel that are going to help with the presentation. Ron Altoon, an architect and urbanist, Robert Gardner from Robert Charles Lesser on market and economics, and Alan Freeman from Ernst & Young on some of the implementation and finance issues. So let us walk through our presentation, and we're excited to share with you our preliminary recommendations. Next slide, please. So just as a background, to share with you a little bit about the Urban Land Institute, we're a nonprofit global organization focused on the real estate industry. And our mission is really to help shape the future of the built environment through transformative impacts in communities worldwide. And so as part of the Los Angeles District Council, we really carry forth that mission as being the preeminent real estate regional organization, providing that kind of inclusive and trusted leadership in influencing both policy and practice. So we felt that fits very good into the work that you all are doing and the opportunity that we had to work on the Veterans Campus. Next, please. And just a quick reminder of the process. We engaged with Concourse Federal early on in the sponsorship engagement. They helped us work through kind of the scope of work, the logistics of setting up our technical assistance panel, the briefing book, which was wonderful background materials that were prepared for our team. We held that 2.5-day workshop in June with the preliminary recommendations that we're going to share today. And we have just completed and are reviewing with Concourse Federal and the team the final report recommendations, which are to come. Next, please. And the Technical Assistance Panel for ULI is really meant to be a third-party objective view of looking at tough problems in communities and for organizations around. And we bring in our members who spend their time pro bono to work on these assistance panels. And for this one, we were really thrilled to have an incredible panel of ULI members that volunteered their time to do that in the range of architecture and finance and development, market analysis, sustainability, policy, traffic and circulation, and adaptive reuse. So it was a big panel because it was a complicated set of issues. I will say that on our panel, 3 of our panel members, ULI members and professionals are veterans, and having their veterans perspective as part of the panel was important for us. Next slide, please. And through the process, we had a whole range of stakeholder interviews. Remember, this was a shortened version. It wasn't a huge outreach process, but we worked with Concourse Federal to invite and have a round of stakeholder interviews with key stakeholders that were veterans, administrators, people from the hospital, people that were unhoused veterans on campus. And so the stakeholder interviews was a very important part of the process for our members to get engaged as we did our workshop. Next, please.
It's all the same.
Our members also had an opportunity to have a really 2+ hour tour of the North Campus and really got to walk the site and see the buildings and the facilities, see the great work that the principal developer had done, and see a lot of the places where there was opportunities for us to begin to look at. And remember, the scope for our TAP was really not looking at housing issues as much as it was looking at how do you create a heart for this place, or a town center, or what we're calling the commons. So we got a chance to look at all the work that is being done on the campus to help us as we began to think about that idea of a town center in the commons. Next. And so moving forward, go ahead, please, next. As just an introduction in the context, and I think it's really important to understand that this report really wasn't intended to validate or invalidate any of the concepts of the previous master plans or the great work that's being done on the campus now by principal developer. We really began to look and address that within the context of unhoused and homeless veterans in the greater Los Angeles area, and what does it make to make community for them? And so it's not intended to impede the progress of any of the work that's being done on the campus, but to really help put it in the context and talk about what might be missing to help create that stronger sense of community on the campus. And we concentrated on those areas that we believe had the greatest impact that were available for us. Next. And then, as I said, we really came at this as an independent analysis with an objective third-party view of trying to create the most effective, efficient, and viable use of the space for this idea of the town center. And the idea of placemaking and integrating the veterans into the community were really the consistent themes that came up. We understand, and we'll talk about the fact that there's a lot of a strong regulatory framework that's in place governing a lot of the land use and approvals. And we looked at that and we started to make some recommendations on how to move through. Next. Now what I'd like to do is introduce Ron Altoon, who's an architect and urbanist that was helping on the panel to walk through a little bit of the ideas that we presented in terms of the town center and the commons. Ron?
Thank you, Marty. The whole idea of a commons was to, as Marty said, to build community. Community has a lot to do with not only the people that are living there, but the people that they could come and engage with. And our greatest mentors are those who have been there before, those who have lived their life and have grown their life and more abundantly and are there to help as mentors. So the Commons really created this new vision for a town center connecting with a larger community of veterans, but also to use services on the campus and best practices to put this all together. In a sense, rewriting the story for the West Los Angeles Veterans Campus and to kind of pay it forward. Next, please. So there were some key drivers here for us. And the key drivers for us were really to listen carefully, actually, to create spaces that spur purpose and meaning, that don't impede the implementation of critical housing, to provide appropriate and realistic program, to enhance the campus entry, wayfinding and links to both the north and south campuses. Interesting, this particular site really has one entrance. It's a massively large site, and all of this has to be accomplished with a single entrance. So we needed to resolve some roadway grids issues and prioritize open space. Next, please. Next, please. All right, so we looked at the two master plans that had been done, both 16 and 22, and we don't want to dwell on that too much, but part of the weaknesses that they had in common were the distance and visibility for non-resident veterans that may wish to participate on the campus, may wish to serve as mentors or engagers of those who are on the campus. So the distance was an issue, a lack of wayfinding was an issue, not having a heart, a kind of a place, a focal point was an issue. And some of the spaces were overscaled for the number of people that will be using them. They were demolishing some historic buildings. They were using mixed use, which is not allowed under the ground lease. And so let's go to the next one, please. It's pretty much the same on both of these, both 16 and 22. They tended to have the same issues. There was some strengths to them that they were trying to provide this space close to where people live, but that also has its drawbacks. So let's go to the next one and look at the program of uses. So next, please. Yes. All right. So here's our vision statement. This is so important to us to create an inviting human-scale mixed-use town center that prioritizes visual beauty, connects to and builds to community, respects regional history, reflects local core values, embraces sustainable principles, evokes a sense of place, is informed by contextual forces, and produces a legacy of enduring pride for the residents of the West Los Angeles Veterans Affairs Campus and all veterans in the Southern California region. Next, please. Okay.
I think that's where I come in at the moment.
Yes.
Good morning. When we think about the Commons, we think about who is here, who could be here, and so we look at various segments. We have the veterans that are on site. We have the hospital staff and service providers that are also here. We also have veterans in the region, and we have a very large, robust community around us as potential parties interested in the Commons. Next. Each of these segments have different interests. Those that live here will certainly have interests relating to market uses, food and beverage, and an array of veteran services, everything from workforce development to financial literacy reintegration. Those in the region also should feel welcome to come here to take part in many of the same services that will be available to those that live here. And that's consistent with all the planning language that we've read. Those that work here also can be users of the various retail and services at the Commons. The Commons is meant to be an active place, and certainly the people that work here should be wanting to be there as well. And then there's the surrounding community. We show them because given the programming and the overall attractiveness of the Commons, they may find their way to spend some time in a place they may not have spent much time before. Next slide. To quantify those various market segments in terms of those that live here today, that's 944 units, plus there are 396 units at the Calvet State Home. That grows, as we understand it, to a total of 2,352. So that's the number that would be living here. Those that work here, we understand that's about 5,000 between the North and the South Campus. Those that could come here, there are about 280,000 veterans across LA County, and there's a vast population certainly within a very short distance. We estimated that the square footage of retail opportunity could be as large as 35,000 square feet by 2033. Next slide, please. Today, though, given the numbers, small numbers that we have in terms of those that live there, most of the demand, interestingly, comes from those in the region. And it was interesting to look at the veterans in the region and just ask the question: if they spent 1% of their restaurant spending at the Commons, what would that mean? Well, it means that it would be enough to support a 7,000 square foot restaurant. We're not saying that that's going to happen immediately, but it is interesting that such an opportunity could exist if the right type of place is created and the right type of tenant. Long term, the numbers grow as we had shown previously to over 35,000 square feet. Next slide, please. This is a graphic that shows the growth in the potential demand. In the short term, most of that comes from people that work here and potentially drawing veterans restaurant potential in the region. The on-site folks living here will generate a growing demand over time as their numbers grow. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. The various uses that make sense to be at this Common include everything from small market, coffee house, recreation, and there's much discussion here about the arts and vocational training. All of that makes sense as well. There's also the potential, if the right environment is there, to create a farmer's market, a crafts market, more of a place. Next slide, please. We learned that there are veteran-run businesses that exist, and it would be ideal to encourage these businesses to locate in the commons. For example, we know that there's a restaurant in Downey here in Los Angeles County called Bastard's Canteen, which is a veterans-owned and operated restaurant that's very successful. We're not saying that that particular restaurateur wants to be here, but it would be exciting to have that veterans-owned business here, as well as owning and operating other businesses at the commons. And that provides a marketing and an execution opportunity. Next slide, please. We also learned that a hospitality component, although it seems a little bit certainly more long-term, but what an interesting opportunity it would be to attract the hospitality component. We know about the Marines Memorial Hotel in San Francisco. Obviously, that's a market rate hotel, but it does offer discounts to veterans and their families. It's something to think about, not only because it provides a source of regional use, but on site it provides job opportunities and training opportunities, as you can imagine that is associated with the hospitality function. Next slide. I'll turn it over to Ron.
Thank you, Bob. So I want to pick up on just rewinding for a second to the program of common uses. When we were on the campus, we saw a sense of aloneness, a sense of isolation. And if you're wanting to integrate veterans back into society, if you're wanting them to transition out of homelessness, once you provided a place for them to be able to begin to do that, you need the kind of programmatic elements there to cause that to happen. And whether they're retail, dinings, veteran services, convenience, recreation and fitness, clinical services, arts education, vocational training, co-work space, civil engagement and convenience, farmers market and craft programming and hospitality, those need to be accommodated. And how do you do that? You do that by placemaking with certain principles. First, you want to engage and build community. Building community is critical. You want to analyze the context so you're doing it appropriately. You want to celebrate what you have on the site. We have remarkable natural and historic features. You want to set up a framework that causes this to really work and work effectively. You begin with landscape spaces and furnish them so that people wish to use them. To the greatest extent, you want to use the same piece of land multiple times, so you want to make it mixed use. Some uses stacked on others. You want to contain spaces, so you build the intensity of participation, create a kind of a sense of harmony, but also allow dissonant voices to speak. You want to emphasize landmarks, nodes, districts, paths, and edges for defining space and creating connectivity. You want to talk about psychographics, which is really the human condition over demographics, which are the hard data. It's the subjective things that causes people to feel their life fulfilled over the numbers. You want to make it sustainable and resilient and integrate into it the kind of amenities that bring it to life. Next, please. Thank you. And along the way, we can make this a sustainable and resilient place. If the care is given from the very beginning, there's no additional cost to be able to do that, and you begin to deal with what you've got there, like shade, and deal with some food production on site as well, electrification, and so forth. And next, please. So when we began to look, and one more, yeah. When we began to look at the commons, we decided there are really three areas we can talk about. Wilshire Boulevard actually separates the bottom third of the property from the upper two-thirds. But the upper third is really land that's either a golf course or leased to a school. So really, Wilshire Boulevard is almost in the middle of the property. On this drawing, you see the kind of pink line going horizontally, and that spot tends to run right through the Wadsworth Hotel. which is kind of ground zero. It's the center of the entire property, both horizontally and vertically. So it gives us a chance to tie 3 locations together, one that we're calling the Quad, one we're calling the Parade Ground, and one we're calling Chapel Square. Next, please. Thank you. So the real issue is site access and distribution. And these are just diagrams that tend to show how you access the site, shown in kind of lavender, and egress the site shown in blue. And then once you get on the site, how you distribute through it, visual corridors into the site to give you a sense of target. The chapel and the Wadsworth Theater can be seen from Wilshire Boulevard and from San Vicente. So it gives you an opportunity to take advantage of that. Next, please. So the Quad, this is an area up high where the first 2 master plans were drawn. The building, sort of the upper right in blue, that looks like a letter E on its side. That's building 13. It's an historic building. And we're saying it may be possible to convert that into hotel use. Actually, our studies showed that hotel would fit very nicely into that if it's possible to do that with adaptive reuse, but also to hold that space contained rather nicely and tightly, so it doesn't drift away. It's kind of held by the buildings around it. The area shown in red there is allowing uses that would generate activity along that space. It's defined on all sides. Next, please. The parade ground is an area that connects the historic building 13 in red at the upper center and the Wadsworth building at the lower center on axis, according to the original campus. The blue buildings there and the one in lavender are the original residential buildings. And we're basically saying with this scheme, let's work with what's there. Let's take this and use the building at the top, which may then become the Veterans Hotel, and the Wadsworth building almost as anchors to hold this space. Then to fill in along that parade with building units that can support the other services we talked about: veteran services, cafes, making spaces, art spaces, clinics, things like that. So right in the heart of the original campus, fed by parking on either side and below without disturbing the tranquility of the campus to the north. So that's the parade ground scheme. It maintains the legacy trees. It's easy access off of Wilshire Boulevard, as I said, without disturbing the campus. Next, please. Thank you. The third location is Chapel Square. You see the little building in gray on the right side. That's the historic chapel, which is you see in the photograph there. That's an icon that is viewed on Wilshire Boulevard. And this was the thought of wrapping some buildings around a square that faces that, so one can have immediate access to those goods and services while taking advantage of the iconic chapel to kind of bring identity to the project. Next, please. We talked about a veterans hotel. This is a hotel that veterans could use when they visit friends and colleagues on the campus. Veterans can use if they visit Southern California region. But it's intended for veterans and their families, but to begin to reconnect those who live here as residents with those who would come on visit, or those that would come to be mentors. So you can see the hotel is laid out rather neatly within the configuration of that building. Activate the quad, connect the quad to the parade ground, and creates a really unique program for the Commons. Next, please. Lastly, this is a concept diagram that really talks about the 3 spaces. The quad at the upper left, the Commons, the parade ground that connects Building 13 with the Wadsworth Theater, and the Chapel Square to the right, creating a range of opportunities here on this campus that are minimally, if disruptive at all, to the activities that take place. So now I hand it back to someone else.
Next slide, please. And Alan will walk us through some of the implementation strategies.
Great. A feasible implementation strategy will be critical to creating a mixed-use, human-scale town center at the West LA Veteran Campus. The question now is, how do we make the Commons a reality in a way that leverages all the work today by the VA, the principal developer, and the veterans community? To develop these implementation considerations, we had numerous helpful conversations, as Marty described, conversations with the VA, including legal, real estate, finance. We also heard from veterans advocacy groups and the principal developer, and we reviewed some key documents such as the enhanced use lease agreement and the 2016 to 2022 master plan documents. From a management and governance perspective, it makes a lot of sense that the VA brought on a master developer, the principal developer, to work with the VA on the redevelopment of the campus. A master developer can bring together different stakeholders, create a viable development plan from a design and financial feasibility perspective, secure financing, oversee construction and operations. We think securing a strong master developer for Commons will be important. Certain land parcels critical to the success of Commons are not currently part of the enhanced use lease agreement with the existing principal developer. In order to ensure Commons is appropriately prioritized as part of the overall campus development plan, the VA should consider adding Commons into the existing principal developer EUL, or perhaps separating the Commons land into a new master development area. The land takedown schedule should also be evaluated based on the chosen strategy. We've seen that in other successful public-private partnerships, it can be extremely helpful for the public agency to designate a champion for the project to represent the agency and enhance collaboration with the master developer. Due to the complexity of operating and maintaining a mixed-use town center, strong governance through HOA and CC&Rs and an oversight board will be critical. Next slide. During the course of our project, we heard over and over that veterans really want to play an integral part in the redevelopment of the West LA campus. And we have seen the significant public input into the various master plan efforts over the years, and most recently, the outreach conducted by the principal developer. VA should continue to build on these efforts to ensure a very high level of veteran engagement during the course of the project. Engagement could take the form of tapping into the broader Southern California veteran community, as well as those veterans who have more regular contact and involvement with the West LA campus. The Veterans Collective should continue to serve a role in the process. Regular communication can help build trust with the veteran community and help ensure that design and programming elements of Commons are aligned with the interests and goals of veteran stakeholders. Engagement shouldn't be viewed as a one and done, but rather a continuous long-term process for which the VA may need to stand up additional staffing and processes to coordinate. Next slide. And while the West LA Leasing Act correctly put the focus on the urgency of building housing at the West LA campus, from our discussions with different stakeholders, there appears to be some ambiguity whether non-housing uses not specifically enumerated in the Act are permissible, such as mixed use and retail and hotel, the different uses that Bob and Ron mentioned. Although mixed-use public-private development has been developed on other federal agency lands, such as DOD, mixed use may be an emerging concept for the VA. To ensure VA regulations are not an impediment to building a town center at West LA, the VA may want to obtain a legal determination, if that's possible, or pursue new federal legislation to clarify that mixed use and non-housing uses such as retail and even hotel, are permissible at the West LA campus. Next slide. Due to the complexity of mixed-use development on federally owned land, conventional financing is likely going to be limited. Because it is likely there'll be a funding gap for certain elements of the Commons, it's important to explore a diversified financing strategy. We recognize that there's still a lot of work to go to complete before finalizing a financing plan, but the VA should consider a variety of options here, including private sector grants, government incentives, grants, tax credits, possibly naming rights or sponsorship opportunities. We understand that certain existing EUL ground lease revenues stay locally at the West LA campus as opposed to being absorbed into higher level VA budgeting. We think it's important to ensure that this practice continues, if possible, in order to support West LA campus specific redevelopment and services. From an operational perspective, several ideas emerged around the importance of securing a qualified retail operator, understanding the role of VA Canteen and the ability of VA Canteen to partner with other retailers, such as veteran-owned or aligned retailers, or maybe even integrating volunteers. Driving foot traffic to the Commons will be critical to supporting businesses at the Commons. Perhaps there's an opportunity to shift certain non-medical personnel and uses to the North Campus. And public safety is also a topic that's come up in our stakeholders' discussions. So Marty, I'll hand it back to you.
Great, thank you. Next slide, please. You can go to the next. So just some final thoughts and kind of talking about next steps. I think it's important to realize that this work in the technical assistance panel was never anticipated to be a new master plan. We really think that it best use as a foundational document as we start to move into the 2025 master plan update, and began to integrate some of the ideas that we came up with for a heart to the campus and the idea of the Commons to do that. While it, again, make sure it doesn't impede the great progress that's being made in increasing the permanent supportive housing on the site. But there's some issues that need to be understood and maybe become part of those questions or scope documents in 2025 master plan, which is, we talked about mobility and parking, access and circulation. There's an opportunity, there's some wonderful landscape and trees on it. There really hasn't been a tree survey to really understand the importance of the existing landscape on the campus, which is really a unique feature of the campus, and to take advantage of that. Talking about energy needs and sustainability and comfort. We did talk about the issue of wayfinding and identity, and maybe creating some design guidelines. And at the end of the day, as all of our team said, listening to the veterans that are living on campus, that utilize the VA campus and have opportunities to access the campus are really critical. So it's not a new master plan, but we believe it's an important foundational document that will assist as the scope as the master plan moves on. Next, please. So for us, the exercise was really an understanding of veterans' needs and the value for creating community for the veterans, and about that idea of community and fellowship and connecting things and being synergistic, and about family. And our team was very excited to be able to participate, and we hope that the recommendations that come out of both this presentation and the final report that gets done are of value to you as we move forward in the development of the VA campus. And we just want to thank you again for giving us the opportunity at the Urban Land Institute to play a role in thinking about the evolution of the campus. Thank you. I know lots of information, and again, share the deck, and I think the report that's coming out will provide a lot more detail and information than we were able to do in a short bit of time today.
Thanks very much. We do have a couple of questions. Mr. Beglin.
Thank you, General. It's Rob Beglin, Chair of the Master Plan Subcommittee, and I'm calling that out because we're deeply happy to hear from you, gentlemen. About a year ago, we recommended to the Secretary and the agency that ULI do this study because we know about your expertise in this area. So really gratifying to see the results. You're absolutely right that the master plan in 2016 and in 2022 were comprehensive documents and that you're not trying to remake them. But I think the one thing you guys did, or that your full team did, you had a bunch of folks, was this was the first time anyone estimated commercial need and commercial viability for commercial activity on the campus. And so what I wanted to ask you about was, how do you go about that? In other words, you gave us in the presentation estimates of user populations, and you gave us examples of commercial activity that you'd expect to see. But could you just explain to us a little more analytically how you think about that as either land users or developers?
Yeah, I think, Bob, you want to take a first stab at that, because the focus of your expertise really is about helping understand market and users, and then Alan and Ron can jump in as well if there's an additional.
Sure. Behind the numbers, Rob, were consumer expenditure patterns, and behind those is the attempt to understand what can be, what makes sense to be spent here. Now, bear in mind, we also had a developer on the panel. So when we were looking at these development magnitudes, the sales per square foot assumptions were based on market numbers. So to be very specific, we start with the demand magnitudes. We translate them into sales per square foot, and obviously, given the nature of the location, we look at what we can attract and the capture levels that make sense on site. So then, to me, we need to see a developer like the developer that we had on the panel to help us think through what can we put here as soon as possible, given very limited demand, but demands that grow over time. And so that knowledge will be very helpful. His connectivity with the brokerage community will be very helpful. Also consider the placemaking that Ron spoke about, which is creating a setting that becomes synergistic to the whole opportunity. And it's not easy to give you one linear answer. It's really multidimensional, and I hope that's helpful.
Yeah, the one thing I would say, Rob, is as you move forward in thinking about the scope for 2025 master plan update, that I think part of that really ought to be detailed market analysis and economic kind of feasibility, either with that notion of outside expertise, and for us, having a developer who develops these kind of things on our team was as Bob said, very useful. I don't know, Alan, if you have some other thoughts.
No, I think Marty, you covered what I was going to try to say.
Great.
Mr. Altman.
Thanks, ULI, for the briefing. My question is more directed at VA in terms of a timeline of when we would expect to see the final report, and how does VA intend to distribute the information to the community?
Good afternoon, everybody. This is Rob Merchant for the record. I see everyone looking at me.
You're just the closest.
No, and I'm the appropriate person to answer the question. So our planning team, led by Chelsea Black, who's sitting over to my right, and Andrew Strain, have been working very hard with ULI on the refinement of the presentation. And when we get to the final recommendations, we'll take those internally and do a review of those first, and then it is time for some extensive outreach to get feedback from the veteran community and validate what we are hearing from ULI. And I do want to give credit to Marty and his team on ULI as we've been going through this process over the last 3 months, and having some iterative feedback from their initial recommendations to where we are today. They have been very responsive to listening to that while still deferring to their expertise in these grounds, because I may be a lot of things. I'm pretty much a generalist. This is not my area of expertise, and we need to rely on them to do what we have asked them to do. And so that next task really is that area of feedback. It's got to be feedback that goes beyond room 1281 and building 500 on the West Los Angeles campus. It's got to be extensive throughout the community. It's got to take advantage of existing structures that we have in LA County, like the Veterans Commission, as a very valuable tool for doing that, and then really getting out there to places that maybe we don't normally get to really determine what it is that veterans need and want. And as we've been looking at this, we've been kind of looking at three different audiences, and Marty and his team highlighted these, maybe described them in different ways, but they are the veterans who live on our campus. And I think then secondarily are those who frequent the campus but don't live on the campus. And then thirdly, the wider veterans community. And we need to hit each of those. And I do like, Rob, as you pointed out, the analysis on the shifting use patterns as we grow the number of veterans living on the campus and how that also changes the scope of services. You need to remember that what we are developing here in this concept called the Commons, which I think is a very good refinement of the concept, to be thinking not just 3 years from now, 4 years from now, 5 years from now, but 10 years from now, and what in maturity the land at West Los Angeles will look like, and the home that it will become again, and that vision of always being a robust, healing, restorative community that links housing, healthcare, and the services needed for the veterans there to thrive.
Yeah, just because this is my last meeting, I just want to, throw this out there, and VA can take it or not. But I think this should be the subject of intensive public debate, starting with the ULI report becoming public. I think that this is something that VA could potentially make a final determination on for Master Plan 2025. So taking the full year of 2024 to receive input on this design concept, because it's a concept, and, not to rush it. That said, we have a problem with respect to the way that the current parcel release schedule is designed, in which VA intends to essentially start Master Plan 2022 Town Center in May. And I think it's entirely too premature to be doing that, because we don't know what we're doing. And this has been a concern for a long time, and obviously the future board members will continue to receive updates. Again, my last meeting, I think the focus right now should be on permanent supportive housing for not only chronically homeless veterans, but at-risk veterans. And let's get more input on what this town center is. And I think VA did a great job with getting that initial blush, and let's see what the community thinks about it and make a decision for Master Plan 2025. That's it.
Mr. Zinner.
Yeah, Jim Zinner for the record. Yeah, I just want to strongly agree with Mr. Ullman's comments about the parcel release. Looking at the map recently, it doesn't make sense. It seems like we're going further south when we could be looking at keeping all the housing on the northern portion of the campus. And so really looking forward to OAEM's brief tomorrow and talking through this. The land use is very contentious, as we all know, and commercialization is something that I've heard a lot of feedback from constituents about. And I just want to start with my own opinion of this for full transparency. I like the idea of very carefully tailored commercialization, the allotment of commercialization on the property, specific to veteran-owned businesses, a hotel that recently transitioning service members have an opportunity to come stay. If veterans are visiting from another part of the country, a place for them to stay, I think that's a really good piece. But understand that, due to the past land use issues, we have to be very, 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 very careful about this. To add on to the Veteran Advisory Commission, Mr. Strain's been going around to each supervisor district town hall with us. We very much appreciate that participation. We definitely would welcome this type of, lending that type of engagement to making sure that we're getting every voice as much as we can from the veteran community about this project. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Boyle, thanks. Philip, did you have, I'm sorry. Mr. Mangano.
Philip Mangano, I just wanted to commend ULI for this, what I would call a fearless report. Not concerned about what one voice or another voice might say, but really giving an authentic and objective view of what the campus can be. So for that fearlessness, I commend you, and for the larger sense of creating a sense of belonging on the campus so that the veterans who live there will have a larger community to relate to and have the sense of a community and to live in a community and again, to have that sense of belonging in terms of commercial and marketing and all of that. I think all of that is a helpful thought. It's the first time I've really felt that the campus was breathing, that there was the possibility of breathing a heartbeat on the campus. And I just think you've done a wonderful job. My only question is where the ice cream parlor will be.
We'll find a place.
Absolutely.
Excellent job, ULI. In my view, the fearlessness is coming to this committee with 46 slides in your briefing. But we made it through, and it was really a good job of moving through that and hitting some very important areas. So we applaud you for that.
Thank you all for letting us participate with you today and sharing our views and recommendations, and we look forward to continuing to support the work that you guys are doing.
Excellent. We'll see that. Thank you. Mr. John Kuhn, thanks for hanging with us there. John, you're up next.
Very good. Well, this is John Kuhn for the record. Thank you, General, for the introduction. Today I'm going to be talking about barriers to voucher use. So I think it's an interesting time for me to present. I actually just passed my 1-year anniversary here. It's hard to believe it's been a year. But there's, I think, both a good story to share. There's been a lot of progress, but as both the Secretary and the Deputy Secretary shared, there's work to be done, to be sure. So what I want to cover today is where we are in that process, what are the barriers now, and some of the successes, and also some of our plans going forward. Next slide, please. This is the laundry list. I'm not going to read it. I do want to highlight a couple of important points. We routinely see discrimination against veterans with Section 8 vouchers, with anyone with a Section 8 voucher. And although it's technically illegal in California, it's still widespread. And the reasons are, I think, self-evident. People with vouchers are discriminated against by landlords because they're often people of color. They are impoverished. Landlords are worried that they're going to be substance abuse disordered or mentally ill, and they just don't want to deal with them and find reasons to turn them down. So that's a real issue. We have, I'll be talking about a couple strategies we're using to address it. We can also see in the different rates of utilization with project-based vouchers and tenant-based vouchers, which I'll now refer to as PBVs, project and TBVs. Project-based vouchers, PBVs, our utilization rate's about 85%. And actually, if you look at the numbers of referrals we have for the vouchers not in use in the PBVs, we're over 90. And there are a number of, there are some PBVs which we can't use, like LA's Skid Row Trust, which are frankly just the conditions too poor for us to be placing veterans there. So the utilization in PBVs is very high. If we look at TBVs, the utilization is around 60%, a bit above that. And it goes to the reasons I just described, the discriminatory effect, but also the cost of the housing. Richard Cho was talking about how the housing market in Los Angeles and California is very high. It's high certainly across country, but that certainly plays an important role. We know also our veterans, many of them suffer from learned helplessness. They've been traumatized. It's very hard for them to engage in some of these processes that we have used, HUD has used, and PHAs have used, and the VA has used to ensure that we use these vouchers and resources around it in a way that's responsible and complies with federal statute and regulation. Now, that compliance process, certainly it makes sure that there's no fraud, but it also can impose barriers and processes that make it difficult to utilize these vouchers. We see in inspections also other delays. If you're a landlord and I can rent my place out tomorrow at market rate and I've got to wait a month for an inspection, another month to do minor repairs, and I'm keeping units vacant and not income producing, these are meaningful barriers, and we can't ask landlords to sacrifice income for these processes. We've seen FMRs below market, and you know they're again, these are just sort of a general summary of some of the issues we've been challenged. And then finally, and the one I just highlighted quickly, is the hiring process. We want to make sure veterans stay in housing once we place them. We also need to make sure we have enough housing navigators and people in the process, involved in the process of placing veterans and helping veterans find housing. We don't have enough VA staff. We've moved aggressively to increase the use of contracting. This is a dual benefit. Certainly it fills out staffing needs that we have. So when we've gone from $16 million in contracting to $36 million, that means more staff. But it also means getting staff who are aware of the community. We are hiring people who know the community, who know Los Angeles, and hopefully can parlay that awareness, that community knowledge into effectiveness and partnerships that we may be able to leverage through them. Next slide, please. This isn't news to anyone at this table. We know that the most recent report from Out of Reach, California is the most expensive rental market in the country. That's California as a state. And then you look at certain areas, Los Angeles certain being one, as the most expensive in California. So clearly we have real challenges in finding affordable housing. Despite this, the LASA last year issued a report showing that every day, this is general population, not just veterans, 207 formerly unsheltered folks are housed. That's an incredible result. Every day, 207. But also every day, 227 fall into homelessness. So that suggests a couple things. One, we've got to do a better job at prevention. Part of prevention means creating more affordable housing, so that way people who are falling into housing, falling into unhoused status, they're becoming unhoused because housing's too expensive. That's certainly the most critical factor. And we need to be able to figure out ways to get additional resources and expand the housing stock. Next slide, please. It's not all just macroeconomic issues facing veterans. We also know the veteran population is aging. This is data drawn from SSVF, but the VA national data is quite consistent with this, where we see that more and more veterans who have experienced homelessness are coming to us with greater levels of disabilities. And they're also older, and that certainly goes hand in glove, where we see an older, more stable population. And those needs are part of what we have to address to help folks stay housed, and also influences going forward some of our housing development activities. Next slide, please.
Next. Stuck.
Is that the whole?
One interesting thing, we don't have 22 data yet, but we can see in the 21 data here are just for the more common serious mental health conditions that have led to disability. And you can see that blue bar, the spike that occurred in 2020 due to COVID, or we believe due to COVID, where we saw higher rates, particularly of substance use disorders and depressive disorders. And that is falling back down towards pre-pandemic levels. So that's an encouraging sign that some of the isolation and stress caused by COVID, at least this early look appears to be abating. We'll see what the 22 report shows, but still very high levels. I mean, we're talking about half the population with a substance use disorder, half the population with major depressive or cardiovascular disease. So these are very challenging issues to overcome when you're unsheltered. I mean, for people who are sheltered, these are challenging issues, but to be unsheltered and facing the day-to-day trauma and stress of trying to extricate yourself from the sheltered status really poses some particular challenges. Next slide, please. So the first order of business is we need to engage unsheltered veterans. These are the veterans at the highest risk. And we know from the latest PIT count, there are a lot of them. Roughly 2/3 to 3/4, depending on whether it's the BNL or the PIT count, appear to be unhoused. So we've done a number of things, the establishment of the Emergency Housing Call Center, which everyone here is well aware of. And we've gotten something like 230 placements from that, so that has been a nice benefit. We see certainly significant engagement in our national goal towards unsheltered veterans. We've reconstituted our outreach team, and one of the successes we see right away is that we had an encampment reforming on San Vicente, and we know of the history there. That was just outside our Eisenhower Gate. And this went on for a couple of months, and we were placing people out of the encampment only to see people come back in. But what was different with this outreach effort first was its consistency and its made use of all available resources for those placements, and our partnership, quite honestly, with the local sheriff, with with county elected officials, and with our partners. So that way, as we place folks, we began to be able to clear the encampment. Finally, it did in fact clear. We've established a new welcome center in Building 402. For those of you who are familiar with our campus, the previous welcome center was located in an area of the North Campus that was harder to get to, is a little more remote. 402 is right next to Building 500, the main building for medical care, of course. And it co-locates with our HPAC services. So we have healthcare and our welcome center all in one place. Much easier to find and more effective service as well. We've also been able to reestablish a rideshare program. For those of you who aren't familiar with the rideshare program, it's a program that was authorized during COVID, and it allowed, using something called 4201 funding, it allowed us to be able to transport veterans experiencing homelessness to appointments, to get them to housing. So if they called our call center, we could actually transport them to temporary emergency housing. We could get them to permanent housing appointments. All that went away. Still there. Okay. All that went away with the end of the COVID emergency authority. We've been able to find a non-VA appropriated resource to establish a sort of rump program. It's not going to be as expansive as what 4201 offered, but it will allow us to get veterans who are unsheltered into emergency housing. Los Angeles has, very significant challenges on public transit, so we really need to be able to get these Ubers, Lyft rides to be able to confidently get people to emergency housing. It will also allow us to help veterans get to permanent housing appointments. So this will be and is an important resource. I want to thank our partners at Village for Vets who have made that possible. They are helping running this for us. And this is an example of using community partners to be able to do critical services that maybe the VA is not able to. We are also adding half a dozen beds to our CTRS drop-in area so that we're drop-in capability. And our Bridge Home program, which is another on-campus facility which has been underutilized. We have plans to recompete that grant, so that way we can recompete that contract, so that we'll be able to provide another low demand resource on the campus. And we hope to have more news on that in the coming months. But that's going to be an important resource. One of the challenges we have been facing with our GPD providers is that typically seems to be challenging for them to admit veterans on the same day. And when a veteran calls us, or when we have a veteran in need, we can't wait for an assessment or a screening process and tell the veteran to come back for an appointment, or we can have a bed for you in 3 days. That's not cutting it. We need to be able to meet the veteran's need when the veteran presents. That means they present, they get some kind of safe, appropriate housing, temporary housing immediately. So that way we have them in a place where they're safe, we can engage them in services and start them into that path of permanent housing placement. But the days where we can wait for days or even a day for an assessment or screening or some bureaucratic process to get somebody into emergency housing, those days have to end. Next slide, please. Certainly an encouraging development. We met with HUD, National HUD, and the PHAs back on March 9th, and came to an agreement to, the local PHAs agreed with us and worked with us to submit to HUD the waivers or these different elements that would waive criteria that have made it increasingly difficult to get veterans into housing. A big one was this 60-day document timeout. You know, veterans, of course, are not carrying their bank statements and documentation in their back pocket while they're hanging out in an encampment. For them to get these materials was a very laborious, time-consuming process that case managers had worked on with them. And they would often get these documents only to find by the time the veteran was completed their screening and voucherization process or ready to move in, 60 days had run up and they'd have to do the whole process all over again. So this 120-day process, extending this out to 120 days is very important. But they're also allowed now to start a process with self-certification. Now, they eventually will have to provide this information on income, date of birth, health, documented, all these kinds of issues, but it doesn't stop the process from starting. So veterans can get vouchered, they can get all the information accepted by the PHA so we can start the voucherization process. These are going to be more important right now for TBVs because HUD's waiving of these allows for TBVs to make that process much faster. For project-based, it's still a little challenging. We are working with the folks who are getting those low-income tax credits, the project-based folks, to see if they can make the same waiver allowances. And in fact, the PHAs are meeting with some state officials to see if that can be done for the low-income tax credit properties as well. So this could have broader effect. We hope to have more news soon, but it certainly will help TBVs where we have the highest rate of, I should say, the lowest rate of utilization, the highest rate of available vouchers. Next slide, please. So I'm only going to touch on this. Sally and Jim and Chris will be talking more about this tomorrow. And first, I want to thank the three of them. They have just done a remarkable job putting and operationalizing this and putting this one team philosophy into effect. This is the sort of the grind of the work, but the most important thing I think we're doing that can have impact long term. This is truly a cultural shift in what we do. It tries to get away from this alphabet soup of different programs. All of these programs, they're terrific programs, and I'm not going to even go through what each program is. I just wanted to list them to let you know how many different homeless programs are funded by VA. They all serve important needs. But what's happened over time is as these programs get stood up, staff identify themselves as people who deliver these specific program services. They do not identify as people who serve the needs of veterans. And of course, they are intending to meet the needs of veterans. I don't want to suggest anything other. These are conscientious, hardworking folks who are doing this. But we want to be thinking in terms of when a veteran comes to us, what does the veteran need, not what does my program offer or can offer to the veteran. And that is a shift in the way of thinking. And how do we do this? We need to be able to, first of all, think all these different programs need to think of each other and behave as we're all colleagues. We're not just different parallel programs to be accessed as needed. We've started that process at a SPA level, out and thinking of the outlying areas for GLA, because of course the GLA is more than just Los Angeles, as also one of our SPAs where local staff across all these different programs are meeting to discuss how to deliver services to a specific veteran, and planning goes around that veteran. Some of the challenges, and we're already seeing staff meet. This is happening as we speak. This has been happening, and that has already had effect, which I'll be sharing at the end. But there's also more that we have to do. So while we develop this sort of holistic approach, which in VA is also known as whole health, as we develop this holistic approach to care, all this needs to be data driven, and we are going to rely heavily on by name lists. These by name lists, which are accumulated through a variety of different resources, that need to be updated. We need to make sure they're actionable, and we can then use that to help drive where services need to be delivered. Next slide, please. So the idea here is that we create these formalized bridges between programs, intentionally done to streamline services and make them more efficient. I'll give you one example. So one of the frustrations, and Phil, you touched upon this, is the poor utilization of the TBDs. The utilization is slow in part because some of the barriers we hopefully have addressed through the waiver process, but also staffing. And if we can get and have begun to have SSVF, really, this is their wheelhouse, doing the housing navigation, pick up that front end where they do the placements, we get veterans into housing, and at the back end, HUD-VASH has the clinical skills to keep people into housing, and now with the support of these additional contracts, just to do that, we want these intentional bridges between SSVF and HUD-VASH to become more formalized, and that has begun. We have certainly already begun, and Sally will be talking more about this tomorrow, but begun where SSVF is starting to operate on that front end to try to get people off of these waiting lists that we've had for some time in HUD-VASH. But we want to be sure that the process is clear, transparent, everyone's accountable, and we're accountable not as singular programs, but as a team, as a single one team who is responsible for serving veterans in a SPA. Each of these teams will have lists generated through a by name list of veterans who they're responsible for, the status of their services, and who's responsible for delivering it, which programs, and what that plan is going to be. This is all got to be, is all dependent on a data-driven service. We've got work to do to create the data, the inputs that we need to be sure that we're addressing all those with needs. And that's part of the work, certainly. Next slide, please. I had mentioned prevention very early in this. A recent contract we've just completed is a group known as Single Stop. If you are interested in playing with the new Single Stop website that we have, it's posted here. But the idea is that VA is very good at connecting veterans to VA benefits. Our veterans are certainly well aware of them. It's PACT Act is, I think, a great example of that Rob talked about earlier, and our outreach efforts around that. What veterans are less aware of are other benefits that are not issued by VA. An older RAND report showed that something like 40% of all veterans, this is all veterans, this is not just veterans experiencing homelessness, don't even know the benefits that they might be receiving. Recent HHS data, depending on the type of benefit, anywhere between 30 to 70% of veterans or of persons eligible for these benefits, and I assume this would be veterans as well, don't get them. This could be anything from heating, utility assistance, to SNAP, to any whole range of different benefits. For the veterans who are in shelter, the need to get these benefits are obvious. But we also serve a large population of impoverished veterans in VA. In fact, that's the bulk of who we serve. And that bulk of folks may not know these benefits for a variety of reasons. They could be pride. They don't want to even look at it because, you know, the whole veteran ethos, you don't ask for this kind of assistance. It's very confusing applying for benefits, the different eligibility requirements, the paperwork required is very confusing. So now you can go onto this website, put in some basic information, and it'll spit out, these are the benefits you should qualify for and how you and who you approach, and here are the programs you can approach to get them. We also have with this up to the ability to include up to 1,000 people in case management services from Single Stop that they will walk somebody through the application process. So we have a online service that can broadly be used, so anyone can use this. And this is not just veterans, it could be anyone in the GLA community can access this website and see what they might be eligible for. Because honestly, if you're a household member, not even a veteran, but you're living in that veteran's household and you can get a benefit, that might help that household stability, allow that household to keep their housing because there's this one extra bit of income or income-like resource that's coming in. And that is completely autonomous. You don't need to access, you don't need to go to a VA to use this website. You can use this independently. Next slide. Here's just a list of benefits that veterans get screened for on this website. Let's use the QR code, which is you see on the screen. It's an important range of benefits. And the Medi-Cal kinds of benefits are important because we know that something like 2/3 of all bankruptcies because of meds. So if you're a veteran with family members, those family members aren't being covered by VA benefits. Those family members need those other kinds of insurance resources to be sure that they can get the health care they need, so that way they can not face the prospect of choosing between health care or bankruptcy, frankly. And we want to make sure that all the healthcare needs of the veteran's family are attended to. So that's an important piece of this, in addition to the whole range of income resources listed here. Next slide. Coming to the end here. So master leasing is an endeavor that we've been pursuing here for some time. Unfortunately, we've learned that we do not have the statutory authority to pursue it or fund it directly. However, I'm optimistic we have some very good partners here, and that this is back to the, I guess, the one team concept, some great partners here. And there is a prospect, I don't want to get details yet, but there is a prospect that this master leasing can get funded by a non-VA provider. The master leasing is, I think, going to be a critical intervention for tenant-based vouchers. And the reason why is back to that discrimination piece I talked about earlier. So instead of individual veterans working with case managers to try to pick off housing one by one, we can have a third party go into a landlord, and this may work with a big landlord where there are lots of scattered site housing available, or it could be, a family's home that's being rented, and rent them all as a block and hold them so that they are available on demand for tenant-based vouchers. So the landlord doesn't have to worry about individual credit checks, individual veterans with Section 8 vouchers. They're going to rent to an established entity known in the area, whether that's a nonprofit or government organization, who's going to be responsible essentially as the leasee. Really satisfies the landlord because they have a responsible agency to deal with. It meets the needs of veterans because we all of a sudden have an on-demand stock of housing we can move people directly into without all these complications, and just gets rid of the uncertainty. And we could have housing anywhere that we can issue a TBV. So it also opens up the housing market, because right now we're all competing in TBVs generally for studios and one bedrooms. And we're competing not just among veterans, but among the general population as well. So now there's shared housing possibilities where we could, again, rent a house with multiple bedrooms. And frankly, there are some veterans who want that support. And not many of us who like to live alone or do live alone. So we can be able to offer a shared housing option where veterans can live together, provide each other with support, and expand the housing market. Last slide. So I can't finish without talking about this. Sally will get more into the data in her presentation tomorrow. But in terms of measurable success, I think this is the most important result. We are seeing significant increases in housing placements. So last year at this time, we had, this is through August, we had 884 placements. This year we're at 1171. That's almost a third ahead of last year. So we're making, well above last year's placement rate. We fully expect to smash through our goal of 1,500. Last month we placed 152 veterans, which, the best month of all, 129 veterans were placed. So we are regularly surpassing best months of last year. I anticipate that we will continue to make progress on this. I hope our rates continue or even accelerate as some of these changes that I've described start to bite, and we can start to see the growth of some of the initiatives that I've shared with you today. And let me stop there for questions.
Dr. Bamberger.
Hey, John, a happy anniversary. So you've made some wonderful progress. I was just sort of thinking about the things that are near and dear to me. And, having a beautiful set of units on the West LA campus certainly will improve the health of veterans who live there. As we know that beauty improves health, that's fantastic. I think we've made some significant headway on the AMI issue, but I think the next step is really on you and Sally to stop screening people out and start referring people who have higher incomes or any incomes towards the developers and letting them solve it. Don't screen them until you get to the developers, because I think that they have the tools to house most people. So that's fantastic. But I think you really need to push that envelope. Then the issue of having more diversity of services across the housing stock is in the beginning stages. Sprinkling some nurses here and there is great, but each building needs to have its own feel. And then sorting people to the right place is a critical part. But I think Philip and I both feel similarly in this, that the issues of using the available vouchers that Congress has given continues to be a source of great disappointment. And I think we've done everything we can over these my 4 years, his 6 years, to bring you the information that you need to make that work better. And you just haven't done it as well as I wish you have. The master leasing is great. And I think if you go down to Housing for Health, the health department's housing intervention where they're using Section 8 vouchers and master leasing with Brilliant Corners, it works. It's the nation's best example. And it's just down the street from you. You're not taking that opportunity. And then using the landlord locator functions and paying $10,000 a door. We brought this to you. I haven't heard any update on the contract that you're doing a better job with finding a housing locator agency. So these things continue to be disappointment. As I leave the board, I wanted to just sort of share some of those thoughts and hoping that you can comment on how you're doing better around accomplishing, getting to the master lease. What are the barriers? What things you need to actually overcome? And how are you using the landlord locator functions and paying for finding vacant units? Thank you.
I actually know Sarah Mahan well, have spoken to her quite a bit. The master leasing has been a process that we've been working on for almost since the day I got here. And unfortunately, we can't do it through VA. So it's been some work to find partnerships to make this work. I hope it will work. I'm optimistic. It will be an important resource. As for implementation, once we have the green light for this, we're already pursuing the contract. We wanted this in the housing match contract. Housing matchers will be far more effective if we have more units to match veterans into, such as the TBVs we can control through master leasing. So it's our goal to have this included in the contract. That contract is we've already begun those first steps now that we hope we've identified a potential source for master leasing funding. I'm as impatient as you, Josh. I want everything to happen yesterday, and it's sometimes a struggle to get things as quickly as I would like. I am happy, though, that this seems to be moving forward despite all the obstacles.
General Hopper, Jim Purley, I have a quick question for John.
Go ahead, Jim.
Yeah, thanks, John. I appreciate all your great work. I want to step back one step and talk about owners and talk about the 227 that are becoming homeless. One of the problems we're having, and I suspect I maybe should have asked this earlier in the presentation, but I didn't have access at that point, is that the HUD staff for project-based Section 8 right now is so understaffed in Los Angeles that it's becoming abusive to work in the system. We're owed $2 million worth of back rent, and the reason we don't have it is they don't have enough staff. We had a delay in a refinance funding that cost us several $1 million because HUD wouldn't move on it because they were understaffed and then the rates went up. So to step back and say, what do veterans need? What do owners need? Somebody like us are saying, what are we doing this for? It's not worth the brain damage. And if we have a chance to opt out on our existing units and not keep doing it because it's so painful, then you're creating more supply of homeless veterans. So HUD earlier today talked a lot about staffing for the new programs and for the veterans. But unless you take care of the owners who are presently supplying the units, have been doing it for a while for affordable, and you lose them, then you're going to create more supply. So emphasis should be placed on that as well. And I also know you and I have talked about this earlier. I know you're working on it, but one of the reasons owners don't want to take vouchers in addition to the cost is the fact that right now the cash vouchers are given to people with high acuity. I know you're working to change that, but if you match an owner with a high acuity veteran who doesn't have extra money for services, who doesn't have the capability of working with that veteran, and they have a bad experience, you're gonna lose them. And there's an old saying in marketing: the best new customer is your existing customer. So if you take care of your existing owners better, with better staffing, I think it'll help supply the supply problem. You're doing great in the demand problem, and I commend you for what you're doing. But if the supply keeps growing because of how the existing owners are being treated, then you're just treading water.
Yeah, Jim, you and I have spoken about this, and you know that I feel that a landlord is a critical customer for us. That's one of the reasons why we've pushed so hard on contracting, so we can get more support. And it's not enough for us to just simply place somebody in housing. We need to make sure that that person has services and that the landlord has somebody to call. So that way, when it's 3 a.m. and something's happening, the landlord doesn't feel that they have nowhere to turn. That there's someone they can talk to at the other end who can be an ally, who can help them resolve situations. That's so important to us for all the reasons you just described.
Okay, let's go Jim Zinner and then Robert Beglin.
Jim Zenner for the record. How's it going, John? With the stats, with the major depressive disorder, SUD, and PTSD, do you have any stats on like SMI, specifically schizophrenia or bipolar 1 with psychotic features?
Not offhand. I think those were just pulled because they were the most prominent, but I'm sure all those can be pulled if it was of interest.
Yeah, I think I see. I don't want to mention the mixed lease without Josh in the room, so I'll wait until he gets back. Are you? Okay. So, preliminary, I got, and I'll go ahead and release this. We got preliminary authority from the county to look at master leasing, and it's through Housing for Health. It'd be managed care plans funding the master lease. The contract would be with LASA. So we do, it's very, very early in the pilot, but what we do is go actually to the cities where we're going to pilot it. Right now, we're interested from the county end at targeting Antelope Valley. That's where we get the most feedback. But the intention is to hopefully pilot it up there and then use that intervention on the campus and across the county. Building 210, I heard from the principal developer that there was a proposal to put some transitional housing in for women vets and their children. And right now, the OASIS program we know it feels like insurmountable challenges to serving women vets, in my opinion. Access is really bad in that program, and I hear feedback around that. And so, wondering where we're at with Building 210 with transitional housing for women vets and their children, and if not there, what are we going to do about the women vets with children, because that is an issue.
So 2 things. First, we want to make sure we hit our permanent housing goal first. That Building 210 is going to be developed as permanent housing. But you're right, Jim, we do need better access to housing for families and families, not just families, but veterans with special needs. We do have a request, which is being reviewed by our Office of General Counsel, to allow CTRS to expand so that we can create apartments, essentially, that are transitional housing, but using modular construction so it can be done quickly, but very much apartment-like. So that way the families can be together, where they would have their own kitchen, their own bathing facilities, and not just families, but veterans with special needs. We know that if you're a disabled veteran and you're in a CTRS pallet shelter, it's difficult to get to place to get to food, to get to the bathrooms. It would be much easier if you had your own place that was more accommodating. So CTRS is a great program to meet the emergency needs of individual veterans, but it's certainly not meeting the needs of all the veterans we have who need emergency shelter. And we would like to see this development. Again, we hopefully will get some sort of positive response from our Office of General Counsel to allow us to develop this. But in the meantime, yeah, we do have that need you described.
Do you have an idea where that would be placed if given the authority through OGC?
We have multiple locations on the grounds that are possible. We have not yet determined it. We've sort of done some preliminary work, but at this point, until we get a green light from OGC, there's not a lot of, there's not much value in going a lot further in this and investing the resources that it would take. We could quickly establish a location, though. We have a number of locations that we've identified as possible.
It sounds like it would be separate from the current CTRS. I see.
Yeah,
it's not in our head. Yes, yeah. So
yeah, it's not going to be located next to the CTRS.
Great. Yeah, and for the record, I love the CTRS program. I think that's great work. It's very popular amongst the peer access network in LA County. So love that program. As far as the last piece, the homeless veterans benefits, I really like that link. I wasn't aware of it. I think we have a real opportunity to take that to one team, make sure the entire one team knows about it. And then as we're kind of moving forward, thanks to some research that Dr. Harris did with Jamie Cannon from our LA regional office, we were able to use that data to get 4 veteran benefit reps that are accredited through the state and the federal government to do state and federal benefits on behalf of veterans. And I've reached out to Department of Health Services, who does SSI establishment, and our DPSS colleagues, and we're working to put together a list of the 4 staff and make them available to one team too, because, you know, a link will help some homeless vets, but some homeless vets need that hand-holding, as you're aware of, John. And so really looking forward to bringing that to bear for one team, so that as we identify veterans that need benefits, can't do it on their own, the entire one team has somebody to reach out to walk them through those benefits. So thank you.
That's a huge resource, Jim. Thank you. And of course, thank you for the help in the master leasing. I'm happy you volunteered that. I didn't want to volunteer for you.
Appreciate that.
Mr. Beglin.
Thanks, General. Rob Beglin. John, you probably listened in this morning for the presentation by HUD, and you will have heard that their notion of how to solve the problem is more HUD vouchers through instructing the public housing authorities that they can go up to 80% AMI. And I regard that as picking up not the wrong tool, but a tool that's no longer very effective. The analogy I'd make is a saw that doesn't cut. So I think what I'd really like to get from you, because the board is considering a recommendation, is the historic numbers on HUD voucher utilization for the 2 LA housing authorities. If this has been a persistent issue over many years, I think it'd be good for us to be able to advise the secretary of that, and for the secretary to be able to advise HUD of that. So I heard you to say that the voucher utilization is about 60%. Is that right?
Yes.
And you said
And
the national
we can get the historical data for you as well. I think the one thing I would like to, I don't know if caution or pause, the initiatives that we've just begun may take 6 months to show results. And the one team is just really starting to form effectively. We may not see results on that in terms of voucher utilization for some months now. Does it pay to wait those months to see if we've created something that can be replicated? Certainly nationally, there's great interest in the one team initiative, which we've pioneered. And if this works and we have a pathway forward, we may have our answer. So that might be something to consider before making a recommendation on change.
Well, I'm not recommending a change. I'm just saying that I think project-based vouchers need to be used as aggressively as they can now, because we can't count on progress with tenant-based. Let me ask a second question, which is...
And we have prioritized, by the way, we have prioritized project-based vouchers.
Yeah. Is when HUD presented this morning, they made the point that landlords can just discriminate, and they can discriminate against veterans. But also one thing they said in their slides, which I hadn't really thought much about, was this question that you could still have, I mean, almost a form of rational economic discrimination where the prevailing fair market rents aren't accurately estimated by HUD, and therefore the voucher subsidy is not enough. In other words, landlords just look at it and say, you're not going to close the gap here. Do you know if anyone has studied that problem for LA, and how, if so, how acute it is?
So up to very recently, that was true, and it had been looked at, that the fair market rate was a real problem. There's been a couple of important developments, though, that have changed that. One is the way that the FMR is determined has been modernized. It used to be a lagging figure that was based on data that would be literally 2 years old. That's changed. Also importantly, HACLA has adopted small area FMR. The small area FMR takes into account the fact that the rent, you can't look at LA as a whole and come up with a rent that's going to work in everywhere. Clearly, Westwood is going to be more expensive than other areas of LA. So based on the small area FMR, HACLA is now able to increase rents in these more expensive areas. And in fact, we do see that at 120% of the FMR, which is what it currently is, plus small area FMR, we do get market rates. So this issue, at least for HACLA, seems to be in the past. LACA is a different story. They are under some restrictions right now because of their budget situation. They still although they're interested in implementing the small area fair market rent, they can't afford to now. That may change at the end of the calendar year. We're hopeful it will. I know they plan to look at it again. But with a small area FMR, plus the revised way the FMR is calculated, I think we're in pretty good shape. That may not be an issue anymore.
And could you remind us which of those two housing authorities is the one that surrounds the VA campus?
Both HACLA and LACTA work with the VA around sometimes overlapping areas in LA. It's mostly HACLA, though, that is on the campus.
Okay, and then final question. Is there any method by which either HUD or the VA can essentially act as though they're a veteran wanting to rent and see if they can ferret out housing discrimination against HUD-VASH vouchers? Is there any enforcement mechanism?
I guess to do it. I mean, we've talked about having some secret shopper programs. These are not small efforts to initiate. They're expensive as well. The research shows something like half of all Section 8 vouchers or their discrimination in something like half of all Section 8 vouchers where tenants face being rejected illegally. Because in California, you cannot discriminate against Section 8 vouchers. That's actually state law. But it's still done informally in a lot of ways. A lot of justifications are used to deny people with Section 8 without saying, I'm denying you because it's Section 8.
Yeah, I mean, landlords can be very creative and they come up with all kinds of pretextual reasons. But if we're faced with a situation where we know there's lots of low utilization for what appear to be impermissible bases for discrimination, maybe one or two selective prosecutions would really put landlords on notice. They've got to be more cautious here. But just a thought.
Yeah, I'm hoping Section 8 will be the more direct way. But yes, if we had that kind of resource where we could go in and do that, it would be it's something to consider. I think it would be challenging to do.
Okay, John, thanks very much for your time. I did have a question. You can just send the answer to the DFO and I'll distribute it to the VCOEB. What is the level of recidivism? Congratulations on the 1,500 goal. How many veterans are still homeless that dropped out the backside? So just send us your answer and we'll get a look at that.
Actually, Sally will
Thanks very much.
tomorrow.
So again?
Sally will be covering the recidivism issue tomorrow. We actually have data on that.
Okay, very good. Thanks. Thanks again, John. We are, as you can see from the schedule, we're behind. We're bringing up now Dr. Michael Green, the director of Thrive, and Dr. Stephen Simon. Thrive, the Center of Excellence on Rehabilitation of Homeless Vets. We will not be taking a break. We'll go right into our public comments. That's a hard start. So if you need potty breaks or snacks off the table, have at it. Thrive, you're on. Thanks.
Okay, thanks very much. This is Stephen Simon, and I understand you may not be able to see us in the room, but we're here together in Los Angeles, and I had prepared a longer introduction, which he certainly deserves, but I'll just say I'm the chief of staff here in GLA and have been here 3.5 years, and we strive to integrate all of our clinical efforts with our efforts to house veterans and to ensure they succeed in maintaining their housing. And some of that work is guided by the work that Dr. Michael Green will be sharing with you presently. And if I can give you a bottom line up front, it's that it's housing first, as you've been hearing from Mr. Kuhn and others. It's housing first, but what next? And what can we learn from the research? How can the research then integrate with the operations to take the later steps to integrate veterans into the community once they've been housed? So without further delay, I'll pass the camera, and then it looks like you're sharing slides, so we'll let you continue to that back to Dr. Michael Green.
Hi. So am I able to advance the slides or?
Please just designate next slide. We'll advance them for you.
Oh, okay. Okay, that sounds good. So yes, so I wanted to say how honored and pleased I am to present our research. I'll apologize in advance if this is not a format or framing that fits with the meeting, but I'll try my best to describe what we're doing in this center, which is funded by Rehabilitation R&D. So the short name is Thrive Toward Homeless Recovery and Integration for Veterans. We're not that old. We just got funded in 2020. We recently were reviewed and renewed until 2030. In addition to me, we have Sonia Gabrielian, who's a psychiatrist and works closely with the homeless program at GLA, and Stephen Martyr, who's a psychiatrist as well at GLA. If you can go on to the next slide, please. So this is not news to this group, and I'm feeling awkward even mentioning it, but it's a sort of good news, bad news situation in which the good news is that, even though homelessness is this huge problem, nationally the number of homeless veterans has dropped by roughly 55% since 2009. The not so encouraging news, which you guys are quite aware of, is that LA County still has the largest number of homeless veterans. More relevant to what we do, our rationale is that permanent housing is considered a necessary but not sufficient condition for community integration. And by that, I mean that we now know that providing housing and VA services on average does not improve veterans community integration, and I can show you some data to support that. Next slide, please. So we were featured in a issue of VA Research Currents, and the question heading, which Dr. Simon just stated, is that if housing is first, the question naturally becomes what's next. Our center is dedicated to the question of what's next. The view, and this is from the National Center on Homelessness Among Veterans, is that the VA's work is not done once a veteran has shelter because veterans can feel isolated in a new environment. And the research director of the National Center states that we must understand the factors holding them back from integrating into their communities and address these factors to help veterans thrive in their new neighborhood. This, in fact, is the area that we are focused on. Could I have the next slide? So the mission here is to understand and improve community integration, and the general term we use is homeless experience veterans, or HEVs. The overall goal is to improve the daily lives of veterans who have experienced homelessness, and we do that by understanding the determinants or mechanisms of community integration. In other words, what tells us whether or not an individual is likely to become integrated in the community. To consider the environmental factors that influence this. These could be social determinants of mental health, and to develop and validate interventions that enhance community integration. So this is the focus here is rehab research. So much of our work is on developing, validating through randomized controlled trials, novel interventions to enhance community integration. Could I have the next slide, please? The other point that I should mention, actually, do you mind going back one slide? Because I wanted to emphasize one other role. Thank you so much. Career development is one of our main functions. So even though it's not part of the mission statement, we are obligated to do training. We are obligated to increase the capacity for research in this, and we love doing it. We are among the most successful centers in getting career development awards to early stage investigators. So the plan is not only to do the things on this slide, but also to identify, nurture, and develop those individuals who are going to eventually lead this charge and eventually take our places as they move forward. Next slide. So when we started doing research in homelessness, we had a very strong suspicion that community integration was not improving after housing. But it was frankly really hard to get data on this from the VA in terms of kind of specific aspects of community integration. And here we have data now from a couple of independent longitudinal studies. And you can see the red line indicates what we would expect in terms of family connections, social connections, work and independent living. And you can see baseline is before obtaining housing, 6 and 12 months are after. And it's apparent that the receipt of housing and the services didn't improve family connections, social integration, work or productive activities. It did improve independent living. It did that essentially by definition. But this is the area of concern, that we're not seeing the improvements in these very important social and functional areas. So the next slide. Here's a case study. I can read it. Might be hard to see in the room, I'm not sure. So this is a real person, obviously not a real name. Javier is a 29-year-old Air Force veteran with schizophrenia and amphetamine use disorder. After an extended period of street homelessness, he was hospitalized and conserved and achieved good stability on injectable antipsychotics, intensive case management, and engagement in outpatient program for substance use disorders. His case managers worked closely with him to help him find an independent apartment that he could afford using his service connection payments. However, after he moved into housing, Javier remained socially isolated, estranged from family, and without vocational pursuits despite active treatment engagement. So this captures the kind of individual that we want to assist and bring up to a higher level of community integration. Next slide, please. So we work at multiple levels. The slide here indicates that a lot of our work is at the individual level. We look at things we can assess within the individual, but but we have people involved with urban planning and social work that are looking at the community level. And we also have excellent expertise in identification of things like social connections and social networks. So community integration for us is the end product of these different levels of investigation. The next slide, please. I want to mention that I can sort of represent the work of the center in gist, but I am not an expert in all these areas. This center works because we have a whole range of expertise, including psychosocial interventions. We have experts in psychiatric rehabilitation. We have a number of neuroscientists, cognitive and affective neuroscience. We have expertise in a number of technologies, including EEG and neuroimaging, neuropsychology. As you'll see in a minute, we have expertise in specific interventions designed to enhance community function, as well as interventions for family connections. We have expertise in psychopharmacology to enhance these functions. And as I mentioned earlier, we have experts in urban planning and social work. And we actually are not a health services center at all, but we do have some familiarity with pre-implementation science. Next slide, please. This is just a schematic of how the structure is organized. We have service corps that provide service to all the projects, and we're obligated to identify certain focus areas for research, and that range from developing new methods to intervention studies. So this is a kind of standard schematic that rehabilitation centers have, in which they list the cores and they list the areas of focus. But we can go on. Next slide, please. Yeah. In terms of interventions, we are developing a variety of interventions that are specifically designed to enhance community integration. So you could view these as recovery-focused interventions. And I'll give an example of motivational interviewing in CBT, but we also have expertise in developing family interventions, remote interventions, adapting a way to help social facilitation with a phone buddy system. And again, we have expertise in psychopharmacology. But I'll give one example. It'd be way too much to cover more than one given our time. Can I have the next slide? Yeah, so here's the kind of steps we go through. And again, this is characteristic of a rehabilitation research center. First, we have a discovery. We find something. Then we try to develop an intervention for what we found. And then we try to train staff in that intervention if it's successful. So in this case, the discovery was that community integration was predicted. This is if you have assessments before housing and you try to predict a year into the future, one of the best predictors is various measures of motivation. This could be self-reported, this could be motivational beliefs. We also have performance-based measures of motivation. But motivation seems to be the key factor. That wasn't obvious to begin with because in other studies that we've done with other samples, cognitive factors were more important. But in samples here with homeless experienced veterans, motivational factors were the most important. So we created a novel intervention specifically designed to enhance motivation for community integration, and it combines two psychosocial interventions, motivational interviewing and cognitive behavioral therapy, and I'll describe them in a moment. And most recently, we've started a training program for motivational interviewing for providers at GLA who serve homeless veterans. So the next slide will elaborate on some of this. This is the sort of the surprise we got, which is that normally, particularly in other samples we've worked with that are not homeless, that various forms of cognition are pretty good at predicting future community integration. When we looked at homeless experienced veterans, particularly those that had not received housing yet, it was far and away motivational factors that were telling us how well they would be doing in a year. The next slide. And so there's a way you can combine interventions in kind of novel and creative ways. Our team started with motivational interviewing, which is an evidence-based approach for motivating new behaviors. It's a kind of collaborative conversational style. Its goal is to strengthen intrinsic motivation. And the combination here is using the motivational interviewing to facilitate cognitive behavioral therapy. Probably many of you are familiar with cognitive behavioral therapy. The goal here was to build clients' motivation, to enhance the relationship with the client and the therapist, to strengthen motivation at onset and throughout. And the CBT itself was key in addressing negative thought patterns, behaviors that were self-defeating, and developing social skills to achieve personal goals. In the next slide, you'll see the results from a study that was recently published. This was done, we used a sample of veterans with schizophrenia who have extreme motivational deficits. They're characterized by motivational deficits. And in the blue lines, you can see the treatment. This was this is one of our career development VA. You can see that the treatment improved negative these kind of motivational deficits. You can see it at the end of treatment, and you can see it to a lesser extent, 24-week follow-up. So that this is one of the few signs that a combined therapy like this can actually improve motivational deficits in a way that enhances community integration. And because we have both therapists, rehabilitation experts, and neuroscientists, the study included a biological measure. So we had the additional ability to look at why the treatment was working, which is that it was increasing one's effort. And you can measure that with, for example, the dilation of pupils. So this shows us both a sort of behavioral and also biological improvement with these kind of combination of MI and CBT. So the next question is how we adapt it for use in homelessness. So in the next slide. Do we have the next slide? Yeah. So we needed to make a number of changes to this so that it be used in homeless experienced veterans. We expanded it from a group to individual intervention. That was because of different schedules and the location of veterans. We recognize that many of the veterans have significant mental health and substance use disorder, but we kept the focus on community integration. We offered it both virtually and in person, depending on the preference of the veteran. We got better at sort of encouraging the veterans to set personally meaningful community integration goals. And we also started developing specialized tools. This trial, which is done in homeless experienced veterans, has just been completed. So we're taking this initial study that I showed you in the previous slide, adapting the measures, and now validating it in a homeless experienced veteran sample. Next slide, please. Now, in terms of having connections with the GLA homeless program, there was a lot of enthusiasm for the intervention developments we were doing in this area, so that there was encouragement to do training for GLA service providers, and that in fact is ongoing, and it includes intensive training followed by bi-weekly case consultation. We included providers from the domiciliary, the Psychiatric Rehab and Recovery Center, and from the HPACT. And the goal is obviously to help GLA providers implement the motivational interviewing to enhance community integration. And this initial phase was really, it was just welcomed, and we felt very pleased to be able to help the homeless programs by introducing some of these novel interventions. The next slide shows where we'll take this going forward, which is that, and this is not started, but well, the contracting is done actually. We want to develop toolkits, we want to develop training videos, case examples, and a collection of recent publications. The goal is to grow a community of practice on MICBT through these trainings and case consultation listservs. And the goal is really so that we can see this being used at other VAs other than GLA, so that there would be some dissemination of these programs, which seem to work very well for enhancing these motivational goals towards community integration. Next slide. And this is my last slide. Because we've just been renewed, I can tell you about where we're taking this. Some of these are fairly close to starting. Some of these are sort of years away. In terms of race, ethnicity, and community integration, we actually already have a fair amount of research on racial differences in community integration among homeless veterans. We know much less about Latino homelessness among the VA in terms of community integration, so that'll be a focus of ours. It goes without saying that the connections to families gets complicated and sometimes ambivalent. And so we will be developing interventions to facilitate family interactions. We have expertise from this from our previous work in psychotic disorders. In terms of our neuroscience, we are developing new methods to look at synchrony. It's literally brain synchrony. I know when you get along with someone, when you cooperate with someone, you sometimes say you're in sync. Well, that's not just a metaphor. The brains are actually in sync, and we can measure that with mobile EEG. So we're looking at that as a biomarker to show when people feel connected to other people or where they feel like they're cooperative. And we view this as a sort of biomarker of social integration. In terms of remote interventions, one area that we've identified as problematic is when people leave the domiciliary and are out in the community, they often get terrific and enriched interventions in the domiciliary, and then there's this period in which it's hard for them to maintain those interventions. We just got funded for a grant to develop remote interventions for this period of transition. Mobile phone support, this is actually being done with Ben Henwood, who's at the USC Department of Social Work. It's a novel approach, and I believe he's discussed it with Keith Harris. It's a novel approach to enhance community integration. We have a fair amount of expertise in measuring social networks. This is a highly statistical method to look at it. One reason why it's interesting in substance use disorder is that we know that social networks can be beneficial or detrimental for individuals with substance use disorder, and it's useful to see the balance between the two. And lastly, and this is still years away, we're starting to look at pharmacological agents to enhance social motivation, but that's going to start outside of the homelessness. We're going to do that first with veterans with psychosis to see if there's ways to manipulate or enhance the interest in social stimuli and the desire to integrate. That was a bit of a rapid march through, and I can pause here. That's my last slide, and see if there's any questions.
I think we do. Dr. Bamberger?
Hi, Josh Bamberger for the record. Thank you. Have you ever been out to Fort Lyon in southeastern Colorado to look at the place there that is very up this alley?
I have not. Can you tell me?
Yeah, Fort Lyon is a 700-acre former tuberculosis hospital where people who are experiencing homelessness from the state of Colorado can pretty much overnight go out there and spend between 1 month and 3 years just to recover and find a purpose in life. They can get the GED, they can get a college degree, they can learn a trade. The only thing that they have to do there is not use alcohol or substances. And then once they've achieved some purpose and some sense of integration into the community, they can then move back to the city that they came from, Denver, Colorado Springs, et cetera, and access permanent supportive housing. I strongly encourage you to go visit the place. It's one of the most inspiring places I've been. It has about 300 people who are there at any given time, and about 25% of them are veterans.
This is really, thank you for pointing that out. The focus on purpose is so aligned with the motivational interviewing. It does sound very, very much like it's doing what we hope to eventually do.
Yeah, I'll send you some stuff about it. And secondly, now stop, Dr. Jonathan Sharon, for those of you who don't know, is going to be joining the board, and he certainly is one of the world's experts in this space as a psychiatrist and having run the mental health system for the county of Los Angeles. His main focus, I think, in his heart, if not necessarily his practice, is trying to help veterans find purpose and meaning and motivation. So I look forward to collaborating with him.
Believe it or not, he actually many years ago trained with us, and then so he's terrific.
Mr. Zinner.
Hi, Dr. Green. Jim Zinner for the record. Thank you both to you and Dr. Simon for this presentation. While running the peer support program there at GLA, this is one of the major things that I wanted to see more of, and I think it touches on what Mr. Allman was speaking about earlier about what are we going to do once veterans are housed, regarding the HUD limitations regarding getting rehabilitated. And so one thing is doing the rehabilitation, the other is making sure that they're not priced out of that housing. So this is great. Just we had a briefing from the vacancies on the mental health service line today, and mental health providers are a hot commodity. Looking at CBT, obviously peer support are not qualified to do CBT, but motivational interviewing, there is some application. Have you guys looked at kind of applying it more to a peer support model, or has it just been basically a mental health kind of intervention?
No, you phrased it exactly the way we've been thinking about it. It's not accidental that we started with MI and not MICBT. The idea was to engage a broad range of service providers, and in fact, the next step will be peer providers. But at the same time, our clinicians are hoping that the combination MI-CBT, which of course requires a little more background, would be something we could also view as disseminating. So your question captures this notion of kind of like different levels of training with different types of intervention training. In other words, for those that have clinical training, the combination might be appropriate. For those who don't, including peers, that the MI lends itself, it actually lends itself pretty well to broader training.
Yep, 100%. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much, Dr. Green. I'm sorry, Mr. Mangano, did you have a comment?
Dr. Green, I wanted to ask you a quick question. I'm wondering, as we've looked at homelessness over the years, we understand the one common element for just about every homeless person is that they have expended their social capital. It is gone in their lives, whether it's in a family situation or an individual. So I'm wondering how that factors into the research and the interventions that you're doing.
Yeah, so that you phrased the question in a really direct way. It's one of the reasons we want to bring families back into this and expending social capital. That it's just the connections with families, even when they want to recreate, it's just so complicated. So we have people that are experts in family therapy, and that comes out of the serious mental illness background that a number of the people on the team have. I completely agree with you. The other part of that, by the way, which we don't understand, is that there seems to be some, we don't know, that we haven't assessed this clearly, there seems to be some benefit of being in the proximity of other veterans. And I think that's partly addressing the question you're raising. And so, but we just don't have enough data on that right now because we don't have enough of the neighborhood factors in the models yet. But you're touching on something very important.
And I appreciate what you're saying in terms of being close to other veterans. And in fact, for non-veterans, there's a sense in which being close. And there's been a lot of talk within the homeless realm of the notion of a sense of belonging.
Yes.
That comes with that kind of closeness that you're alluding to. And of course, the redevelopment of social capital. So I'd be real interested when you move forward in those dimensions to know what you discover. A lot of folk think that whole idea of social capital, that is restorative of a strong sense of social well-being, in that you have others who now share your happiness and share your burdens as well.
So my only comment to that is that the sense of, I completely agree. The sense of belonging has kind of touched on a neuroscientific area, which is the neuroscience of social motivation, of which we have a fair amount of experience. And so you can get sort of self-reports of sense of belonging, but we can also look at that in more depth with performance-based or EEG measures. But it's the same thing. It's the same thing. It's sort of this, feeling of connection and feeling of wanting to be connected. It's just that you can look at it at a neuroscientific level or at a self-report level.
Well, I think it's exactly that, looking at it at a scientific level, which then could build into projects governmental response to it, as opposed to it simply being self-reported. If you could demonstrate that providing a certain amount of services and certain context for people aided them in terms of moving forward, then, and you did that scientifically, of course, then you could be more convincing of government to invest in those kinds of those kinds of components to a program. So again, very interested in the work that you'll do on that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Green, Dr. Simon. We appreciate your time and the information.
Thank
Okay,
you.
we've got, thank you. We've got about 3 minutes before we start the public comments, so please be in place at 4 o'clock. We will also, after the public comments, try to go through at least one of our recommendations, starting with 21-02.
Which one is that?
The Santa Monica Beach. How many times? Yeah. Just a reminder, there are some refreshments on the table in the back. Thanks very much to the cafe for doing that.
I have 2103.
You sure?
I only have 2103.
We would have the carbon 14 for dating.
Listen, I have to be honest with you. Brain synchrony did not resonate with me. Brain synchrony.
Oh, I know there was
I think I've heard that before, but it was in conjunction with a briefing I got that said, these things are prohibited by the Geneva Convention.
Well, I heard a new word today, psycho.
Yes. Just know that the mic is hot.
Anthony. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Okay, sounds good.
I tripped over when ULA was making its report, psychographics. Psychographics.
That sounds like something that they found it in your room at the Air Force Academy. You would spend a year on confinement.
The mic is hot. The room is still on video. Everybody needs to be aware of that.
Yeah, thanks.
I think it's all right to talk about psychographics.
Absolutely no one stop talking.
So even in the most expensive market,
I'm gonna go collapse. I'll see you guys for dinner. I think I know where you're going. 6:30, something like that. Yeah. So I'm just gonna, go ahead, quietly go away. Sure. But I want to make sure that we pursue the idea. VCOEB makes so much sense. You might not enjoy it as just a regular member of the chair.
After hurricanes, I need a little bit of break from operations.
Rob's going to do that too. Hoping to do it 3 right now.
Yeah, what is 03?
It didn't make it work for us.
Yes. Yep, that's part of the plan.
Try again. Yeah, it kept denying me my
So we only got Jerry.
Your recommendation reading is likely to happen in income. So,
He said 02.
yeah, and then 03 after.
Thank you.
Okay.
What level of, which one do you have?
this is an Android. So
Might have a better,
this is how you stay off the grid.
okay, I'll try it.
Yeah, sorry, but you can still log in because under here, able to see your profile.
Yeah.
And check the status of your money. So you can always call the national contact center number, and I can write that down for you, and they can read.
I have a folder with all that crap in it, but I was trying to, I was just about to do the same thing as your battery.
I think you just need a higher resolution photo of the, there's like the shadow of the light.
Yeah, well, and also.
Philip Leaford.
Yeah, I was like holding it up. If I want to go in there, I'll work it out. I'll try and work it out. Well, you know.
We good to get started, sir.
That's what I live right down the street. Well, this is, yeah, I'm your easy button, so.
Can we take our seats, please? We'll go and get started with public comments.
Okay, we'll go ahead.
Yeah, there you go. You good.
Okay, we can go ahead and get started with the public comment period. I think first up we have Jerry Orleman.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can hear you fine.
I'm practicing for a Sprint commercial. Thank you for having me. I'm very glad to see people again, and I especially enjoy seeing my favorite general. My name's Jerry Orleman. I am the first vice president for Vietnam Veterans of America, California State Council. I found the ULI presentation extremely interesting, and it was an excellent presentation. However, there was one thing that I think deserves attention. It bothered me a little bit, and that's the idea of having non-veteran residents from the surrounding area coming in to shop at the stores in the community center. I don't think that's a good idea. There's been a lot of veteran input that this isn't a good idea. There's a lot of friction between many veterans and non-veterans from the communities around. I think that's something that should be thought very seriously about in the future. And I want to say that I agree with Mr. Allman considering public comment and veteran input for the whole year of 2024. I think that's an excellent idea. That way there's plenty of time for everybody to be able to contribute to anything that they need to do. And that's all I have, just those comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Orleman. We appreciate that feedback. Next up, we have Ms. Cheryl McCary. Ms. McCary, are you there?
Go on to Rob Reynolds.
Okay, we'll go ahead to Mr. Rob Reynolds. Rob, are you on?
Yep. Can you hear me?
Yes, we got you loud and clear now. Go ahead.
Sounds good. Just looking at the everyone that signed up for the public comment, there's hardly anyone here, and I think that is because this is being held in DC. Sure why that's happening. It kind of plays into the narrative that you guys don't want to hold the meeting at the West LA VA so that the stakeholders that live on the land can actually show up. So I think moving forward, you should definitely have these meetings at the West LA VA so the veterans that live there have a chance to actually come and speak and you guys can hear from them. Additionally, one of the things that I think is sorely needed is more immediate sheltering for veterans on the property. Currently, there are only 6 drop-in units designated as 24-hour access where a veteran can show up after hours and get a place to stay. In a city with nearly 4,000 homeless veterans, 6 beds is insufficient. And case in point, we had another homeless encampment of veterans pop up outside the gates of the VA a couple weeks ago. We were able to get everyone housed and off the street, but I'm constantly seeing veterans in the evening that aren't able to get into the drop-ins and they're sleeping in the Rose Garden or they're sleeping out in the field by CTRS waiting for a spot. I had a veteran last week that was an Afghanistan veteran with, he lost a leg from an IED and he was sleeping in the grass and we were able to actually get him inside, but That's why I think it's really important that you're catching these people when they show up. If they ask for a bed, they get a place to stay, and they're not being sent off the property at night or being forced to sleep in the Rose Garden. The Secretary of the VA has said over and over again publicly that he wants the West LA VA to be the model for ending veteran homelessness. And if that's really true, then he should do everything within his power to make sure that there is enough emergency shelter beds on that property. There's plenty of room, and there's no excuses why this hasn't happened. Additionally, it's frustrating to see Secretary McDonough's attorney in court, Zach Avalon, argue that the VA does not have a fiduciary duty or legal obligation to take care of veterans on that land. That was kind of, jaw-dropping for everybody that was in attendance at the court hearing last week. So I'm glad the judge saw through that too and thought that that argument from the DOJ was absolutely ridiculous. And the VA does have a legal obligation to care for veterans on that property. And part of that is getting enough consistent same-day sheltering so that they're not being turned away and they have a place to stay. Again, there's plenty of room for it. There's no need for anyone to show up after hours and told they don't have a bed and they end up sleeping in the grass or outside the gates of the VA on the street. That's all I got. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Reynolds. We appreciate your feedback. Mr. Troy Nguyen. Okay, that's all we have for the public comment period. We will move on now to recommendation 21-02. Stand by.
Thanks, General. It's Rob Begland.
Just for the point.
Oh, hold on just a second, Rob.
We haven't, none of the services subcommittee has seen any of these things, so it's all new to us.
Okay.
So I'm happy to talk about this at a general level, and then we can have some questions, and I can read into the record. This recommendation, which we labeled 02, relates to this piece of land that was deeded by the same family that deeded the land that created the West LA campus. So in 1888, Senator Jones and Arcadia B. DeBaker deeded the 300 acres for the Veterans Campus for Civil War veterans. And also at the same time, they deeded land in Santa Monica on the ocean front. It's right there on the headlands of Santa Monica, with the intention that that would serve as a bathhouse for veterans. It's an incredible piece of oceanfront property. And years ago, the question came up of whatever happened to that land? And it kind of had parallels to some other issues that have arisen along the Southern California coastline, where the question's been, how exactly did the city come to acquire that land? So the city of Santa Monica tasked their city attorney with two things. One was they went out and they got a title insurer to look at the history of ownership records for the property. And then they also asked their city attorney to make a report to the city council on whether or not Santa Monica was the rightful owner of the land, or whether it might still have some connection to the VA. And Anthony Allman did some good sleuthing and realized that about a year ago, the city attorney for Santa Monica actually issued a memorandum to the Santa Monica City Council that said, here's the title policy. We have a title insurer who's willing to tell us we own the property. And the city attorney also did a long legal analysis that said, we think the land was deeded with the intent to build a bathhouse. When they weren't able to build a rail line between the campus and the bathhouse, they abandoned those plans, and then the land was conveyed back to the VA, or the predecessor to the VA. The VA wasn't created until the 20s. This is actually a transaction that precedes the VA as an agency. And then it was reconveyed again to the city. That's all great up until now, and we would have had no reason to get involved. But what was awkward about what the city of Santa Monica did was the city attorney's office said, oh, and by the way, the VA's inspector general looked into these issues and their inspector general reports have never identified any irregularities with this transaction. And for all of us who have read those very fine, lengthy studies, we know they're great, thorough reports, but they don't touch the subject of a bathhouse. So all this is meant to do is ask the IG to look into this and just agree that they agree with essentially the chain of ownership that's reflected in these deed instruments. So I think the suggestion here is this is very much just us being a good fiduciary and asking the Inspector General's office to just dot their I's and cross their T's, because for whatever the reason, the city attorney of Santa Monica thinks it's a good deal that the IG hasn't made anything of it. So that's all. So before I read it into the record, I'm happy for the group to discuss whether anyone has any concerns about it.
Dr. Baumgartner?
Quick question. What's on the land now? Josh Bamberger for
I think it's a parking lot owned by the city of Santa Monica.
And do we know how big it is? Or, I mean, what's the goal? Like, why, let's assume that it was an illegal transfer and the VA actually does control, own, whatever.
Well, I mean, if it was an illegal transfer, we're talking about a property potentially worth $10 million, $20 million right in the center of Santa Monica. That's the bottom line.
Mr. Allen?
Without getting ahead of the actual reading of the recommendation, what was interesting is that the City of Santa Monica City Attorney report seems to suggest that there is a valid reason why that parcel no longer belongs to the VA. And the basis of the recommendation is because the city attorney invoked the VA Office of Inspector General. The thought process is we just want to ensure that the Office of Inspector General agrees or not, and at least provide some sort of statement that it does or it does not, and why. So I brought this to the Master Plan Subcommittee's attention because we've repeatedly received public comment regarding this issue. And the fact that the city of Santa Monica took time and public dollars to investigate it, I think is worthy of the VA making a determination as to whether or not it agrees with the chain of custody or not. I think at the very least, it shows that the VA is aware of this. That deed has been on the VA Master Plan website for many years, but it has never addressed this issue. And I think it owes a response. If the city of Santa Monica is willing to address it and invoke VA's IG, then, I think it's upon us to make a recommendation that OIG respond.
And Josh, just so you know, this is Rob Beglin. Josh, it's a super narrow recommendation. We're not asking for the Inspector General to look at the condition of the land today, its value today. We're not asking them to look into the development of the last 80 years. We're asking them to look into the regularity of an 1888 deed transaction and a 1900 deed transaction. All they have to do is say that they think those were bona fide transactions by the federal government. That's it. And so I feel like it's a basic issue of us as a board discharging our responsibilities in the face of what we know has been a lot of public controversy about land use issues related to the creation of the campus.
Anthony, is your card up to make another? Okay, let's read that into the record.
Okay. VCOEB recommendation 21-02. Whereas on January 28, 2022, the city of Santa Monica directed that a title review be done of the March 3rd, 1888 deed of and by Arcadia Bandini to the National Home for Disabled Volunteer Soldiers, granting beachfront property in Santa Monica, specifically and permanently, for the healing and enjoyment of disabled veterans of the United States, the residents of the home. Whereas on September 20th, 2022, the Santa Monica City Attorney's Office published a memorandum titled Veterans Bathhouse Title Search. And we attached that as Exhibit A to the recommendation. And that, I don't think it's necessary to read it into the record, but that just basically recites the lawyer's understanding as to how the home was created and also how the land at Santa Monica was meant to be used for construction of a pavilion, maintenance of surrounding ornamental landscaping, and the construction of a, quote, bathhouse on the beach. Whereas the Santa Monica City Attorney's Office memorandum opined that the plans for constructing the Veterans Beachfront Pavilion were abandoned due to a failure to construct a surface rail line between the West LA campus and Santa Monica. Whereas the Santa Monica City Attorney's Office memorandum opined that a second grant deed dated April 15th, 1900, from the National Home for Disabled Volunteer Soldiers to the Santa Monica Land and Water Company evidences the home's deliberate abandonment of its interest in the beachfront property. Whereas the Santa Monica City Attorney's Office memorandum attached a copy of the September 28, 2018 report prepared by the VA's Inspector General, entitled VA's Management of Land Use under the West Los Angeles Leasing Act of 2016. Whereas the Santa Monica City Attorney's Office memorandum purportedly relies on the fact that the VA Inspector General's report did not address the beachfront transaction as a ground for inferring that the VA did not question the integrity or regularity of the transaction. And then we quoted the opinion of the Santa Monica City Attorney relying. So therefore, let it be recommended, I guess it's going to now be on September 20th, 2023, recommendation 21-02 alpha. The Secretary of Veteran Affairs requests the Office of Inspector General review the memorandum titled Veterans Bathhouse Title Search and provide a written report as to whether the Inspector General concurs with the City of Santa Monica's finding regarding the grant deed transfers to which the National Home for Disabled Volunteer Soldiers was a party, specifically the March 3rd, 1888 deed and the April 25th, 1900 deed. And then recommendation 21-02 Bravo, the Secretary of Veteran Affairs requests the Office of Inspector General review the March 3rd, 1888 deed and April 25th, 1900 deed and provide a written report as to whether such land transfers were done in accordance with all applicable law.
Do I have a motion? Okay, motion to approve. That was Anthony Allman on the motion.
Jim Zenner, second.
Okay, and a second from Mr. Zenner. Discussion. Stephanie.
I just have a quick question. I've been working on this issue for quite some years. I looked at both deeds. They are really challenging to read. Does the Santa Monica report actually provide for what's on the land right now? Do you know, Rob?
I think, Stephanie, I think if you look at the picture that's part of the exhibit, it's vacant land that stretches up into the park above the headlands.
So my understanding was that it's a bluff. And so regardless, there's nothing that you can do with the land. So I just want that to be something we're aware of as we approach this. I absolutely support the recommendation, and I think it's important for VA to be involved. But I do want to be clear with everyone that it's not like land that can be used for veterans that we know of. And we may want to call out for the Inspector General to make that determination. That echoes tough. Yeah, it's really hard.
There it is.
There it is.
That's the land.
Yeah, so again, not able to be developed. I just want to call that out, and maybe in a report back, we could specifically ask for somebody to identify that. I mean, even if it was maybe transferred illegally and there's payment owed or something, I think noting that that land is not able to be developed is important.
Stephanie, it's Rob. I'd like to just address that in a follow-up recommendation if that proves to be the case. As I see it, it's basically Santa Monica Parkland. There is flat space at the top of
Rob, a little bit closer to the
There
mic.
is flat space at the top of that hill. So I think it is developable. It's just it happens to be parkland. But again, I don't think we're going to find a surprise here. I think we're going to find that these deeds were regular and correct.
And Mr. Allman?
Anthony Allman for the record. Yeah, I think from a couple of the comments that I heard that there's an assumption that there is some impropriety. I would be really shocked by that. I mean, if the city of Santa Monica spent $10,000 for a title report and the city attorney produced a document that was just wildly off base, that would be pretty embarrassing for the city of Santa Monica. I don't think that this is something that is going to, be controversial. But I could be wrong. I don't know. But I think that this is something that I would have to believe that the city attorney of Santa Monica did the right thing. I don't know, but I think that's the point of the recommendation is, OIG, do you agree with this? And go from there.
Mr. Zimmer?
This thing's killing me. Jim Zenner for the record. Yeah, I think it's real simple for me. We're representing hundreds, thousands of veterans, and this provides some closure. And with the history of the land, I think we owe it to the veteran community.
For the folks online, any questions? Board members, that's board members online. Okay, no further discussion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay, it passes unanimously. 2103.
It's going to be.
Yes, we're going to try to do that one as well.
Okay. Let me just pull it up. So I'll give a little bit of background first, and then I'll read the recommendation into the record. Recommendation 2103 is around workforce development. One of the things that Jim Zenner brought up earlier when talking to HUD, I think it was Jim Zenner, was around workforce, the importance of workforce development and sort of this gap in between what it costs to, or what income level you have to receive a voucher, and then what happens if you want to work and are, susceptible to losing housing. I think it's a really important topic that we haven't talked too much about unless you talk to Anthony Allman sort of on the side sometimes. It's something that has been part of the master plan discussion for quite some time. And it's something that I think is really important that we talk about here today. The recommendation is centered around partnership with the county. The County of LA just created a new, not just, but in recent months, created a new Department of Economic Opportunity. This is a really, really important opportunity for VA to be a good partner with the county. I think historically we know that VA has not done such a great job in partnering with local and state entities. Over the last few years, that's changed quite significantly. We've seen a lot of partnership between VA and the county, VA and the city, and VA and the state through CalVet. And I think, we really owe it to the veterans in thinking through this master plan, how workforce development fits into that in partnership with the county. So I'll read the recommendation. If there are some questions, we can discuss it a little bit more. But again, it's really just centered around building partnership and ensuring that we are maximizing our opportunity to partner with the county on workforce development. So recommendation 21-03, whereas in fiscal year 21, Los Angeles County Workforce Development Board served 28,600 participants, of which veterans represented less than 5% of those served. In addition, Los Angeles County Supervisorial District 3, where the campus is located, had the least amount of participation by supervisorial district. Whereas access to gainful employment is one of the best measures to prevent homelessness, whereas the Los Angeles County Department of Economic Opportunity, the successor organization to the Los Angeles County Workforce Development Board, currently serves as the central economic and workforce development agency of the Los Angeles County. Whereas DEO, recently conducted a request for proposals for the Los Angeles County America's Job Centers of California modernization. Whereas the request for proposals will fund regional, sector, and population-based worker programs, including specialized services for veterans. Whereas VA West Los Angeles Master Plan 2022 stated, this update reaffirms existing job training and employment activities with the addition of near-term opportunities in the town center area. Assessments for additional longer-term job training and employment activities will be conducted. Whereas veterans who receive patient care on campus are screened for a variety of factors, including homelessness and suicidal ideation. Whereas currently, veterans who receive patient care on campus are not screened for employment status. Whereas it is the opinion of VCOEB that VA should establish a pilot employment screening mechanism for veterans in partnership with the County of Los Angeles as a measure to increase veteran participation in the workforce and prevent veteran homelessness downstream. Now, therefore, let it be recommended on September 28th, 2023, recommendation 21-03A, the Secretary of Veterans Affairs instruct VA Greater Los Angeles Healthcare System to work in partnership with Los Angeles County Department of Economic Opportunity to establish a Veterans American Job Center of California, also known as AJCC, on campus. Recommendation 21-03B, the Secretary of Veterans Affairs instructs the VA Greater Los Angeles Healthcare System to create a clinical reminder that screens veterans for employment status. If a veteran screens positive for unemployment or dissatisfaction with current employment, he or she may be referred to the Veterans AJCC on campus for additional skills training and/or employment opportunities. And lastly, recommendation 21-03C, the Secretary of Veterans Affairs instruct VA Greater Los Angeles Healthcare System to locate the Veterans AJCC as close to the main hospital as possible, preferably South Campus, for the duration of the pilot initiative. Doing so will allow newly screened patients to access AJCC services for a preliminary consult without the need for additional transportation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Corn. Do I have a motion? Dr. Wellish, motion for approval. And do I have a second? Second, Mr. Tucker. Discussion. Dr. Bamberger.
I think this is, Stephanie, it sounds great.
It's not on yet.
I've used up too much of my battery. It sounds great. The only thing that I'm hesitant to support is, being a VA physician, there's so many goddamn reminders. They're brutal. And we can't go on to the next screen until we finish the reminders, and the medical assistants get really bogged down with them. The recent PACT Act, it's been an incredible burden for providers because we've had to send so many people who've been exposed to burn pits to be reviewed, which is a great thing. Don't let me get that down. But it just, right now, at this particular moment as a provider, another reminder is just going to get a lot of blowback. And I just would wonder if we could achieve the same goal without having a reminder.
Anthony. Mr. Allman?
Mr. Allman.
Josh, I just want to speak to that as a VA patient, having just gone to a primary care appointment. When I'm getting my blood pressure checked, the nurse would ask me if I'm homeless, and I would say no. And he said, do you have thoughts of suicide? I said, no. And that's it. So maybe behind the scenes as a doctor, you're getting flooded with all sorts of different clinical reminders, but from the patient veteran experience, I don't think it's completely burdensome. I mean, if we're screening for homelessness, I mean, I would hope that we can get ahead of it and screen for whether or not you have the means to provide a roof over your head. And if not, at least provide some resources. And it's not forcing anyone, it's saying, here's a resource on campus, preferably around the corner, where you can check in, and there might be skills training or employment opportunities that are specialized for the veteran population. So, to me, I don't understand why we're only screening for homelessness. Why are we waiting until somebody is living on the street or in a transitional program? Why aren't we asking them, can we help you keep a roof over your head through employment? So I don't look at it as overly burdensome, but then again, I'm looking at it through the patient experience, not from the provider experience. And, I think it's worth a shot. And to be clear, it's a pilot. These things are only funded 1 year at a time. And if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. But I think we should try just to see what happens.
Mr. Bressler.
Thank you, sir. And I want to maybe speak on behalf of my colleagues in the medical center, but it looks like Rob put his lanyard up here. There is a massive burden on the provider side, and we hear that through the employee signals. And there's also, at the same time, a new standardized screener that's being considered to be disseminated throughout all of the Veterans Health Administration and patient care services. It's called the ACORN screener, and it's been piloted in VISN 1, and it's now in several other VISNs, so it may be heading your way soon, Rob. But I think that screener does ask specifically more about food and transportation and employment and other health-related social needs that may help the veteran get to that appointment. On the other side of the recommendation, when I hear the American Job Center piece, that is a Department of Labor equity, which is great, because if y'all remember in the last meeting when Jim Zinner hosted at the Bob Hope Patriotic Hall, Assistant Secretary James Rodriguez from DOL Vets presented to us about HVRP, that they also own the relationship and the conduit between all of the American Job Centers. So perhaps there's some sort of collaboration or recommendation that can be shared also with our friends over there. And I'm happy to talk more offline about how we might be able to steward that, but that's something to consider as well. And I know, Rob, your team is probably tied in very well with the local DOL reps.
Mr. Merchant.
Hi, Rob Merchant. For the record, Anthony, we must have different primary care docs. I just had my primary care appointment recently, and I think it was probably 3/4 of the appointment was going through those clinical screenings. But to John and Josh's point, the amount and efficiency related to going through all these clinical reminders is one of the number one factors we hear from clinicians leading to burnout and lack of efficiency. It impedes our ability to get more veterans in for more timely care. There's this other initiative called Bookable Hours, which is putting extraordinary pressure, particularly on primary care providers, for very good reasons. But these things are important. Our local AFG labor partners reducing or creating efficiencies in the number of clinical reminders is their number one top priority. So without disagreeing on the objective, I think maybe the specificity of that mean, Josh is absolutely correct. The amount of resistance you will feel from providers would likely reduce the efficacy of the initiative.
Can you tell us a little bit more about ACORN and what the employment question is going to be? I mean, I think that there might be some room to utilize that in partnership with the recommendation as it is today and make some amendments that make sense to better collaborate with the incoming system.
That was Ms. Cohen.
Oh, sorry, Stephanie Cohen, for the record.
Rob, I'm not familiar yet, so I've got some homework.
Mr. Zinner.
Thank you. Jim Zinner for the. Did I use up all my batteries here, Josh?
The one time I have not.
There we go. I got it. Jim Zinner for the record. Yeah, so I'm getting feedback real time on my cell phone from veterans in the community. And one question was very legit, and why the county? And so I've had conversations with our Department of Economic Opportunity. And one of the first things that she said was we would bring in the local workforce development boards, include the city, and include other employment partners. Dennis is here from Metro. Obviously, he would be a partner as well, but I thought that was a very legitimate question and I did want to address. I think another opportunity in engaging with the Department of Economic Opportunity is in learning about how they operate. They do pull in other county departments to help assist people coming in for employment. And I think a real opportunity at the West LA campus, especially if it's close to Building 500, is the opportunity to bring in partners from our Department of Public Social Services who enroll people in Medi-Cal. And so veterans that are coming into the VA to get eligibility straightened out for those that aren't eligible, they'd be able to walk right down the hall and get connected to Medi-Cal real time through a DPSS. And that's something that I would encourage Department of Economic Opportunity to explore. Thank you.
Mr. Allman. Oh, you can leave it.
Mr. Allman.
I thought you were moaning about Mr. Anthony Allman for the record. Rob, do we know approximately when our VISN is going to implement Acorn? Sorry, maybe I misunderstood that. I heard that there was a new screening mechanism coming. Was that from you or from? I'm sorry.
Mr. Bursler.
It's going through the governance process now, which can take quite a while sometimes.
Right.
So we should see it sometime in the fiscal year 24. But it's a really great use case and proven method that I think is going to help both patient and provider, to Rob's point and to other points being made, your point.
Yeah, personally, I think the recommendation is still useful without Bravo. We can strip it, although, we're not doing it now, and I think that that's a problem. If we're looking at the veteran holistically, and if we're concerned about veterans' homelessness, and we're not asking the question, how can we make your chances of employment better so that you can better provide for yourself? I think oftentimes the system is fighting, the homelessness once it's already a problem. And it just blows my mind that we are not getting ahead of this and talking about, employment and economic opportunity as the means of prevention. We cannot build enough affordable housing fast enough. When we talk about solving the homelessness crisis, we always talk about it in terms of, beds on heads and more units, and it's not working. It's not working. And so, as I roll off this federal advisory committee, I just want to leave the impression that we should get real dead serious about employment to prevent the next generation of homeless veterans. And that's why I think that is useful as a pilot mechanism. It's not telling the entire Veterans Healthcare Administration to do it. I don't think so. It's saying create a pilot opportunity at GLA. And GLA could contain it to just Building 500. It doesn't necessarily need to be the Santa Maria facility or Sepulveda. I don't know if, GLA has that kind of controls with their clinical reminders, but I'm willing to take it out. I just thought it was important to present it and to provide the justification for why it's there. So, I don't think it kills the recommendation, but The secretary is always free to concur in principle if Acorns is coming down the line. Or if it's too much of a burden, just do not concur and provide the explanation as to why. But it's a group thing. Let's talk about it.
Mr. Beglin.
Rob Beglin. I want to argue that we should leave it in, that we should leave the Bravo recommendation in for two reasons. One is, as Anthony said, building supportive housing units is never going to be the answer. Our former board member, Heidi Marston, was renowned when she ran LAHSA of reminding everyone in LA County, you are never going to grow your way out of this problem. No matter, you could throw hundreds of millions of dollars at this problem and you're not going to grow your way out of it. The only way you're going to make a meaningful difference over time is to engage in prevention strategies. And I think this is a good first effort at a prevention strategy. And while I'm totally aware that VA is interested in uniformity and best practices nationwide, I think the veteran homelessness crisis that we face in Los Angeles is exceptional. It's an embarrassment, candidly, and it's an area where we've got to experiment to see what we can get done differently. So I'm completely sympathetic to questions of uniformity, and I'm completely sympathetic to questions of demands on physicians and other clinicians, but I'd argue for leaving the B recommendation
in. Ms. Cohen.
I just want to agree with Rob. I mean, I was going to say the same thing. I think recommendation B needs to stay, and it is totally possible for the secretary to say exactly what Anthony Allman said just now. I could agree in principle or concur in principle. Is that right? And then if Acorn is coming down the line, you know, that concur in principle could include that. I also am sympathetic to clinical providers. I mean, my job every day is to work on government affairs at the federal, state, and local level on behalf of a major medical system. But I do think that we have a responsibility to both our providers and our patients, and this strikes a real balance there. So I would like to leave B as is.
Any other discussion? Any discussion from the folks online? Board members? Hearing none. All in favor? Well, I'm sorry, I think the DFO wants a roll call vote.
Ms. Cohen.
Aye.
Dr. Bamberger. Dr. Welsh. Jim Hopper.
Aye.
Anthony Allman. Aye. Jim Zinner.
Aye.
Rob Beglin.
Aye.
And Ms. Marshall.
Aye.
Oh, wow, we could have done that. We're good.
Dennis?
Yes, it passes.
Christine?
Yeah.
Oh, did I miss you? I'm sorry, Ms. Stanley.
Aye.
Okay. No. Pass. He is online?
Yes, he is.
He's on.
Yeah, Jim, Foley, Mr. Foley, your vote, sir? Okay.
I think we missed did we get Mr. Tucker?
Non-voting.
Oh, no, vote. Sorry.
But it still passes.
Okay, so 2103 passes.
Thank you.
Okay, that leaves three recommendations. These three, I don't know that any of them will be handled real fast.
Great.
I'm looking at you, Mr. Beglin.
Yeah, just got to pull them up on the
Damn. 5 total though for 2 days. Just saying, just total.
That means you're gonna get out of here early tomorrow.
Got tired. Right.
About 15 more minutes, we'll probably get one more in.
No, they're very,
Oh, okay. Maybe not.
they're like all land use.
Oh, yeah. Okay. It's gonna take you on too long.
Okay, the DFO reminds me that, that we will have time to do those on the schedule tomorrow, since we had already accomplished some of the things set aside for the DepSec.
That's it. Adjourn, sir.
Okay, well, before we adjourn, good day today. Thanks very much for all the questions. They were very good, and I think helped us tease the information out of the briefings that will help us in our decision-making and recommendations and the like. When we get together tomorrow, in addition to going through the items on the agenda, we will take care of the remaining 3 recommendations, and then we'll have at least a little short discussion about the turnover that'll occur over the next few weeks. Just as a reminder, the old folks that are turning over were still on the books until the 31st of October. So don't do anything to distinguish the board or get the board in the newspapers until after the 31st of October, if you please. Okay, any comments before we adjourn? Mr. Bursler?
No, sir.
Yeah. Dr. Harris? No? Mr. Merchant? The DFO breaking the strain.
It's not ideal when it's the principal developer team.
Live mic.
Hot mic.
Those of you who signed up to join the chair at dinner tonight, just quick instructions. As soon as you walk out of the front door, turn left, cross the street. I think that's I Street, and you go down half a block. The restaurant's right there on your left.
Can you, Keith?
Pretty naive, I thought.
Can you mute your microphone, please?
Oh, yeah, I'm trying to play this call of
Right. 6:30, yeah.
Okay, with no other comments, we stand adjourned. Thanks very much for a good day.
Keith, can I steal you for a few minutes?
Yeah.
Okay. Here?
You said earlier, turn off your stand.
Okay, you go. Are you coming to dinner? Okay. Yeah. Or you'll be here tomorrow too, right? Yeah.
I think
Great.
I got a great idea stuff. I'm gonna leave at 8 too. No one.